Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 151, Growth Diary of Big Boss. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Lin Ling couldn't resist bulging her eyes as she asked in shock. Ze can cultivate a god art martial technique. Luze? He looked at the two. Everyone here was learned, only he was a noob. He scratched his head and asked, "Senior schoolmate, what is a god art martial technique?" Wang Wen said with aspiration, "A god art martial technique is called divine art in some races. It's an art that can only be used through god art. It's not necessarily an attack. It has other capabilities too, such as remote vision. It's said that when powerful people use it, they can watch a few galaxies away. Nothing can hide from their eyes. Every divine art was a deep-level use of god art. Only truly talented prodigies would be able to learn it. It has extremely high requirements for use." Then, he said, "It's said god art martial techniques are arts created by powerful beings in the cosmic system state and above when they understood the law of the universe. The entire human race only has a few of these. Some were brought by sages of the human race from the outside." Luze opened his eyes. "It's that precious?" Wang Wen smiled. "Of course, it brings a rather huge increase in power to a martial artist. In the entire Federal University, only the most talented senior schoolmate of the 4th year can have a god art martial technique. However, they didn't come to this trial as they have other missions." Wang Wen smiled. "With junior schoolmate Luze's talent, he can probably learn a god art martial technique in 4 years. Xylan said, "I feel he can learn one in 2 years." She watched Luze become stronger bit by bit. That terrifying learning capability almost made her a recluse. Wang Wen glanced at Xylan in shock. He felt he already considered Luze highly, and yet Xylan thought of him even higher. He smiled and didn't deny it. God art martial technique costs more than 1,000,000 federal contribution points. Let's talk about it when Luze can afford it. Luze's mouth spasmed. He only had 80,000 federal contribution points. He was in poverty. Wang Wen glanced at Lin Ling and them and smiled. "While there's time, I'll teach you guys a little." These people were all his junior schoolmates. They could get a bit closer. Although everyone was just students now, most of the elite class students would be able to reach high levels in the human race. They would pretty much see each other everywhere. Thus, a senior schoolmate helping a junior schoolmate was a tradition. Yemu and the rest smiled. "Thank you, senior schoolmate." Then, Wang Wen smiled at Luze. "Junior schoolmate Luze, there's nothing we can teach you. If possible, you can teach them, too." Luze nodded. "No problem, I'll teach Lin Ling." He felt great about how he suddenly became a teacher. Then, Luze looked seriously at Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, now, I'm your teacher. Call me Teacher Lu." Lin Ling's mouth spasmed. Seeing Luze's serious face, she gritted, "Teacher Lu. Luze, this bastard." She was going to remember this. Luze nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, let's begin." Then, Luze started teaching Lin Ling. Her god art was the spirit eye, so Luze focused on teaching her battle technique. The night fell. Officers came and went. Every time someone new came in, they would look curiously at the group of youth. At this moment, Wang Wen smiled. "Let's call it a day. Perhaps there will be new missions tomorrow." Luze, who just caught Lin Ling's sword with his finger, flicked it away and stretched. "I'm hungry." Lin Ling was very annoyed. During those few hours, she wasn't able to threaten Luze even once. She finally realized how big the difference was between her and Luze. However, this guy acted like he didn't care at all. This hurt her pride again. Determination flashed in her eyes. She had to work harder, so she could slap his face. Then, everyone went to eat together. Wang Wen's and the others told them about the interesting stories of the school. This made them even more curious about the university. A month later, their entrance test would finish, and they would enter the school officially. After dinner, they went to their own rooms. Luze took a photo of his second lieutenant rank and then sent it to the group chat. Luze, from today onwards, I'm second lieutenant Luze. Alice, senior schoolmate is so amazing. But, how did you get promoted so fast? Luze. Did you do some dangerous mission today? Luze's smile froze. He completely forgot about this. He was promoted to second lieutenant as soon as he came. Lu and Alice were both very smart. They would be able to guess it quickly. He could only say obscurely that he completed an important mission. The group chat fell into silence. On planet Lanjiang, Lu squirmed on the bed and looked at the messages on her phone with a complicated feeling. She took out the same panda toy that Luze had and looked into the moon. Her eyes were worried. Brother, stay safe. She then typed, Brother, stay safe. Don't do those missions you're not confident in. There are people worrying about you at home. However, she wasn't able to press the send button. She deleted it and typed again. Lu, okay, but if you go do those dangerous missions again, you're dead. Smiley face. She put her phone in her storage ring and touched it. Then, she sat down and used light orbs to cultivate. She would grow faster, so she could stay with him. In Alice's room, the cute, blue-haired girl looked up at the moon with a face also full of worry. Moments later, she showed an angelic smile and typed. Alice, senior schoolmate is really amazing. But you need to stay safe when you come back, I will cook for you. I've learned many new dishes lately. Then, she put away her phone and started to flick through her dad's Spirit Chef diary. She would give him a surprise when he came back. Luze looked at their messages and scratched his head. He felt he was rather safe now. Cultivation being strong was true safety. Then, he sat down and went into the pocket hunting dimension. He chose the new map. The grass plain came into his eyes again. Slice. A gust of wind came behind him. Green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and he disappeared. A huge, black anaconda that was tens of meters long dashed at where Luze was. Luze appeared next to the anaconda. Firelight and wind flashed around him. He stepped down on the anaconda. Rumble. The terrifying power cut the anaconda in half. The wound was full of burnt marks, and there was the smell of roast meat. Slice. Blood splashed everywhere. The immense pain made the anaconda go crazy as it attacked everywhere. Grass and mud splashed. The earth became dented. Green and red light flashed in Luze's eyes. Wind and fire blades sliced the slithering head of the anaconda. The motion stopped, and the body slowly turned to dust, leaving behind a few light orbs. Luze glanced at it and gasped in disappointment. It was still red and purple light orbs, no god art orbs. Indeed, were these beasts too weak? The anaconda was about core martial state level 9, but he still instantly killed it. There was no god art. Could it be that only aperture opening state beasts had god arts? Luze was disappointed. If he went to find aperture opening state beasts now, did he not want to live? If it was an early level aperture opening state, he could think about fighting it. It was 50-50. As for higher level ones, they weren't something a noob like him could mess with. Luze shook his head and stopped thinking. A few hours later, Luze killed more core martial state beasts and earned quite some orbs. There were still no god art orbs. Luze would dodge early when he sensed dangerous chi from afar. When he picked up the red and purple light orbs again, his eyes suddenly focused. He looked to the left and frowned. A very strange chi was emerging. It wasn't strong at the start, but it rapidly became stronger. What was this? This was his first time encountering such a situation. It was now at Core Martial State Level 7 and still wasn't stopping. Luze gritted his teeth and dashed to the left. Although curiosity kills, it was also the motivation for progress. In a few short seconds, this chi had reached Core Martial State Level 9 and still didn't stop. Luze's mouth spasmed. Was some boss opening a smurf account or something? Soon, Luze stopped and gazed at the over 15-meter tall grass brush. The chi had reached aperture opening state and still didn't stop. He didn't dare to go forward anymore. If he went too near, it would be suicide. Thus, Luze retreated a little, cowering back and waiting for the chi to stop growing. Another few seconds later, the chi had turned more powerful that Luze couldn't even sense how strong it was anymore. This was at least high aperture opening state level. It was going through the heavens. So envious. This way of getting strong by laying down was too admirable. At this moment, the chi finally stopped growing stronger. Luze held his breath as he watched the brush. Re. It was a dry but powerful chirp. It seemed like it was the first time that the mouth made a sound. Moments later, there was a terrifying chirp that could pierce stones. Re. One Luze gazed in disbelief. The grass spread aside like a wave, revealing the beautiful and elegant creature inside. It was a huge bird completely covered in blue. It has 2 blue wings and a long, elegant neck. Its plumage looked smooth, and there was wind spinning around it. Luze had seen this before. When the socialists' mosquitoes struck yesterday, such a bird had flown above his head. It really was a boss. Should he write the growth diary of a boss? From the moment it appeared up to now, this kind of chi had only lasted a little more than 10 seconds. So, big bosses come about this easily. Chapter 152, Listen to my explanation, boss. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Re. The huge, blue bird chirped again, and the sound waves pressed down the huge grass. It stood up on its claws and was over 10 meters tall. As it got up, the bird's pressure became even stronger, making Luze's heart beat slower. It wobbled a few steps forward like a chick that had just hatched from an egg. Immediately, its steps became steady and elegant. It chirped happily and jumped around in the grass. Then, it stopped and looked up into the sky with its blue eyes. Moments later, the bird slowly expanded its pair of blue wings. It was tens of meters long after expansion, and the wind spun even faster around it. Luze instantly felt that all the wind elements acted like kids finding their mothers and scurried to the bird. He finally felt the feeling of abandonment Andrew had. It wasn't good. Luze wanted to cry. With this, it chirped again and started to flap its 2 wings. Wind spread in all directions, except the grass it was it. Quite some grass was blown into the air. Luze's mouth spasmed as he crawled onto the ground. He stuck his hand deep inside the earth. As a young Duke candidate and a wind god art user, it would be a joke if he was blown away. After flapping a few times, the bird seemed to have gotten familiar with its wings. It chirped again and then flapped, soaring into the air. Wind followed it, and with a casual flap, it disappeared from the spot and appeared a few kilometers away. With another flap, Luze could only see a small, blue dot. Luze's eyes flashed. He stayed prone for a few more minutes. Seeing the bird didn't come back, he got up. He looked at where the bird appeared. This chi appeared so suddenly and grew stronger so rapidly. Luze was very curious about the treasures that were here. At this moment, quite some powerful chi emerged around him. There were large, black-scaled leopards and anacondas. They ranked from low core martial state to core martial state peak. They all charged toward the direction of the blue bird. Their bloody eyes contained desire. They attacked each other as they charged toward where the blue bird appeared. Roars were thunderous and the battle spread out. The scene was chaotic. Luze's eyes flashed. He was more certain that there was something in here for sure. Otherwise, why would the beasts charge up like that? At this moment, a court-martial state peak stage leopard scratched at Luze's face. Surging black spirit force formed a huge black claw. Luze disappeared and then reappeared above the leopard's head. Luze palmed down on its head. Rumble. The leopard's head was immediately pressed down on the earth, while the legs fumbled. Luze saw that there were other beasts nearing. He ignored this leopard and charged deeper into the grass. Perhaps due to the blue bird, the wind element here was abnormally active. Using wind god art at full power, Luze instantly surpassed huge beasts and dashed into the brush. In the depths, there was a region surrounded by whirlwinds. Terrifying wind blades shot in all directions. Even Luze felt it was dangerous. He frowned as he used wind god art to change the direction of the wind blades while he pressed forward. Wind blades sliced past him. Quite some beasts arrived behind him. They roared in the wake of the whirlwind, wanting to charge ahead. Those unlucky beasts were sliced into pieces, and blood splashed everywhere. However, they seemed to have lost their brains and kept charging inside. Blood splashed all the way, turning the brush red. Luze glanced behind and guided the wind blades to where the beasts were gathered. Thus, more beasts howled. Luze smiled. They were going to die anyway, he might as well send them off. Gradually, as he went deeper, the wind blades became more concentrated. Luze sweated, too. He used all his power to use wind god art as he pressed on arduously. He couldn't remember how many steps he had made. These sharp winds blowing past had cut many wounds on him. Blood trickled down. The immense pain made his mouth spasm, but he didn't stop. His head ached due to the exhaustion of his mental force. Luze felt he could barely stand. The weak spirit force he had compared to his body and mental forces were all consumed. He could no longer hear the roars of the beasts. Even the sound of the wind blades couldn't reach his brain. Gradually, there were less wind blades, and the strong wind calmed. He looked around with difficulty. This was a space with a 100 square meter area. Wind was spinning outside, but it was calm inside. There were a few huge egg shells in the middle. The egg shell was like a blue crystal. In the middle of the egg shells was a slowly spinning blue wind and a broken blue rune that was glowing. The wind emitted the secrets of wind god art. However, that broken rune was something Luze had never seen. The blue wind and broken rune was growing dimmer and about to disappear. Luze's eyes flashed. He had a bold guess. Did the organisms in the pocket hunting dimension need to be born? He had never seen young rabbits in the rabbit caves. He thought they appeared out of thin air. He thought that all organisms appeared like this. Now, that didn't seem to be the case. At least that blue bird seemed to have been born from the egg shell. The blue wind and rune seemed different compared to the wind god art crystal balls. There seemed to be things left behind upon the birth of the blue bird. Luze moved his injured body to the wind and broken rune. He tried putting them in his mental dimension but found he couldn't do so. He couldn't take it if they weren't little orbs. The blue bird boss didn't seem to be coming back, and it was very safe here. If he stayed here to learn, no one would object, right? Luze looked around. There was no one but him. Thus, he sat down. Luze chose to devour the wind god art secrets first. He had never seen the broken rune before and didn't know what it was. It was already broken, and if the things he learned from it was broken too, then it wasn't worth it. He might as well learn wind god art secrets first. Luze closed his eyes. Indeed, the secrets contained here were much more profound than the ones the green wolves had. Even with a weak strand, Luze felt it was hard learning it. He couldn't use purple orbs in here to increase his learning capabilities, but after using so many, his learning capabilities already increased significantly. A few hours later, Luze slowly opened his eyes. His lips raised like crazy. His wind god art improved. He grew stronger again. This wasn't too good. He moved his body excitedly. Immediately, the pain made his mouth spasm. He was this happy from the leftovers of a big boss's birth. Luze felt he had no right to be proud. Luze recovered his mentality and proceeded to look at the broken rune. Due to spending a few hours, quite some lines seemed to have disappeared. Only 2 simple lines remained. Even the blue light was weaker. Luze grabbed the rune without hesitation and tried to send his mental force in. Immediately, the rune turned into a blue light and shot into Luze's forehead. Incomplete information was released in his brain. Compared to Wind God Art secrets, these information were even harder to understand. Luze was confused. But of course, this was also due to their fragmentation. A few hours later, Luze slowly opened his eyes. He had a strange face. Before he could think, he suddenly felt a shadow cover the sun. Luze? Was it dark? Luze looked up and then felt dazed. The blue bird boss he thought wouldn't come back was standing before him with cold eyes. The gaze from the boss made Luze feel death. Luze's mouth spasmed as he spoke awkwardly, listen to my explanation. Perhaps, if he was genuine, then the boss would let him go? They usually wouldn't go hard on noobs, right? Before he finished thinking, he was surrounded by countless wind blades. Luze's eyes went dark in huge pain. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his dorm. Chapter 153, New Mission. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The 25th planet had no moons, but the starlight was bright. Inside Luze's room, a silvery starlight splashed onto his bed. Luze was convulsing in pain. He thought he was used to pain, but now he realized he was too naive. The feeling of being instantly cut into pieces by countless wind blades was really too painful, it rendered him breathless. That blue bird didn't even give him a chance to explain. It was too mean. Luze was going to remember this. He looked up at the white ceiling and took deep breaths to ease the pain. Soon, the pain eased up to a tolerable level. Luze struggled up. He sat down and felt his wind god art before smiling again. The increase was not small. However, this was a special occurrence. He didn't know when the eggs of the blue bird would hatch again. If possible, he wanted to get some benefits while the boss was gone. I, Luze, am not afraid of death. Luze used a purple light orb and began to organize the information he got from the broken rune. An hour later, Luze opened his eyes with a strange look. His feeling in the pocket hunting dimension was right. That rune seemed to be an art that the blue bird used. That meant, this was a god art martial technique? It was a divine art? Luze's face was extremely strange. If he killed powerful beasts like the blue bird in the pocket hunting dimension, would such runes drop? No way. He was even more curious what sort of thing this pocket hunting dimension was now. The organisms inside were extremely powerful, and their energy could even compare with source energy. He could attain god arts and even god art martial techniques there. Just what else would be in there? Luze breathed slowly and calmed his mind. He would leave the future to the future. He was still very weak now. Beasts that were more powerful than the blue bird were everywhere. Luze couldn't even resist the blue bird. His eyes flashed as he thought about the information from the broken rune. However, there was very little information. It didn't help him much now, it only let him know it was a type of god art martial technique. If he really wanted it, he would need the entire rune. But even so, his wind god art still improved. Luze closed his eyes again, the red orbs in his mental dimension disappeared one by one, turning into energy that flowed into his body. Cultivation. Hurry and hunt blue bird. The second morning, Luze had breakfast with everyone and received news from the HQ. The support was about to arrive, so they needed to be arranged first. Due to the special circumstance of the 25th planet, new students didn't get new missions. Meanwhile, they, along with Wang Wen's, needed to go to HQ and listen to arrangements. Seeing this, Luze let everyone get back to cultivation. The entire day passed in cultivation. After using core martial state beast orbs, Luze's spirit force grew rapidly. He believed it wouldn't be long until he rose another level. In the afternoon, Wang Wen's and the rest came back. 2 more fourth-year senior schoolmates came over, too. It's said that there were aperture opening state blade demons on this planet, so fourth-year senior schoolmates were sent over. They and Luze had seen the 2 fourth years at the drill, too. The skinny and warm, smiling one was called Gui Yuping. The bulky and coarse-looking one was called Isaac. These 2 were both at aperture opening state. Other than them, a few powerful beings from the military also came. More elite troops were also transported over. However, this had nothing to do with Luze and them. Wang Wen said these new arrivals would be going to regions controlled by blade demons to search for information. This was too dangerous for new students. At night, Luze entered the pocket hunting dimension again. He hunted while sensing around to see if there was the growing strong qi. Since it happened once, who was to say it couldn't happen again? Although it might not necessarily be the blue bird, other beasts would be good, too. However, he waited in the pocket hunting dimension until the second night and still didn't encounter those newly born bosses. There was no star in the pocket hunting dimension, but the sky emitted a faint, silvery hue. It covered the sky, but Luze never knew what this light was. After killing another beast, Luze watched the rising sun and felt great. He tasted a new way to die last time. This was sad. Today, however, he struggled and lived. He was about to leave the pocket hunting dimension alive again. At this moment, Luze's eyes flashed, he suddenly disappeared. A few kilometers away, in a brush that was 2 meters tall, Luze watched ahead. What did he find? Another rabbit. Not far ahead was a 2-meter-tall rabbit eating grass. Luze was shocked. He didn't expect to see rabbits here. Although this rabbit was considered a super rabbit compared with the ones he saw before, the average height in this area was above 4 meters. The bosses were easily over 10 meters. He hadn't touched a cute rabbit in a long time. This time, he'll send it spinning into the sky. Just when Luze was planning to use wind god art, the rabbit suddenly stopped eating grass and looked at Luze with dark blue eyes. Then, Luze's eyes went black. 1He was back in his room. Luze? Oh shit! What happened there? He didn't even know what happened, and he just died like that? He thought about what happened. After a long while, he sadly found that he indeed just died after being stared at by a 2-meter-tall rabbit. What was that? Gaze of death? That rabbit was definitely a boss. It pretended to be a noob and tricked him. Luze's eyes flashed. That rabbit probably had a terrifying god art. However, he didn't even know what it was. Luze rubbed his head. He thought he could come back alive, but he still died. He was a little disappointed. However, Luze died too many times to care. He soon closed his eyes and cultivated again. The next morning, Luze and the rest received news of the mission. They just needed to deal with the beasts appearing in a heaven blue crystal mine already controlled by the base. It was as far as the oasis. Last night, the miners seemed to have dug into a beast lair. The beasts attacked, and a small-scale collapse occurred. Chapter 154, I like young people like you. Everyone went toward the transport car to the heaven blue crystal mine. A few hours later, they arrived. This place wasn't like those large bases, but in order to ensure the living standards of the miners and guards as well as potential blade demon ambush, there were quite some high-strength alloy buildings covering the site. It was a small base. Luze and the group watched the shadows in the distant sand and listened to the veterans speak. The miners and guards worked in shifts, so they could go back and rest at the base sometimes. There were still a few more days before the new exchange, but because of the newly discovered lair and its collapse, these old troops needed to go and help ahead of time. Everyone could see that the base was protected by a 10-meter-tall metal wall. There were all sorts of energy cannons installed on the wall and squads of soldiers patrolling around. Like the big base, this small base also had a protective barrier. The color was blue, and it covered the entire base. When the car came to the entrance of the base, they were checked before being allowed in. Once inside, they watched outside the window with their eyes wide open. There were all sorts of gigantic excavation equipment, smelting equipment, as well as energy cauldrons. Mining cars came and went, busy miners and soldiers worked arduously. The entire mining base was filled with life. Seeing everyone dazed at the scene, the soldier said proudly, "This Heaven Blue Crystal mine is a large mining field in the entire 25th planet. The Heaven Blue crystals here are rather plentiful. We paid quite some price to fight for this place with the blade demons." He then laughed, "But eventually, this mine belonged to us." Luze smiled, "Uncle Joseph, it must have been an intense battle, right?" "Of course. Even 4 captains came and Captain Marin sacrificed in the end. Lower-level officers and soldiers like me sacrificed even more." Joseph sighed and then touched his face. But everyone was prepared. Fighting in a war meant you could die at any time. Seeing Joseph grin, they felt complicated. Their families were in the interior region of the Federation. Some of their families were wealthy and had quite some powerful people. Although they knew the border had intense battles, they were still shocked when they experienced it firsthand. While they were living peacefully, there were soldiers dying all the time. Seeing this, Joseph laughed. "Second Lieutenant Luze, you guys don't need to think too much. Those of us who become soldiers all know what it's about. Even if we die, our families will get relief packages. It's not unacceptable." There were hot-blooded youth, and there were poor people who wanted to fight for a future on the battlefield. The Federation had never been stingy to soldiers and their families. Joining the army was a way up for many poor people. When they arrived at the barrack, everyone got off. A young soldier walked over and saluted to Luze. "Hello, Second Lieutenant Luze. I'm Herman. Captain Muhan sent me to greet you and your squad." Luze nodded. "Hello, second-grade soldier Herman, lead the way." Luze felt great. A few days ago, he was called a second-grade soldier, but now, he was a second lieutenant and could call others second-grade soldier. Then, they were led to an office. Captain Muhan was a square-faced, serious-looking, middle-aged man. He looked up seriously when they came in. Herman then left the office and closed the door. Then, Captain Muhan got up from his chair. He rubbed his tired forehead and said, "You're finally here, Second Lieutenant Luze." He had been so busy these few days that he felt drained. He greeted and then sat down on the couch on the side. He pointed at the couch opposite and said, "Take a seat." Luze and the rest sat down. Then, Luze asked, "Is the situation very serious now?" Captain Muhan sighed, "Very serious." He explained. There are 54 mining tunnels in the region. The deepest, the 45th tunnel, had reached 70 kilometers. This tunnel dug into a beast lair. Then, the beasts attacked and destroyed the entire 45th tunnel. The nearby tunnels also collapsed, and some beasts even charged out. The strongest was Core Martial State Level 7. I could only drive it away instead of killing it. More importantly, they can dig to other tunnels at any time. Luze frowned. Beasts who built a lair underground would clearly be good at digging. Thinking about this, Luze smiled. "So, it should be fine if I go into the 45th tunnel and kill all the beasts, right?" He wondered what beast it was. Would it be tasty? Luze was full of hope after trying the sand eagle. He wanted to catch a sand tiger and try. Mu Han smiled a little. The military said that Second Lieutenant Luze is a prodigy and even captured the Blade Demon's prodigy alive. You are set to become a young duke. If you can go down to clear up the beasts, I'll be assured. Luze scratched his head. Ahaha, so I'm that strong? Thank you for your compliment. Oh my! This guy had a stiff face, but he really knew how to compliment. Lin Ling rolled her eyes and kicked him. Couldn't this idiot be more mature? He laughed like a retard. Mu and the rest looked away. Seeing Luze admit it so directly, Mu Han was dazed and then laughed. Ha ha ha, Second Lieutenant Luze is very straightforward. I like young people like you. Luze's smile stiffened. He didn't like handsome, middle-aged men. Mu Han continued, the beasts in the 45th tunnel are strong, so if ordinary troops went in, the fatality rate would be high. We don't have enough strong people, as they need to lead squads to save trapped miners. The 45th tunnel needs to be cleared. Second Lieutenant Luze is very strong. This mission is perfect for your squad. Luze smiled and nodded. Leave it to us. Then, Mu Han frowned, but the 45th tunnel is very complex and has a lot of branch tunnels. It covers an area of tens of kilometers, it might be a bit hard to find. Luze's mouth spasmed. That huge? How was he going to find it? Was he playing a maze game? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled. Leave it to me, I can find it. Luze touched his chin. Her god art improved? Mu Han nodded. Since you guys have a way, then I'll leave it to you. Luze smiled. That's our mission. Mu Han called Herman in to take them to the 45th tunnel. The group passed a few streets and finally came to the 45th tunnel. The entrance was surrounded with alloy and had all sorts of pillars to prevent a collapse. The diameter of the tunnel was 5 meters. Soldiers were guarding the entrance. Luze and the squad got off the floating car, and a lieutenant walked over. After confirming their identities, they were let inside. Chapter 155, Cut into Mosaics. The tunnel walls hung quite some lights that emitted a warm, white light. The walls were full of hacking marks and had quite some blood on it. The blood was looking dark now. Luze's eyes flashed. This was probably the blood of the beasts and soldiers. Everyone wore spirit-powered armor. When their metal shoes stepped on the ground, it made crisp clanks that echoed in the tunnel. The air still had the smell of dust and blood. When they went in a few hundred meters, all the lights were broken. Behind them was the light and before them was the darkness that seemed to devour them. Luze's mouth spasmed. If a white-robed woman came out now, it would be a scary movie. Luze was scared of scary movies the most in his past life. Now that he was strong, he wasn't so scared. Lin Ling, which martial artist is scared of ghosts? Mu smiled. Ghosts aren't scary, but the fabled void spirit race, dark demon race, and many other races look quite like ghouls. This made the timid Ian and Jessica shrink their necks. Then, Xianyuki said, those races are outside the Milky Way, right? They're very far from us. Luze asked, are they strong? Lin Ling replied, most are stronger than the human race. Everyone fell into silence. Humans had little time for development, and they weren't those naturally powerful races. They could have a spot in the Milky Way all because of the sacrifices of the ancestors. Mu smiled. When I go out of the Milky Way to travel, I will subjugate the cosmos with one sword. Keep dreaming. Yuan Tianqianhu laughed. Luze's eyes flashed. Should he set a small goal such as ruling the Milky Way galaxy or something? But thinking about this, it seemed too little of a goal for a transmigrator. It needed to be grander, such as crushing a galaxy with one hand or stomping a cosmic lord. The group went forward a few hundred meters more. The light behind them were like stars now. They were gradually being devoured by the darkness completely. Luckily, they were all abstruse martial artists. Ordinary darkness didn't affect their vision. The tunnel ahead split off into left and right. The group stopped there. Both branches were silent and dark. Yemu looked at Luze. Ze, which way do we go? Luze looked at Linling. Linling, which way do we go? Didn't she say she had a way? Go, Linling. Find the right way. Of course, Luze didn't dare to say it out loud. Linling got up proudly. Her eyes flashed with color as she glanced at the two tunnels. Then, she pointed at the right one. This one. Luze looked at her. Please tell me your reason. Linling smiled. My god, art improved. I can see the remnant spirit force in the air. The right one has quite some beast spirit force. Luze nodded. As I expected, your god art improved. Just when Linling was happy, Luze said. What a coincidence, my god art improved, too. Linling. Everyone looked at the happy Luze speechlessly. This guy had such strange taste? Did he love crushing Linling's spirit that much? Luze smiled. Okay, let's go. Then, he walked in first and everyone followed behind him. The tunnel was dark and twisted. Some areas were tens of meters wide and some were 3 meters thin. There were cracks on quite some walls. Some places even collapsed. If beasts passed through the collapsed area, they would clear the tunnel. Their footsteps echoed. Along the way, there were quite some pieces of clothes as well as blood. Luze looked at this and his eyes flashed. These belonged to the miners, right? Half an hour later, they came to a round cave that was a few hundred meters wide. There were heaven blue crystal shards as well as excavation marks. These shards glowed in the dark. At this moment, there were 12 3-meter-tall beasts. They have hard, black shells, 4 sharp claws, and hideous looks. They were gnawing away at the crystal pieces, as though it was some delicacy. Luze and his squad set their chi in stealth. They were shocked at what these beasts did. This was the first time they encountered a mine-eating beast. They are probably the beasts Captain Mu Han spoke of, right? Linling whispered to Luze's ear. Luze nodded. Probably. There were no other beasts, after all. They don't seem very strong, they're all low-level abstruse beasts. Yemu raised a brow. Green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and 12 vibrant wind blades appeared in the air and instantly sliced at the beasts. Clank! Screech! There was the sound of metal clashing when the blades struck the shell. Then, they cut inside. Roar! Blood splashed on the cave floor. The huge pain made their eyes go red as they roared. They were backstabbed while eating. Luze frowned. Their defenses seem strange. The wind blades he just sent should be able to kill ordinary low abstruse martial state. Yet, these beasts blocked his attacks. Their defense would be considered good even among middle-stage abstruse beasts. Were their hides this thick? The black-scaled beasts were alert now. Their spirit force flowed as they tensed up, ready to face the ambush. Green light flashed in Luze's eyes again, and a few thousand wind blades appeared in the air. They immediately squeezed the cave and lit it up with green light. Then, these thousands of wind blades sliced down like a thunderstorm. At this moment, Luze finally realized why that blue bird boss flooded him with countless wind blades. This feeling felt very high up. It was satisfying. He wanted to do it again. The howls of the beasts stopped instantly, and the cave fell into silence. Linling and the rest felt sorry for the beasts. They were cut up into mosaics. Luze looked at the pile of mosaics and fell in thought. He said, "Their shells are so tough." Everyone's eyes flashed as they nodded. Indeed. Luze said. I might need to use a huge effort to cut them open. Xavier and the rest also nodded. No wonder Captain Mu Han felt helpless. They were hard to deal with indeed. Lin Ling glanced at the bodies. Their shell seems to be made up of metals. There's plenty of weaknesses. If it was me, I could break it open with one sword. Everyone's mouth spasmed. They admired Lin Ling's god art. Finding weakness, god art was too effective against these tough hide beasts. Luze had a strange face. Made up of metal. Lin Ling nodded, it should be their talent. They were eating ores, weren't they? Perhaps they could digest it and use it to form armor. Luze glanced at the ground. There really were all sorts of wonders in the universe. Yemu and the rest glanced at each other and said, Zi, Lin Ling, how about you guys continue? We probably wouldn't be able to help even if we went. They had their pride, too. Up until now, they did nothing. If a beast tide came, Luze might need to protect them instead. Lin Ling could at least find the way, and she could kill the beasts relatively easier here. If they did nothing and were to split military merit with Luze and Lin Ling, they would be losing face. Chapter 156, Don't. You'll be buried alive. Luze looked at the firm-faced group and smiled. If you guys are certain, then up to you. Luze could understand their pride. All those who could come to the Federal University were the most talented in an entire solar system. No one would want to be a freeloader. Yemu and the squad smiled. Of course. When we go out, we'll go tell Captain Mu Han that we'll go support the minor rescues. Luze nodded. Then, Yemu and the rest returned. The tunnel was complicated, but they remember the way back. Only Luze and Lin Ling remained in the tunnel. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. If it wasn't that my god art can help find beasts, I would have left too. Lin Ling's use was just to guide the way. If Luze could find the beasts himself, he could kill them all himself. Luze smiled. There's not that many ifs. Stop sighing, and let's go. We might be able to make it back in time for dinner. Lin Ling glanced at Luze speechlessly. This guy was still thinking about food. Luze smiled and turned around to look at the 4 tunnels. His smile stiffened. Lin Ling, which one do we go to? Oh my! If he was here alone, he would definitely get lost. Lin Ling pointed to the very right tunnel. This tunnel has the highest density of foreign spirit force. Luze frowned. So, other tunnels have it, too. Lin Ling nodded and pointed at the 2 tunnels to the left. It's in there, too. Which one do we go to? Luze thought about it and said, let's go to the one with the most first. Lin Ling nodded. It was Luze fighting anyway. She was just a cute audience, she didn't mind. Then, the 2 headed down the right tunnel. It was curved and went up and down, but it was still going down overall. During the meantime, the 2 encountered quite some solo beasts. There were Spirit Martial State, Abstruse Martial State, and even low-level Core Martial State beasts. Those Core Martial State low-level beasts had defenses equivalent to Core Martial State middle stage. As they went deeper, more and more beasts appeared. Their power grew stronger, too. It was another empty cave. Green light flashed in Luze's eyes and whirlwind covered the entire cave. More than 10 high-level abstruse beasts and 2 low-level Core Martial State beasts' ligaments hovered around in the air, but they were still swept inside the whirlwind. The sharp wind inside sliced on their bodies, and clanks sounded non-stop. The beasts started howling. Moments later, the cave was full of bodies. Luze and Lin Ling came inside the cave and studied the bodies. Lin Ling said, "They're getting even stronger." Luze nodded. "It's fine now. Let's go in further. There shouldn't be an aperture opening state beast, right?" Luze felt he shouldn't be that unlucky. It should be an easy mission. How come he didn't feel it was easy? The 2 pressed on. 3 hours later, there were less and less branching tunnels. There were more and more undug heaven blue crystals. The tunnels were illuminated in blue light. When the two were walking forward carefully, Luze suddenly stopped. "What's going on?" Lin Ling asked. Luze said, "It seems to be the end of the tunnel ahead. The end should be the beast lair they dug, right?" Luze looked ahead, but he didn't dare to use mental force to check it. It wouldn't be good if a powerful beast inside sensed it. Lin Ling dazed and said, "Let's go check it first." Luze nodded. "Let's be careful." The two went forward carefully. At the end of the tunnel, they peeped their heads inside the cave. The cave had a diameter of 1,000 meters. Blue crystals emitted light from the walls and ground, lighting up the entire cave. Inside were tens of huge, black-shelled beasts gnawing at the blue crystals. Their sharp teeth crushed the ores. There was also heavy breathing from the beasts. In the center of the beasts laid a 50-meter-long, huge black-shelled beast. It frowned a little. Its chi was very strong, probably high core martial state power. With its strong defenses, even Luze wasn't certain he could kill it. Lin Ling patted Luze's shoulder and pointed in a direction. "Look there, Luze." Luze glanced, and there was a huge hole of 100 meters in diameter. The inside was pitch black. It was a cave dug open by the beasts. The federal miners probably dug to this cave and were caught by the beasts. Then, they were attacked. So, did that mean there were more beasts inside? Just that huge beast alone made him feel not so confident. If they fought, and they called for their parents or something, he would really cry. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and she suddenly smiled. "Zi, do you still remember the insectoid tide?" Luze was in a daze and replied. "Of course." Lin Ling raised her lips. "Just like how we attacked those flying insectoids, I'll tell you the weakness of the beast, and you attack." Luze's eyes lit. "We can do that." He completely forgot that Lin Ling could see through their defenses. Luze smiled at her. "Then, tell me where the weakness of that biggest beast is. I'll take care of them now." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes shone brighter. She started to sweat. It was very difficult for Lin Ling, as this was a high-level core martial state beast. If her god art didn't improve, she would definitely fail. Now, she could possibly succeed. Seeing Lin Ling frown in pain, Luze's eyes flashed but didn't tell her to stop. She wasn't that type of person. At this moment, the huge, black beast suddenly looked up and let out an ear-piercing howl. It shook the cave as dust fell. The other beasts also looked up warily. The huge beast looked toward the tunnel. It noticed someone peeking while it was eating. This made it furious. Luze turned to Lin Ling. "We're found." Lin Ling said, "I need a little bit more time." Before she finished, the black beast flashed with spirit light as a faint green, basketball-sized energy ball formed in its mouth. It then turned into a green light that shot toward Lin Ling and Luze. The energy inside made Luze serious. This was a core martial state level 9 beast. Red flames flashed in Luze's eyes as a fire barrier blocked in front of the ball. Rumble. Terrifying energy was released in the cave. Green and red light filled the space. The walls started cracking as dust and rocks fell non-stop. Luze looked at the expanding crack, and his eyes flashed. Green wind grabbed Lin Ling's thin waist as Luze brought her into the cave. They couldn't fight in the tunnel here or it would collapse, and they would need to rebuild it. When they came in, the tens of black beasts charged at them. If it wasn't that the rocks containing the heaven blue crystals were rather tough, this cave would have probably collapsed already. Luze's eyes went cold. Green and red light flashed in Luze's eyes as he opened 5 times strength god art. He went into his strongest form instantly. He would finish the battle quickly. Otherwise, if the cave collapsed, wouldn't he be buried alive? He opened his right hand. A red flame appeared, forming red prisons that devoured the beasts. Then, wind spun around the prisons, too. The weakest beasts were just abstruse martial state and were instantly roasted to charcoal. They smelled bad. However, the remaining 8 core martial states survived. That core martial state level 9 roared. Its spirit light flashed, and it instantly broke free. Its armor was completely unscathed. It even shone brighter. Luze looked on dazedly. Did it repair its armor for it? He needed to charge a fee. Clearly, the beast didn't intend to pay as it charged toward Luze. Luze couldn't clash with the beast head-on yet. Otherwise, the cave might collapse. He dodged the attack with Lin Ling. The beasts lost speed while they strengthened their defenses. Luze could easily play around with the huge beast, while dealing with other weaker ones. In a short few seconds, 2 weaker, black beasts were roasted. Roar! Feeling his pals getting killed non-stop while he was getting played, the huge, black beast went into fury. It stopped chasing and roared. Terrifying spirit force wave spread out. Was this guy going to use a big move? Please don't. We're going to be buried alive. His mouth spasmed as he said, Lin Ling, we're about to be buried alive? Are you still not done? Luze glanced at Lin Ling and found her face was very pale. Her body seemed weak, too. Only her eyes were brighter. Chapter 157, Sorry for disturbing, we'll leave immediately. Not far ahead, the huge, black beast flashed with blue spirit light, releasing a powerful pressure. The entire cave shook as though it would collapse at any time. At this moment, the light in Lin Ling's eyes slowly receded. She said weakly, okay, it's at the spine behind its head. The metal distribution there is weak. Use your full power, and you should be able to break it. Luze grinned. Green and red light flashed in Luze's eyes. He used a fire god art and formed a red barrier to protect Lin Ling, while he charged at the beast. This huge beast seemed to attack differently than others. It relied on its powerful defense and continued to gather spirit force for its attack. Luze appeared behind its back where Lin Ling had said. He punched down with flames and wind. Rumble. The black beast was very confident in its defense. It was proven before as well that Luze's attack wasn't effective. It didn't react when Luze appeared behind it, but when Luze punched out, its sixth sense made it restless. With that punch, it would die. It didn't know why, but the black beast trusted its instincts. It roared, and the gathered spirit force turned into a faint blue armor covering Luze's punch. The green-red fist force clashed with the armor. Rumble. Thunderous raves spread, and the cave shook more violently. Large pieces of rocks fell down. Roar. A painful growl sounded. In terms of power, the black beast was weaker than Luze. Its only power was its defenses. Now that there was a flaw in it, Luze's fist easily tore open its spirit force defense and struck on its weakness. Bone-cracking sounds came. The black armor cracked, and the crack started to spread. The fist force seeped into the beast's body. Blood spilled out, making this beast howl in pain. Luze said coldly, die. He punched again. Rumble. The shell splashed away pieces. Another punch. Rumble. The spirit force fist tore through the armor and struck its tender insides. Sharp whines and scorching flames exploded inside the beast, and its organs and muscles were instantly destroyed. This cave could collapse at any time. Luze looked at the huge cave entrance on the wall that connected to the beast lair. His eyes flashed. Should he go in and check? His mission was to kill all the black beasts, after all. Who knew if there were more inside? Captain Mu Han didn't even have intel of his core martial state level 9 beast. It was too dangerous to go inside like that. If more battles occurred, this cave would really collapse. He wasn't going. He would go back and report the situation first. His life was more important. Luze came back to Lin Ling and waved away the barrier. He said, "Let's go back first, things don't seem to be so simple." Lin Ling clearly felt the same and nodded. "Hmm." Her voice was feeble. Clearly, she overused her god art. Just when they were planning a tactical retreat, a deep growl sounded from the tunnel. The tunnel started to collapse. A black beast smaller than the one Luze just killed charged out. When it saw the huge beast behind Luze, its eyes went red. It charged at Luze without hesitation. "Oh, sh*t. Lin Ling also looked at the collapse dazedly. How were they going back now? Why was there another one left? Luze's mouth spasmed. He took Lin Ling with the wind and dodged the attack. The beast furiously smashed the ground, and the cave shook vigorously again. Huge rocks fell down incessantly. "Lin Ling, can you still use god art?" Luze looked at the pale-faced Lin Ling. Her cultivation level was too low, and it would be hard for her to use it again. However, he couldn't break the defenses. He was still too noob. Luze felt he should go die in the pocket hunting dimension more. He couldn't even take care of a core martial state beast. Lin Ling said seriously, "I'll try again." Her dim eyes glimmered with light again. Her face instantly went pale, and her eyes turned red. "Stop!" Luze quickly grabbed her hand. Her eyes were going to be ruined like this. Lin Ling bit her lips and sighed eventually. "I can't." Luze grinned and said, "It's fine, it's very slow. If we run fast enough, it can't catch up to us. Our path is blocked." "You're still laughing. Couldn't he be more serious?" Luze pointed at the cave. "Isn't there another way here?" "It's fine, I'll take you out." Lin Ling's mouth spasmed. She didn't know what to say anymore. Then, Luze used wind god art to take them into the cave behind. There were all sorts of strange stalactites inside. Luze didn't know whether there were beasts, so he didn't even dare to use mental force in case a powerful boss found him. A furious roar sounded behind him. That beast had caught up. Luze glanced back and disappeared with Lin Ling. If this was on flat grounds, he could easily throw that guy off. The two moved rapidly in the tunnels. If there were branches, Luze chose left. Gradually, he couldn't hear the roars anymore. Yet, they were successfully lost. This beast lair was much larger than they had imagined. Luze had run 100 kilometers but still didn't see a repeating place. Nor did he see other beasts. Another half an hour later, Luze looked dazedly at the tunnel. This maze was huge. He found a random place to put Lin Ling as he took out his phone. "We'll make contact with the base first. I'll see if there's a signal here." Quantum communication was very developed right now. You could reach most places in the galaxy if you had a connection. But there were always places in the universe that naturally distorted signals. For example, now. Luze put his phone back helplessly. There might be some field interference. Lin Ling took out her phone too to check, but it had no signal either. She frowned. "It seems we can only find a way out first." Luze smiled. "Lin Ling, let's eat first." "So hungry." Lin Ling rebuked seriously. "What time is it now and you're still thinking about eating? Can you be more mature like me?" But when Luze took out Alice's food, the intense smell made Lin Ling shut up and sit next to Luze. As they ate, Luze asked, "Are your eyes fine?" Lin Ling nodded. "Light backlash. I probably can't use it for 3 days." Luze nodded and breathed easy. "That's good." He was really worried something would happen to her. After all, he had a responsibility. Lin Ling glanced at Luze and joked, "Oh, the foodie Luze knows how to care about people." Luze's mouth spasmed. "Your cultivation level is too weak, your body is weak too, your mental force is weak too. If you're strong enough, you wouldn't get backlashed. Lin Ling's smile faded. This bastard. Not everyone was him. Wasn't she already improving very fast? Lin Ling ate 2 more bowls of food. After eating, Luze checked around with wind god art and mental force. He found that in a few kilometer radius, there were no beasts. Thus, they found a place to hide and recover. They were both tired after fighting for a day. Luze closed his eyes and entered the pocket hunting dimension. The next moment, he opened his eyes again. There was a tear on the corner of his eye. He didn't go in for long, and some huge boss crushed him from the sky. Today, he was Lu Insect Ze. Then, Luze used red orbs to cultivate. Lin Ling was recovering, too. It was night at the base. Yemu and the rest were sent to help with the rescue. In a cave, Ian said worriedly, I wonder how Ze and Lin Ling are going. The beasts inside seemed strong. Yemu laughed. Don't worry, what can possibly happen to Ze? Perhaps the two are doing something happy right now. Xavier laughed. The girls looked contemptuously at the lewd Yemu. Xianyuki said coldly, do you think Ze is the same as you? I don't think Ze is that sort of person. If you were to have a young duke title, it would be lewd young duke. Hehe, thank you, lewd young duke is still a young duke. 6 hours later, Luze opened his eyes. Due to the spirit body, his spirit force cultivation had no bottleneck before the mortal evolution state. He was almost abstruse martial state level 5 now. However, this was still weak. He couldn't even take care of a core martial state level 9 beast. There would be even more powerful races in the future. He got up and looked at Lin Ling. When she closed her eyes, she looked softer and girl-like. However, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were still a bit dim. Seeing Luze look at her, she winked, what are you doing? Stalking me. Luze said speechlessly. Let's go, get out earlier. Lin Ling smiled and got up. Then, the two began their maze adventure again. 2 days later, Yemu and the squad looked worriedly at the 45th tunnel. They had rescued all the other living miners and killed some beasts during this time. But Luze still wasn't out. Ian said, is he alright? He has no signal on his phone, too. Yemu frowned. He should be fine. Even if he can't beat something, he can run away. The highest level being on this planet was just near aperture opening state. At least up until now, it was. Xianyuki said, perhaps they went inside a beast lair with no signal. Yuan Tianqianhua nodded. That's most likely. Meanwhile, Luze and Lin Ling have been walking around for more than a few thousand kilometers, but they still didn't find the exit. They did encounter some black shell beasts, but they weren't as strong as the large one. Just what lair was this? If they're so good at digging, then why not dig the entire underground of the planet? Wait. Luze thought of this possibility and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, do you think these beasts have dug the entire planet? Lin Ling's playful face was lifeless. No way. Luze frowned. Are you okay? Your face looks bad. Lin Ling's mouth spasmed. She hadn't showered for 2 days and wanted to shower. But how could she say this? He would laugh to death. Lin Ling shook her head. It's fine, my god art can recover tomorrow. It would be easier then. Luze nodded. Are you really fine? Really? Then, let's go. A few hours later, they went into a tunnel and then into a cave. Then, the two felt dazed. There were all sorts of metals and crystals inside, shining in different colors. However, on top laid a huge, black shell beast. It was completely different to the ones they had seen before. Its shell had waves of blue ripples. It was also 100 meters long. When the two came in, the beast slowly lifted up its hideous head and looked coldly at the two. Luze's mouth spasmed. He showed a very polite smile. Sorry boss, I didn't know this was your home. Sorry for disturbing, we'll leave immediately. Then, Luze swept up Lin Ling and ran. Chapter 158, How about we chill? Luze and Lin Ling charged outside. It was a boss. They couldn't mess with it. Although Luze's fire god art and spirit force cultivation have been improving steadily these 2 days, this black beast clearly didn't look like a newly ascended aperture opening state. Plus, Luze had personally tested the defenses of that core martial state level 9 beast. Luze wasn't interested in knowing how strong this aperture opening state beast's defenses was. So, Luze felt tactical retreat was more suitable. Roar! In 1 second, Luze and Lin Ling were a few hundred meters from the cave. The roar shook the air, forming waves that bounced around in the cave. Even Luze and Lin Ling felt a powerful wind blow past. It smelled bad. Then, heavy footsteps sounded. Luze felt that powerful chi slowly get close. The boss was planning to chase? Green light flashed in Luze's eyes as he smiled at Lin Ling. Grab the handle, the old driver is about to drive. Lin Ling? Handle? What handle? Before she could think, the scene before her twisted. The speed increased so fast that she felt she was flying. Her face went pale as she instinctively grabbed Luze's arm tightly. She glared at Luze. Luze! Do you want to scare me to death? This bastard! So, that's what he meant by grabbing the handle? She wasn't prepared at all. And, how was his speed this fast? As Luze sped up, he and Lin Ling turned into a green blur in this complicated cave. The abstruse martial state black beasts they passed didn't feel anything at all. They just felt a powerful wind go past. When they looked up, they saw nothing. Core martial state black beasts just sensed their chi as the two sped off. They couldn't even react. They weren't going to tolerate this. Although speed wasn't their strength, they had their pride. Thus, the core martial state beasts along the way roared and chased toward Luze and Lin Ling. The two left behind happy figures in the caves. However, behind them were tens of not-so-happy black beasts. The unhappiest one was the extremely powerful aperture opening state beast chasing at the start. It was taking a good nap at home, and then 2 strange beings entered its house. Without a doubt, they wanted to steal his collection. Thus, he planned to kill the 2 mercilessly. However, it was dazed to find that it couldn't catch the 2 at all. It felt that it was very invincible. In the entire race, there were only 5 as strong as it. How come it couldn't catch up to the 2? Its huge, black body turned into a black flowing light. It destroyed quite some tunnels along the way. It even crushed other black beasts along the way. It was merciless and dominating. Despite it working so hard to chase, it found the 2 slowly getting further away. If it was some other black beast, it would just roar a few times in their direction and then go back to sleep. But as the big boss of a race, it couldn't take this. Spirit light flowed, and the blue runes on its shell started to emit black light. Its pressure increased again, and its spirit force wave grew stronger. It roared, and its speed increased again. Luze was smiling. As long as they were fast enough, the black beasts couldn't keep up. However, running like this was problematic as the commotion was too big. Anything could happen. If they didn't encounter this boss, Luze wouldn't be running happily like this. Finding the exit safely was the right way. Lin Ling clutched Luze's arm tightly. She was getting used to this speed. "Ze, what do we do now?" That black beast sped up. "We won't be able to shake it off like this." The black beast's speed could keep up with Luze now. Speed was their weakness. This meant that the power of this beast was probably not just aperture opening state primary stage. Luze raised a brow, "It's fine, we'll go further away." It can't keep chasing us away from its home. Even if it does, we'll wait until your god art recovers, and we'll find a way out. His body had great recovery powers. Worse comes to worst, he would run as he used red orbs. There were all too many red orbs in his brain. It would take at least tens of days for him to use them up. He didn't believe the beast would keep chasing. Thus, Luze led all the beasts to line up and run around for exercise. Quite some low-level black beasts didn't even know what was going on, and then a strong wind blew past. Then, they dazedly watched as their boss trampled over them. Those who were stronger didn't die immediately and wailed on the ground but were then trampled by the chasing court-martial state beasts. Before they died, all they could think was, what was going on? Luze felt great, as he found that while using the red orbs, he could still get stronger. It was much less effective than when he cultivated, but he was still getting stronger. New discovery. While Luze was happy, Lin Ling sensed all sorts of powerful qi. Her face was pale from the fright. She didn't know how big this lair was, but they've run over 100 kilometers with such speed. Lin Ling didn't even dare to imagine how many black beasts were following behind. Lin Ling looked at the smiling Luze and said, "Ze, should we be more chill?" Luze was loving it right now. The beasts were even roaring in rhythm. They had quite the artistic talent. Luze smiled. "Don't worry, it's only a small scene. I have a special running method. Plus, that big boss is following behind. I can't stop even if I wanted to." In the pocket hunting dimension, he had encountered wolf packs, beast tides, and all sorts of things. There was no cover on the grassy plain, and yet he could live so long. Here, he would run until those black beasts doubted life. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't say anything else. Luze was right. For some reason, that aperture opening state beast kept chasing them. Half an hour later, they had twisted and turned, but that aperture opening state boss still kept up. However, the numbers following them didn't increase. Some gave up, and some newly joined. The number remained at a few hundred. Luze and Lin Ling passed a few kilometers long tunnel. When they were at the end, the boss was at the start. Lin Ling instinctively turned around. She dazed and then frowned. She patted Luze. "Luze, look at the beast behind you." Luze turned around in confusion. What? He just glanced at it once and frowned. "This boss? Lin Ling, very similar, right?" "Yes." Due to the shock, the beast closed in on them a little. Luze had a burst in speed and disappeared around a corner. Ordinary black beasts just had a black shell, but the aperture opening state one showed blue runes. It was extremely similar to the spirit-powered armor. Chapter 159, The Great Search. Luze and Lin Ling constantly flashed around in the complex tunnels. In the distance, the beast roars echoed. Heavy steps followed them closely. However, both of them frowned and didn't care about the roars. They were reminiscing how they saw the spirit-powered armor like runes that lit up on the beasts. The atmosphere fell silent for a while. Luze asked, "Lin Ling, do you think this planet would have spirit metal?" Lin Ling turned around, glancing at the aperture opening state beast, and said slowly, "Ze, remember when we were at the transporter ship, that soldier said he saw a spirit metal being devoured by beasts? If there are really spirit metal mines around the lair, then it seems right that the signal is blocked." Luze laughed speechlessly. If there were spirit metal mines nearby, the special spirit wave would interfere with quantum signals. Lin Ling frowned. If there really is one, I wonder how much there is. The two fell in silence again. Spirit metal was too meaningful. If there really was large amounts of spirit metal, then the 25th planet would turn into a butchering ground very quickly. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. "I have a very unfortunate guess." Luze's face went dark. "That Barbados came for this." Lin Ling nodded. If the Blade Demon found spirit metal mines here, they may indeed send powerful beings over sneakily. Perhaps, the Blade Demons on this planet are beyond our imagination. Luze looked behind. These guys really don't give up. At this moment, Luze's eyes lit up. He smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I have a bold idea. Lin Ling's face went stiff. She didn't know what the idea was, but seeing how happy this guy was laughing, she had a bad feeling. Her mouth spasmed as she glared at Luze. No. She had to stop this retard. Luze glanced behind. I have no choice. If there really is a spirit metal mine, we need to leave as soon as possible. Even if we can't, we need to confirm if there are spirit metals. Lin Ling bit her lips. She clearly knew this guy was going to be a retard, but he had the right reason, and she couldn't stop him. Luze smiled. Lin Ling, why don't we go around and see if there are spirit metal in that boss home? Luze's lips raised like crazy. He just wanted to find a way out before, but now, he wasn't going to be so kind. Lin Ling heard the roars behind her. Her eyes flashed, and she gritted her teeth. Okay. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and he ran to the general direction of the boss cave. The lair of the beasts was very complicated. Although they had run out very far, the memory of high-level martial artists was very good. Luze could remember the general direction. The sudden turn made the aperture opening state beast roar again. It drifted, smashing a pillar away, and kept chasing. Luze took Lin Ling through tunnels after tunnels. An hour later, the two came to the aperture opening state beast's cave. There were piles of ores and metals. Luze immediately used his mental force to sweep everything into his storage ring. The cave instantly became clean. Only kids would choose. He would take it all. The vibrant colored cave immediately dimmed down. Luze didn't stop at all and ran out of the cave. As soon as they did, a powerful blue spirit force attack struck toward the two. Luze grinned. He punched out with wind and fire god art. Rumble. The cave shook. Luze's power was still weaker than this boss. The blue spirit force pillar annihilated Luze's fist force. The remnant kept charging at Luze. Luze raised his mental power, and waves of red barrier stopped before the attack, weakening it. Then, he used the shock force to dart toward the other direction. In terms of running, Luze could confidently say he was very strong. At this moment, the boss finally came to his cave. He turned around and saw that all the metals and crystals were gone. It was completely dumbfounded. That was all his collection. Those two bastard robbers! Roar! The aperture opening state boss made a furious yet pitiful roar. Its blue ripples flashed, and it chased toward Luze and Lin Ling again. Meanwhile, Luze and Lin Ling just ran out a few hundred meters. They were stunned. Their eyes widened as they looked ahead in disbelief. There were translucent crystals on the wall. They had this faint glow and emitted a strange spirit force wave. Luze asked, Lin Ling, this wouldn't be the spirit metal, right? Luze was arranged to have 1.5 kg of spirit metal, but that would only be given once he got to the school. Lin Ling nodded. This is indeed spirit metal. Luze was speechless. They just needed to turn left from the door of the boss to see this, but before, they turned right and took a big circle to realize. The Great Search. At this moment, the furious roars of the big boss came out behind them. The two shivered. They just raided its home. Their best option is to run first. Thus, Luze dragged Lin Ling to run again. This tunnel had been dug for quite some time, but there were still spirit metals not yet eaten yet. Clearly, even black shell beasts took time to digest spirit metal. After going for a few km, there were more spirit metals scattered on the wall. Luze and Lin Ling's eyes focused. It was spread out, but there was quite the storage here. Plus, there was probably more undiscovered yet. This amount of spirit metal was enough to change the entire battlefield at Xiao'er system. Perhaps, even planetary martial artists would be coming. That big black beast put its home next to the spirit metal mine. It was clearly to take it for himself. This tunnel wasn't long, and soon, they reached the end. It was another pitch-black cave with no difference from the tunnel before. Clearly, the big boss dug it itself. Luze and Lin Ling turned around. The big boss had already appeared in the tunnel. The instant it saw Luze and Lin Ling, it spat a blue spirit orb without hesitation. The terrifying spirit force struck towards Luze and Lin Ling. Luze raised a brow as he disappeared with the wind. The orb struck a wall, blowing out tens of diameter long ditch. The entire cave was shaking. One had to admit that the rock-producing spirit metal was extremely tough. Ordinary rocks attacked by aperture opening state wouldn't just break this little. Despite this, cracks still appeared, and it was expanding. Luze charged into the other tunnel. At the same time, a sliver of confusion flashed in his eyes. He sensed some familiar qi. Lin Ling, do you sense it? There's a familiar qi. Familiar qi. Lin Ling frowned. Then, she shook her head. Perhaps I'm not strong enough. Luze laughed. Yo, young mistress. Lin Ling finally admits she's a noob. Luze. Luze laughed. We'll go around in a few more circles. Lin Ling nodded. MHM. Then, Luze's eyes lit up again. Lin Ling, I have another bold idea. Lin Ling. Chapter 160, Were they surrounded? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Hearing this, Lin Ling rejected it in her heart. This guy had a big hole in his head, the type that couldn't be filled up. But Lin Ling still decided to listen to Luze's idea. What do you plan to do? If I didn't sense it wrongly, there might be a tunnel over there. We can even make the bold guess that blade demons are mining. If we pull some more beasts over, it might be helpful. There were already so many beasts following them that it didn't matter if more came. If they really went over there and found the blade demon mines, he would destroy it no matter what. The spirit metal couldn't fall into the hands of the blade demons. The two alone weren't enough to destroy the cave. If there was a mining cave, there would definitely be aperture opening states guarding it. Luze and Lin Ling would be in grave danger. Thus, it was important to drag over some fat bulky bodyguards. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and she said, would we be surrounded? It was a good idea, but it was hard to execute. Luze grinned. Don't worry, I'm very strong at running. What a joke, he was running man. Luze. 1 Luze took Lin Ling and started a big circle. The aperture opening state boss chased even more resiliently after its home was robbed. Quite some core martial state followed too. Of course, there were some sneaky ones who quickly went up to take a few bites at the spirit metal, seeing their boss wasn't watching, and then continued chasing furiously. 1 after 1 circle, Luze noticed more beasts chasing them. The cave was very popular. Then, Luze took that huge wave of beasts back to the tunnel with spirit metal. There were still a few core martial state beasts secretly eating the spirit metal. Clearly, they didn't expect Luze would be back. Hearing another close roar, those few beasts stopped chewing. They shivered. Luze and Lin Ling glanced at the beasts that forgot to even attack them. Luze didn't know why, but he still ran. Core martial state attacks were useless against him. Luze ignored them. Meanwhile, the aperture opening state boss found that his underlings dared to eat his spirit metal and was furious. He went up and slapped all of them dead. Coming before the crack, Luze sensed it previously but didn't sense anything this time. The boss was chasing up. Red and green lights flashed in Luze's eyes, and he punched in the huge ditch. Rumble. Stones flew, and the crack grew deeper. After that punch, Luze still didn't sense that strange chi again. Did he sense wrongly? Before Luze could think, he started running again as the beasts got closer. After another big circle and Luze brought the beasts here for the third time, that aperture opening state finally used spirit force attack on him, instead of charging at him. Luze dodged the attack, and the spirit force struck on the ditch. Rumble. Dust and spirit force filled the space. When the spirit force light disappeared, that ditch became a huge cave. Luze and Lin Ling went into another tunnel to dodge the attack and didn't stand in front of the cave. They couldn't see what was inside, but the atmosphere became very silent. The aperture opening state didn't roar, however, its heavy breathing grew more rapid. Each breath seemed to contain huge fury. Luze was dazed. What was inside the cave that made the big boss this furious? Caesarea was an aperture opening state primary stage blade demon. He wasn't as strong as prodigies who had god art, but he was a small prodigy. So when the humans invaded outside, Babatoya sent him to guard the spirit metal mine entrance. Lord Babatoya trusted him, and he wasn't going to betray this trust. Just before, the miners reported beast roars and smashing sounds in the depth of the mine tunnel. As the guardian of this mine, he was going to check this personally. After all, spirit metal was too important. If something really happened, he would be gone. He had a bad feeling. He sensed that one of the beasts seemed to be stronger than him. There was another strange power that felt weak but also made him sense danger. Caesarea hesitated. The aperture opening states were fighting outside. What should he do? Should he fight alone? His mission was to protect this mine. The beast seemed furious. If he fought it, would it get even angrier? But if he didn't, the mining couldn't continue. At this moment, a terrifying power exploded from the cave. Huge rocks were thrown off. He quickly protected his miners. Then, a huge hole appeared on the wall. Caesarea looked inside. It was a tunnel filled with spirit metal that illuminated it. But that wasn't the problem, as this place was a spirit metal mine. The problem was that a huge beast with a hideous head was looking at him. It seemed very strong. This boss clearly didn't expect that the hole he created had other organisms inside. When he saw the spirit metal that was dug out, his eyes went red. Why was everyone trying to steal my treasure? These black two-legged organisms were worse than the previous two. They dug such a huge hole? 1 How many spirit metal did they mine? This was a treasure he was guarding. Thus, the boss roared and charged into the cave without even looking at Luze and Lin Ling. Then, terrifying battle waves erupted. Lin Ling asked curiously, "Blade demons? We'll go sneak a look." Before the big pack of beasts caught up, Luze and Lin Ling peeped out their heads. Soon, they saw what happened. It was a huge hole, which was dug in the mining cave. It was a few thousand meters in diameter. Quite some broken arms and legs were on the ground. They probably came from blade demon miners. The beast that chased them was now chasing a blade demon flashing with red spirit light. Every time the blade demon's sharp blades struck at the shell of the beast, it only made clanks. Not even a white scratch appeared. Yet, the powerful attacks of the beast made the blade demon jump around. Caesarea was dazed. His power wasn't much weaker than the beast, but its defenses were too terrifying. His attacks were completely ineffective. How was he going to fight? Watching this, Luze grinned. Luckily, I was smart and found a fat bulky bodyguard. Otherwise, we would be caught up. The blade demon was aperture opening state and stronger than him. Without this beast, they would be hunted. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. There's a powerful being inside. Perhaps, there would be more outside. Luze's smile disappeared. This did seem right. Were they surrounded? Chapter 161, The Baby Human Young Duke. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Thinking about how they might be surrounded by a bunch of powerful blade demon bosses, Luze suddenly felt worried. He just wanted to complete an easy new student mission. Why did it become like this? Spirit metal mines and then blade demon bosses. This wasn't easy at all. The battle was still going on inside the cave between the blade demon and the black-shelled beast. It was more like the beast chasing the blade demon everywhere. Due to the beast being slow, this situation went into a stalemate. The blade demon couldn't break through the beast's defense while the beast couldn't catch up to the blade demon. At this moment, the large wave of core martial state beasts also charged over. Their roars made Caesarea look over. When he saw the dense pack of beasts charging over, the expression on his face twisted. He knew about their defenses. All the aperture opening states outside were fighting. If this many beasts charged out, it would be huge trouble. If that happened, huge trouble would happen to him too. He was so unlucky. At this moment, Luze and Linling retreated, seeing the black beasts charge out. Luze didn't need to worry about being surrounded. At this moment, the core martial state beasts came to the cave and saw their boss was fighting a small two-legged animal. Then, they looked at Luze and Linling, who disappeared at the corner. They didn't know where to go. At this moment, the aperture opening state beast roared. Immediately, all the beasts charged in the mining cave, wanting to charge out from there. After all, the spirit metal here was dug away. They had to find it back. Luze and Linling watched this. Ze, if there are still aperture opening state blade demons outside, just these core martial state beasts wouldn't be enough, right? The strongest defenses of these beasts at core martial state were just aperture opening state primary stage, but their power was core martial state. They were just a little bit troublesome for aperture opening states. Luze nodded. They seem to be searching for the lost spirit metal. We'll let them pave the way. If it's too dangerous outside, they could only find another way out. Caesarea was very sad. Those beasts still entered the cave. Without this terrifying aperture opening state beast, those core martial state would just take some time for him. He was chased around, and his defenses were terrifying like this beast. If he was struck once, he would be injured. A few more times, he would go to heaven. But if he didn't stop these beasts and they went outside, then it would be over. Thinking about this, Caesarea's eyes flashed, and he growled. Then, his blood spirit force boiled. His body started to crack and bleed. He seemed injured, but his force rose. This was the Blade Demon race forbidden technique. Bobados used it last time when he tried to run. Sensing this, Luze and Linling's eyes flashed. Linling asked, "This force, it seems similar to what that prodigy did last time." Luze raised a brow. This was fighting with his life. There seemed to be a lot of black beasts, but it had a limited threat towards aperture opening state beasts. Did he need to release a huge move? Rumble. The battle heated up. The aperture opening state beast was no longer a match in head-on clashes. However, Caesarea's attacks could only leave some marks on it and couldn't hurt the beast. But Caesarea's goal wasn't to kill this boss but to hunt the beasts that charged out. Blood spirit force sliced through the air. The armor of the core martial state beasts couldn't block a single attack. Their armor was sliced open as spirit force rushed inside to destroy their internals. Seeing this, the boss beast roared in fury. Its blue runes became more obvious. It charged at Caesarea. Rumble. 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 Terrifying waves spread across. The nearby cracks spread out. The cave grew bigger and bigger until it stretched 100 meters across. This was enough for many beasts to run together. Gradually, some high-level core martial state beasts still entered the mining cave and charged towards outside. Other than some beasts that ran off, most beasts charged into the mining cave. At this moment, the Blade Demon was covered in blood. He had intense killing chi as he tried to stop the beasts from running outside. He was fighting with his life. Luze watched. Why is he the only aperture opening state? Where are the other ones? Where are the soldiers? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This blade demon seemed injured. It has no backup. How about we? Luze glanced strangely at her. Was her heart this dark? But, he thought the same. 1his power was weaker compared to these bosses, but he just needed to add some weight on one side of the scale, and this delicate balance would be broken. Caesarea took a hit from the boss beast for killing a core martial state peak stage beast. He flew back uncontrollably. Seeing this, a green and red light flashed in Luze's eyes. Caesarea suddenly saw a huge flaming tornado form behind him. Caesarea. There were other aperture opening state beasts? Just one was enough for him to handle, and yet, there was another. Watching this tornado, it was clearly a beast that knew God art. The tornado wasn't lethal. He wouldn't be worried at all if he was in his prime, but now, he was drained. The fire burned his injured body, and his injuries worsened again. He roared with his hideous mouth as his blood spirit force burst again. More and more cracks appeared on his body. He became a human fountain of blood. He was at the border of death, but he had no choice. Caesarea broke the inferno and barely dodged the charge attack of the beast. He didn't counterattack. Instead, he gazed at the cave entrance. The spirit force wave came from outside. That aperture opening state seemed to have just entered aperture opening state. He would kill the weak one first. Caesarea had no confidence in doing so as he knew how insane their defenses were. Yet, when he looked at the cave entrance, he saw one male and female young humans standing there. From the spirit force waves, it seemed the male released the attack. Humans. His voice was full of disbelief. Did those two humans draw the beast here? Could they control the beasts? This wasn't right. They were so young. How were they so strong? Was he the new generation of young duke? However, this was the first time he saw such a baby young duke. Chapter 162, Suddenly, I don't want to play. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Looking at Caesarea's shocked face, Luze grinned and waved his hand. Hello. Caesarea was so dazed that he couldn't react. This human was waving at him? Was it not a human but a human-looking beast? How could a human wave to him? Even Lin Ling was dazed. Luze, this bastard, was acting up again. Why was he waving to this blade demon? That beast turned around and dashed at Caesarea again. He focused a part of his attention on Luze and Lin Ling too. They were enemies as well. Sensing the terrifying wave behind him, Caesarea felt anxious, and his blood bled faster. Roar! The blade demon turned into a blood flow of light as he went to hide. He looked at the remaining core martial state beasts in the cave and then at Luze and Lin Ling. There were quite some beasts that ran out. He would definitely be punished. But should he now continue to stop the beasts or try killing these two humans? His injuries were growing worse, and if this continued, he might die here. That aperture opening state beast pretty much had no injuries. Should he retreat first? Before he could decide what to do, another inferno appeared in the air. The sharp tear of the wind, as well as the intense heat, was eroding his body. Luze used another god art. This was a good opportunity. This was a heavily injured aperture opening state blade demon. The blade demon immediately roared and charged at them. Luze's face had some seriousness. Although it was heavily injured, this blade demon was still strong. He might be killed if he wasn't careful. Luze used all his power. 5 times the strength god art, spirit force, wind god art, fire god art, physical body power. The aftermath of the power made the air vibrate as the heat wave spread. He stepped forward, leaving a crack on the ground below him, and punched. Rumble. In every place the fist force went, the air twisted and burned. The blade demon roared as he crossed his arms. The two blades sliced out sword rays with blood light towards the fist force. Then, the sword ray sliced open the fist force and continued towards Luze. Luze didn't feel good. It was this strong? He thought the blade demon would be weaker after getting injured. Luze kept punching out. All he had to do was block this strike. After all, he had a bodyguard. The huge beast appeared behind the blade demon and sliced out its huge claw. The blade demon could only give up the thought of chasing up with an attack. He roared and clashed with the beast again. Rumble! The blade demon was struck back once again as blood and blue spirit force spread. In terms of power, the blade demon right now was much stronger than Luze and a bit stronger than the beast. His power was attained through the forbidden technique. He may receive the backlash at any time. If that happened, he would lose all hopes. Luze punched tens of times and finally blocked the attack. His mouth spasmed. He really was testing the borders of death. Bosses were indeed very powerful. Luckily, he had the beast helping him, or he would run as far away as possible. At this moment, the beast slapped away the blade demon and then shot an energy ball at Luze. Luze was stunned. Wait! I thought we were on the same team. Luze felt disappointed. To prevent the situation from changing, Luze could only deflect the energy attack bitterly. These two attacks almost used up all his power. He used red orbs in his brain, and his energy was refilled. Lin Ling said, "Ze, we can't continue like this." Luze's eyes flashed. Do you have a better way? Lin Ling frowned. Something is amiss with the situation right now. Quite some core martial state beasts went out, but no other powerful beings came in. This isn't right. They would be ruining the mine. The blade demon should be sending people in immediately. And, despite knowing there was an aperture opening state blade demon here, he didn't go out to stop the beasts. They should know something is holding him here. So, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It's either this aperture opening state is the only one or the other aperture opening state blade demons are held up. Luze thought about it and gritted his teeth. Let's find an opportunity to leave. It might be dangerous going out, but it was dangerous staying here too. There would all sorts of tunnels outside. It might be safer than here. The safest thing to do would be to run towards the beast lair now and find another way out. But it was best to understand the situation in the mine. After all, they didn't even know where they were. Who knew how long it would take to find another way out? This was quite exciting. Lin Ling gritted her teeth. I can use my god art now. Luze nodded. The two glanced at the fighting demon and beast. The blade demon spilled out blood again after another clash. Luze didn't get how this dude had so much blood. The boss beast was smashed on the cave walls. Another crack appeared on the wall. However, it wasn't injured. Suddenly, the blade demon's chi became unstable. His force was dropping. After using the technique twice, it couldn't last long. Luze's eyes flashed as his smile became evil. He needed to leave a way of retreat if he was to go out. He would add some damage to this guy. If this aperture opening state blade demon died, would the boss beast chase him or help his underlings? If it chased him, he would just run another circle. If it helped its underlings, then even better. He would wait for them to pave his path. If there were more aperture opening states outside, he would need to trouble this boss. Good beast. The blade demon felt things weren't good. He probably wouldn't be able to stop the beast. It's all the fault of that human youth. He wanted to tear Luze to pieces. At this moment, another inferno appeared behind him. The blade demon roared. Luze didn't know what it meant, but it definitely meant he was handsome. The blade demon roared away from the inferno and had to face the huge claw slapping at him. The blade demon wanted to cry. After another clash, the blade demon could no longer suppress the beast. The beast shot out a spirit cannon. Just when Caesarea wanted to dodge, another inferno appeared behind him. He didn't want to play. 1v2 was too unfair. Chapter 163, Mind Base and Human Powerful Beings. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Roar. The blade demon roared at the inferno. Blood spirit light flashed as he sliced down with his right blade. Tens of meters long spirit light sliced on the inferno. Rumble. The inferno exploded, turning into wind blades and fire waves, leaving deep marks on the cave wall. The blade demon turned and sliced with his left blade on the beast that charged at him. Blue runes flowed on the body of the beast. The spirit force slice tore open the beast's spirit force defense and slammed toward its shell. Clank! The terrifying spirit force slice only left half an inch deep mark. This wasn't even considered an injury for it. The beast roared and slapped with its right claw. The spirit light on it almost materialized. Rumble. The blade demon felt the lethal threat. His blood light grew more intense. He took back his right hand. The blade on his right hand turned into a blood blade seeping with ferocity. His force rose again. Even Luze and Lin Ling felt pressure when they stood at the entrance of the cave. This blade demon was truly fighting with his life. The huge claw clashed with a toothpick-sized blood blade. An ear-shocking explosion sounded. Rocks fell down and more cracks appeared. The rock layer couldn't handle their full-powered clash. Luze looked at the battlefield. The blade demon's body was cracking up even more. It didn't seem to have much more blood to flow. Meanwhile, the black shell-covered claw was sliced by the blade demon. There was a deep mark, and blood flowed out. It was just breaking its skin, but it was the first time the blade demon made it bleed. Then, the force the blade demon brought up crumbled like an avalanche. Luze grinned. A red and green light flashed in Luze's eyes. He used the fusion god art for the third time, not giving the blade demon a chance to breathe. Despite his power dropping again, the blade demon was not weaker than Luze. Its blade sliced open the inferno. Before he could react, the beast clawed his body. The blue spirit force tore open the blade demon's defenses. Thud! Like a ball, the blade demon was slapped to the wall. He fell down and painted the wall red. The blade demon's chi dropped once again. The beasts roared with dominance. It was angry about getting injured. It was still angry, and the slapping continued. It appeared next to the blade demon and slapped down. The blade demon tried to struggle but was slapped again. His blood spirit force was crippled. His body seemed to break at any time. The beast kept slapping. Rumble! 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 The cave was filled with the furious roars of the beast. Luze and Lin Ling glanced at each other strangely. This beast really had a bad temper. They felt pity for this blade demon. After tens of slaps, the blade demon's chi started to disappear until it was completely gone. When the beast stopped, the wall had sunken in with the blade demon's body. The blade demon was completely shattered. The beast roared and then looked at Luze and Lin Ling. Its eyes were full of killing intent. However, it didn't charge over. It was hesitating. These two animals robbed his home. However, the animal he slapped to death dug his most important mine. How could he resist this? He didn't know which side to go now. Luze and Lin Ling turned to run. It couldn't catch up anyway. They stopped further away, watching if this beast would chase them. Seeing this, the beast narrowed its eyes before deciding to go outside. It didn't want to admit, but it knew it couldn't catch up to the two animals. With a roar, the beast left. Luze and Lin Ling glanced at each other and smiled. "We'll follow behind." Lin Ling nodded. The ground was covered in the bodies of the beasts that the aperture opening state blade demon killed. In fact, if the blade demon ran, it could get escape. However, to prevent the beasts from all charging out, it fought to death here. Luze narrowed his eyes and looked at the body of the blade demon. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and he took the body, putting it in his storage ring. Lin Ling smiled. Ze, your military merit is going to rise quite a lot with this. You can probably reach the rank of first lieutenant. Luze grinned. Level 2 Sergeant Major Lin Ling. Lin Ling rolled her eyes and saluted, yes. Luze smiled. This feels great. Okay, let's go out first. You'll need to find the way. Lin Ling was annoyed, but she knew now wasn't the time to act up. I'll use God Art when the road branches out. Then, the two left. They saw some blade demon bodies on the way out. At every exit, Lin Ling would use her God Art to tell the way. They were closer and closer to the exit. Seeing Lin Ling's face was pale, he asked worriedly, "Are you okay? We should be out soon, we can take it slow." Lin Ling bit her lips and shook her head. "I know, I'll be fine. Maybe, the backlash might be a bit serious." Luze frowned at the firm-eyed Lin Ling. "Up to you." They kept flying. Rumble. Soon, they no longer just saw tunnels but broken buildings. They even heard the sound of battle. It was aperture opening state level. It was much stronger than the beast and that blade demon. The two glanced at each other. The chi was familiar. They went near the entrance and looked out. There was a huge crack of tens of meters wide in the dome. Sunlight shone through. They weren't used to the sunlight, so they closed their eyes. This dome covered a few hundred meters area. There were quite some defense weapons. It was probably prepared for human invasion. Little did they expect court-martial state beasts charging out. The ground was covered in weapons, blade demon bodies, and beast bodies. There were all sorts of battle sounds outside. This mining base was about to fall. Luze flew out with Lin Ling and looked outside. It was the desert, and the blue sky was dull. This place looked barren. The surrounding rocks looked the same. Clearly, it was masked. There were quite some powerful chi fighting outside. Luze and Lin Ling looked up. It was their senior schoolmate and reinforcements from the military. But due to numbers, the human race was at a disadvantage. In the base, more than 100 beasts roared and damaged things. The leader was the boss beast. Meanwhile, the blade demon troops counterattacked. Laser beams shot down from the sky, but most were dodged. Even if it landed on their shells, it only created dark spots. Only the powerful spirit cannons could break through their defenses. Their speed was slow relative to peers, but it was still hard for spirit martial state and abstruse martial state soldiers to land strikes on the core martial state beasts. Only some core martial state blade demon could barely keep them there. 4 powerful blade demon also split off and flew to the base. Due to this, the situation eased up for the humans. Chapter 164, I am burning myself. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. One of the 3 blade demons that came down had similar power to the one that was killed. The other 2 were close to Luze's power. And, one of them was a fire god art prodigy. Seeing this, Luze's smile twisted. What a coincidence, I know fire god art too. The blade demon with similar power to the dead one fought with the beast. Blade demons naturally had 2 blades and looked very ferocious. Every blade demon was a natural sword master. With the heritage they had in their race, they were very proficient at playing with swords. Cool and powerful. At this moment, the blade demon roared and sliced out the extremely sharp spirit force. It was severed in the exact same way as the dead blade demon. Thus, the result was of no difference. Clanks sounded, and the blade demon got dazed. He roared up to the sky. Luze didn't understand and looked to Lin Ling for translation. Lin Ling said, "This isn't a common language. It's blade demon language." Luze thought Lin Ling was a master in languages. She was only a little better than him. She was, at most, silver level. Instantly, Luze felt confident. Luze lifted up his chest and smiled. The two kept watching. The blade demon started to attack the beast with all sorts of styles. Soon, they moved their battlefield outside the base. This was the mining base and spirit metal mine. It couldn't handle it. The remaining two blade demons started to take care of the remaining beasts. Although core martial state beasts' defenses were annoying, their battle power was also aperture opening state primary stage. It was just a little troublesome. The blade demon who can use fire god art surged with flames. With its twisted face, it seemed like a demon from hell. Each slice carried a powerful burn. Just when the blade demon was happily dealing with the beasts, the obedient fire element suddenly erupted. Even he felt some heat. It was getting stronger and stronger. Blade demon. The blade demon was stunned, and before he could react, he felt huge pain. His best pal, fire god art, started to truly hurt him. Argh! The blade demon howled. The other aperture opening state blade demon prodigy and other blade demon soldiers looked dazedly at this howling blade demon. When they saw the blade demon's body crawling with flames that spun around and the blade demon looking pained, they felt speechless. The other prodigy said, "Stop playing, Socitos, stop playing. Deal with these beasts, so we can go support the commanders." Socitos replied screechingly while shivering, "Gugules, I'm not playing, I'm really being burned." He felt very innocent. He was clearly being burned. Why did they think he was playing? Why didn't they help? Gugules speechlessly killed a core martial state middle stage beast and then pointed at the flame on Socitos. "Your fucking flames are spinning around you, okay?" If it wasn't that they were close, he wouldn't be bothered reminding him. Socitos would be punished by Commander Babatoya. Arg! What answered Gugules was an even more hideous scream. What shocked Gugules was that Socitos's chi was dropping as though he was injured. Gugules opened his mouth and looked at Socitos in disbelief. "Oh shit! Do you need to act to this degree? Idiot! Someone is ambushing me. There are humans here. Arg, it's so hot." Socitos wanted to sense this person's position, but this person's fire god art mastery was much higher than him. This person was using his own flames against him. "I am burning myself." At this moment, a light breath brushed. Socitos and Gugules both tensed up. Gugules suddenly turned around and stared behind Socitos. "It's humans. Behind you." Two figures rapidly appeared behind Socitos. The male human was emitting a terrifying chi. Socitos knew his predicament. His true spirit force cultivation level was only at around abstruse martial state level 8. His aperture opening state power all came from his fire god art. Now that his fire god art followed someone else and burned him, he felt very bad, but there was nothing he could be careful about. Socitos roared and used all his spirit force to slice behind. Luze punched using his right fist with cold eyes. He used God Art to protect Lin Ling from the battle while punching at Socito's back. Rumble. Scorching flames and sharp whines, as well as that terrifying physical power and spirit force. This was the recipe. Socito's hide wasn't as thick as the beast's. The green-red first force instantly penetrated his chest. The ravaging flames and sharp wind blades destroyed his life force. Gugules and the other blade demon soldiers fell into silence. Socitos, the blade demon prodigy with fire god art, just died like that? He died pointlessly through a punch delivered by a young human that suddenly appeared? Chapter 165, This Kid Isn't Picky? The lifeless Socitos fell to the ground in a thud. All the blade demon were shocked, including Gugules. Socitos was someone of his equal, and yet, he died with just one punch? He didn't dare to believe this. At this moment, Luze raised his lips and disappeared in a flow of light with Lin Ling. Time to run. Act cool and then run. This was truly exciting. Although he didn't know if the senior schoolmate above knew about the spirit metal, Luze felt they probably didn't. If they did, they would be retreating first to spread the news, instead of fighting with the blade demons like this. Clearly, they found this base and was planning to investigate it but was caught. In that case, he would go report to them about the spirit metal first. Quite some powerful beings were fighting in the air, painting the sky in all sorts of colors of spirit force. With all sorts of explosions, it seemed like fireworks. Luze brought Lin Ling into the sky and waved, "Senior schoolmates and officers, what a coincidence, you guys are here too." The battle was still in progress right now. The blade demons felt. Everyone looked dazedly at the smiling Luze and embarrassed Lin Ling. Oh shit! When did these two come? At this moment, a spirit force slice came toward Luze. Gugulis chased over. Xylan, who was fighting a near blade demon, couldn't resist calling, "Junior schoolmate, be careful." This was an aperture opening state-level attack. Other people were planning to help, but they were stopped by their opponents. Luze raised a brow. His body turned into the wind, and he dodged the attack instantly. This speed! Wang Wen's, Xylan, and Andrew widened their eyes. This guy was a bit too fast. Wang Wen's mouth spasmed. This speed was almost as fast as him. Did this kid's wind god art improve again? In a while, he would be left behind too. Xylan and Andrew were speechless. Did this junior schoolmate use hacks? He improved so quickly. How were these senior schoolmates supposed to survive? Soon, Luze joined the battlefield in the sky. As a fourth-year senior schoolmate, Gui Yuping protected Luze and Lin Ling behind him to prevent more blade demons from ambushing the two. His original understanding of Luze was that the latter was just a prodigy, but that speed was indeed scary. Luze's understanding of god art had reminded him of the number one person in his class. This kid probably had the same potential as that guy. He must not be ambushed here. Gui Yuping stopped fighting and so did the others. The battle went into a stalemate. He frowned, "Junior schoolmate Luze, didn't you go do new student missions? Why are you here?" He was very speechless. This place was at least a few thousand kilometers from the new student missions. Just what happened for Luze to appear here? And why did he come out from this strange blade demon mining base? Did he get lost? Luze and Lin Ling heard this, and their mouth spasmed. What new student mission? They were innocent. They only got caught up in this. Who knew the so-called happy new student missions were this hard? If possible, even Luze wanted to leave. His heart couldn't handle this. He was on the border of death these few days. Thinking about this, Luze and Lin Ling glanced at each other and felt sad. They were too pitiful. They were chased by all sorts of beasts and blade demons. Seeing their faces, the humans were confused. Just what did these two go through to show such a face? Gugulis ran to a blade demon who was wearing a purple gold spirit-powered armor and used a special type of communication to say something. Immediately, all blade demons stared at Luze with red eyes, wanting to tear him apart. This person killed Sositos? He might be from that mine cave? He must be kept here. But their current formation could only prevent the base from being invaded. It was impossible to keep these humans. They roared inside their heart, "Who spilled the intel? There shouldn't be this many powerful humans on this planet." When the humans saw the blade demon look at Luze with killing intent, they looked vigilantly at their opponents. At this moment, Xylan had turned into a bulky Barbie. She asked, "Junior schoolmate, did you do something to them? Why are they looking at you like this?" Everyone looked strangely at Luze. This kid was quite amazing. He wasn't picky. Luze's mouth spasmed, and he scratched his head. "Senior schoolmate, don't frame me. I didn't do anything to them, okay? I just caught them digging spirit metal." What a joke! Their faces were so twisted, what could he do to them? Everyone nodded, and Xylan smiled. What, so it's spirit metal? I thought it was, wait, spirit metal. Everyone couldn't resist widening their eyes as they looked at Luze in disbelief. Then, they looked vigilantly at the blade demon. They would fight to the death to keep them. This was friggin' spirit metal. They just thought there was some special resource here. They didn't expect it was spirit metal. Seeing Luze spill it, the face of the blade demon, who was wearing a purple gold spirit-powered armor, became more twisted. His eyes were filled with violence and craziness as he wondered if he should sacrifice himself to kill these people. It would cause too much of a commotion, and the humans would definitely find out what happened here. It wasn't worth it. Chapter 166, I'll blast first. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. At this moment, the atmosphere was very silent. Both humans and blade demons looked at each other with carefulness and killing intent. Sand blew over the sky and swept away the heavy atmosphere. At the base, the roars of the black shell beasts and the cries of the blade demon soldiers made the purple gold armored blade demon's face spasm. They needed to send someone down to protect the base. 3 went down before 1 stopped the aperture opening state beast. One of the remaining 2 was killed by this young human. Thinking about this, the purple gold armored blade demon sent Gugulis down to clear the beasts again. Regardless, the base can't collapse yet. At this moment, Gui Yuping looked at the beasts on the ground and asked in confusion, Junior schoolmate Luze, you brought these beasts over? You know beast control god art. Luze scratched his head. No, these beasts are very friendly, especially their boss. I helped their boss clean up his messy room, and they helped me fight blade demons. 1 Lin Ling. Did this guy have no conscience? Other humans and blade demons. There were such hospitable beasts? The blade demons were even more dumbfounded. Just for cleaning up a room? And they helped this youth damage their base? This labor was too cheap. The purple gold armored blade demon stared deadly at Luze. His voice was coarse. Where is the mine guardian Caesarea? He was aperture opening state and was ranked top 5 when it comes to power at this base. He wouldn't be dead, right? Caesarea. Luze blinked his eyes and came to a realization. That was probably the blade demon slapped flat by the beast boss, right? Luze sighed. That blade demon, who was a powerful being, was an honorable person while he was still alive. He tried his best and fought to the death to prevent the black beasts from leaving the mining cave. The purple gold armored blade demon's body shook. His eyes were full of killing intent. You killed him. If that was it, this young human not only sabotaged their plan but also killed 2 aperture opening states? At this moment, the blade demons wanted to tear Luze to pieces. Meanwhile, the humans couldn't resist widening their eyes. This kid actually killed 2 aperture opening state blade demons? They've fought until now, and not a single person was dead yet. They've been fighting for so long. How did this kid do it? Luze quickly waved his hand. I didn't, not me. I'm innocent. Then, he pointed at the black beast boss. He did it. If you really want to get revenge, then go after it. Luze only provided a little help. He didn't do anything substantial. It was best not to take such merit. Otherwise, these blade demon might go crazy after him. All the blade demons' eyes flashed. They glanced at the black beast fighting on par with the other aperture opening state blade demons and took back their glance. The atmosphere fell silent again. At this moment, Gui Yuping signaled with his hand, and everyone started retreating slowly. There was no signal here, so they couldn't send a message. Now, they realized it was because there was spirit metal mine here. Since their goal was reached, of course, they were going to leave. Seeing the humans slowly retreat, the purple gold armored blade demon suddenly roared, and all the blade demons surrounded the humans. Seeing this, Gui Yuping grinned to the purple gold armored blade demon. Babatoya, do you want to die with us? Babatoya's eyes were hideous, but he said nothing. If they were to kill each other, everyone including the blade demons in the base would die. The human base would definitely feel the terrifying waves. By then, humans would definitely know about it. If that was the case, who would transport the spirit metal here? There were already a few tons that were dug out. Thinking about this, Babatoya felt unsatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. The benefit was the priority. What they could do now was to watch the humans leave while they immediately transported back the spirit metal they had dug out. Gui Yuping also guessed there was spirit metal here, but they had to go back to make arrangements. Both sides had concerns, so it was hard to fight to the death. At this moment, Babatoya grinned and pointed at Luze. You guys can go, but this human must stay or we can all die. Luze was shocked. Oh shit! The other humans got dazed. They looked strangely at Babatoya. Then, Gui Yuping sneered. Since we're all going to die, I'll blow up first. Then, he used his spirit force to push Luze and Lin Ling into the humans while he charged up to go self-destruct. Babatoya clearly didn't expect this. He quickly said, wait. I changed my mind. You guys can go. He was just testing, and this guy was going to blow himself up? This was over the top. Gui Yuping calmed down his spirit light and sneered. Luze has done great. Our two races have fought for so long. Aren't you ashamed to use such low means? Babatoya was furious, but he resisted it. He breathed slowly and spoke with intense killing intent. Piss off. We'll meet on the battlefield. Chapter 167, Little Heart Can't Handle It. Gui Yuping looked at how angry Babatoya was and smiled but said nothing. Everyone retreated slowly. Under the cruel gaze of the blade demons, everyone retreated a few kilometers and left the attack range of the blade demons gradually. When the blade demons and mining base was covered by the sand, Gui Yuping smiled. This should be fine. Let's leave. Then, everyone sped up flying toward the military base. Luze and Lin Ling breathed a sigh of relief. They survived another day. During the past few days, they have been on high alert. They could finally relax a little now. Gui Yuping smiled. Come, junior schoolmates Luze and Lin Ling. I'll introduce you guys to the powerful members of the military. According to Gui Yuping, Luze and Lin Ling learned that other than the two fourth-year senior schoolmates and three third-year senior schoolmates of Federal University, there were 12 powerful beings from the military. 3 of them were also Aperture Opening State, and the remaining 9 have approximately the same power as the third-year senior schoolmates. These 17 people were of a special squad. After the expedition squads went missing, they were sent to investigate here. They didn't expect there would be a hidden blade demon base here with quite some strong blade demons. If Luze and Lin Ling didn't appear, who knew how long will it take them to keep on fighting? Suddenly, Gui Yuping remembered something. He looked strangely at Luze and Lin Ling. By the way, junior schoolmate Luze, how did you two appear from inside the mining base? Luze's mouth spasmed. He glanced at the curious and confused senior schoolmates and complained, didn't you guys say the new student missions were easy and fun? Xylan blinked and smiled. Yeah, with your power, new student missions wouldn't be difficult indeed. Luze and Lin Ling. They probably did fake new student missions. Thus, Luze told them what he had gone through these past few days. The senior schoolmates and military officers had strange looks. There was actually such a large lair underground? They really didn't know. After all, their original battlefield wasn't on this planet. The person responsible for this planet clearly didn't completely know this planet. After all, something as precious as spirit metal wasn't found. Clearly, the commanding officer of the 25th planet would be punished. At this moment, a golden-haired youth who was the lieutenant colonel from the military came to Luze and patted his shoulder while smiling. "To ND Lieutenant Luze, all thanks to you this time. You seem to be the person who captured Bobatos too, right? Now, you found the spirit metal mine too." The youth grinned and patted Luze's shoulder. "How about it? Come to our prodigy barracks? It's such a pity for a talent like you to stay in the soft environment of the Federal University. You might as well come to our side. I promise you will be very satisfied. There will be all sorts of battles. You will live every day with excitement." This youth was called Nigel. He was from the prodigy barracks, and his power was on par with Gui Yuping. Luze's mouth spasmed. Was this a battle maniac? What satisfaction! He didn't want this type of satisfaction at all. He already had enough satisfaction every night in the pocket hunting dimension. Seeing this, Gui Yuping was the first to feel unhappy. "Nigel, do you want to fight?" Nigel grinned. "Hey, this time Luze did this amazing feat. Do you think the people above won't fight over him? You can go speak with our instructor." As a new student who was still in his entrance test, Luze did all these things. Clearly, those madman instructors of the prodigy barracks won't let him go. Gui Yuping's breath stopped. If he went to reason with those madman instructors, he would be skinned. Thinking about this, Gui Yuping felt scared. He didn't dare to go. "Haha, little brother Luze, come to the prodigy barracks. Sister will take good care of you." A very wild beautiful young girl, who has the rank of a major, threw a seductive glance at Luze. The other military officers also started a rant, calling Luze to come to the prodigy barracks. Luze's mouth spasmed. He didn't know how to reply at all. If he rejected it now, would he get beaten up? At this moment, the senior schoolmate of the Federal University dragged Luze to them and glared at these people. "What are you saying? How can our junior schoolmate follow you bunch?" Gui Yuping quickly changed the subject. "That idiot Bobatoya actually wanted us to hand junior schoolmate Luze over. Is he retarded?" The other people laughed too. He was probably quite angered by Second Lieutenant Luze, right? Whether it was direct or indirect, 2 aperture opening states died in his hands, and news as important as the spirit metal mine was leaked by Second Lieutenant Luze. Luze just remembered that Bobatoya wanted him. He was very anxious at the time, but he was immediately thrown back by senior schoolmate Gui Yuping. Seeing Luze's strange face, Gui Yuping patted his shoulder. "Junior schoolmate Luze, do you know about the few times that the human race was almost annihilated?" Luze nodded. "I've studied it in history. Since you know that, then you should know that the human race isn't very talented. In order to survive, we have to be united. If we easily give up someone who did great good, who else would dare to do things for the human race? If a race does this, its unity would be broken. In less than 100 years, this race would be annihilated." Nigel continued, "Another part is that these aliens won't be satisfied. Today, they ask for people. Tomorrow, they will ask for planets. The day after, they will ask for the solar system and make us their slaves." Nigel grinned. "So, if these aliens dared to reach out their claws, the best way is to break it. In the universe, the only people we can trust is our own race." Luze's eyes went wide. He knew the human race was united, but if he didn't come to the battlefield he wouldn't know it was to this degree. Gui Yuping smiled. "Let's not talk about this. This spirit metal mine incident is a huge merit. Junior schoolmate Luze, you're going to be wealthy." Everyone else nodded and looked at Luze with envy. This time, Luze will probably get promoted to the level of a major. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling will probably reach the level of a lieutenant. Then, everyone fell silent. Reaching the level of a major on the entrance test. What terrifying speed was this? Their hearts couldn't take it. Someone else said. This doesn't include other rewards too. Everyone became more silent. They suddenly didn't want to talk to Luze. They were scared they couldn't resist beating Luze up. Realizing this, Luze silently pushed Lin Ling in front of him. Lin Ling was Lin Kuang's sister. These people wouldn't dare to hit her. Lin Ling. Lin Ling felt huge pressure from these people's glances. She would deal with Luze, this bastard, when they got back. Chapter 168, Not Very Envious. Everyone kept flying forward. When they saw Luze put Lin Ling in front to block their view, they could only take back their evil glances. At this moment, Nigel took out the communication device, looked at it, and said, "There's a signal now." Then, he made contact with the base. When Major General Barry received the news that there was spirit metal on the 25th planet, his eyes bulged open. A few seconds later, Barry frowned and started mobilizing his troops. Although he didn't know how much spirit metal was there, he wouldn't allow the blade demons to get any. A few short hours later, several ships flew towards the 25th planet. The deep dark space was soon filled with warships. On the first planet, every inch of soil exploded with intense battle. There was a battle among powerful warriors, spirit cannons, secret arts, magic, technology. Almost all the means blossomed on this planet. This was the place of the most intense battle in the entire Xiao'er system. Nanggong Jing, Lin Kuang, Luo Bingqing, and that golden-haired Louisa were resting in some ruins. Battle flames roared in the ruins. There were a few blade demon bodies on the side. Despite being dead, their bodies still emitted powerful pressure. Lin Kuang's face was pale. Large amounts of blood were flowing down his stomach, but his face still carried a smile. Haha, this was worth it. Gulp. Ah. Nanggong Jing drank and looked at Lin Kuang in contempt. It's just one base, and yet, you can get injured. Louisa smiled gently. Lin Kuang attracted quite some firepower for us. Don't say that, Nanggong. Lin Kuang, who was almost about to explode, calmed down. I drew most of the attention, okay? Is the ice block so handsome that even the blade demon couldn't bear to hit him? Why did everyone hit me? The white ice in Luo Bingqing's hand transformed into different animals. He enjoyed playing with this. He replied to Lin Kuang, because you have the most murderous qi. Lin Kuang's mouth spasmed. Usually, those who had more murderous qi would be targeted more. However, he had bloodthirst god art. Of course, his murderous qi was the most abundant. It wasn't his fault. At this moment, their communicators rang at the same time. They stopped chatting and glanced at each other. Lin Kuang licked his lips. Hey, is there a new mission? The other three looked at his still bleeding stomach, and their mouth spasmed. This guy would probably still laugh happily even if he died in battle. They took out their communicators and looked. Soon, their casual faces changed, and then, they got up silently. Nanggong Jing frowned. Her red face immediately looked sharp. No wonder their defenses became weak today. Blood surged in Lin Kuang's eyes. The wound on his stomach instantly stopped bleeding and rapidly recovered. Spirit metal mine. I can enjoy a good slaughter this time. Luo Bingqing's face was cold and expressionless. However, it seemed to get colder around him. Louisa's smile was still extremely gentle. She narrowed her eyes. Okay, let's go. Soon, 4 private ships flew up from the first planet toward the 25th planet. Luze and the others were still flying toward the base. Hearing there was a signal, Luze took out his communicator. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Let's send a message to Yemu and the others first. We haven't contacted them in a few days. I wonder if they considered us dead. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. Can't you say something nice? Luze fell silent for a while and said, or perhaps, they never even thought of us. Lin Ling. How was this nice? Seeing Lin Ling about to explode, Luze stopped talking and started messaging. At the Heaven Blue Crystal Mine base, Yemu, who was helping clean up the mining cave, suddenly felt his phone ring. Everyone quickly looked over. Is it Ze and Lin Ling? Yemu said, wait, let me see first. He soon started reading the message. Soon, Yemu called out. Then, his face became very strange. He looked dazed and yet envious. He seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief but still seemed a bit nervous. Everyone was curious after seeing his facial expression. Tian Yuan Qianhua asked unhappily, what happened? Say it. Yemu looked at everyone's hopeful eyes, and his mouth spasmed. Eventually, he said, they are fine now. Xian Yuki said, why did you make a monkey sound? What's with your expression? Yemu's mouth spasmed. His face became twisted. He slowly said, Ze and Lin Ling found a spirit metal mine. He said that war is about to start and told us to go back to the base. Everyone. The atmosphere instantly became silent. Ian opened his eyes in disbelief and repeated, Ze and Lin Ling found a spirit metal mine. Yemu nodded lifelessly. Now, no one laughed at Yemu's strange expression. Everyone held their heart. Their hearts couldn't handle this news. Tian Yuan Qianhua said shakily. Didn't they go to our mining cave to kill beasts? Why did they find spirit metal mine? Yemu said with envy, I want to know too. Then, he coughed. Don't misunderstand, I'm not actually that envious. Everyone sighed speechlessly. We're all very envious. Chapter 169, Improvement is so slow, so disappointed. A few hours after getting in contact with the base, night fell, and the group returned to base. Only then did Luze and the others truly relax. After all, they were on high alert outside, fearing they would be ambushed by blade demons. The base here was relatively safe. Then, Gui Yuping, Nigel, and the others had to go discuss with Captain Fulang about the situation. Luze and Lin Ling hadn't been able to rest these past 2 days, so they were sent off to rest. The two of them sat at the back seats of the transporter ship and closed their eyes. They were fatigued. The pressure for them these few days was too huge. Luckily, Luze had been experiencing such pressure extensively in the pocket hunting dimension. He was on the border of death every day. Lin Ling also had 2 months of experience in the military. If it was an ordinary new student, they might have collapsed. At the dorms, Luze and Lin Ling got off and slowly went up the stairs. By the way, are your eyes fine? Luze thought that she used the god art quite a lot when they were finding a way out. It seemed quite painful. The backlash would last a few more days. Lin Ling smiled. I didn't overuse it like the first time. I've managed it well the last time. Luze nodded. At the door to the dorms, Luze smiled. Get some good rest. The war might break out tomorrow. Lin Ling nodded. The two opened the door, and before they could go in, a few figures dashed out. Then, Luze and Lin Ling were dragged into Luze's dorm and pushed to the couch. Yemu looked desperately at Luze. Ze, carry me. We're on the same squad, but why do I feel the difference getting greater and greater? Weren't we all second-grade soldiers? Why do they feel like Luze was their commander's commander? This was too weird. Luze and Lin Ling's mouth spasmed when they saw everyone's envious glances. Luze said speechlessly, luckily, you guys didn't go. Otherwise, I might really not have been able to protect you. Luze rejoiced that Yemu and the others left. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to protect them, whether they were getting chased by the black beasts or when they were leaving the cave. Protecting Lin Ling used up all his efforts. Everyone heard this and got dazed, but they weren't slow. Xian Yuki asked, you guys encountered a lot of danger. Luze scratched his head and recounted what he had experienced these past few days. Then, Yemu touched his chest. Good thing I didn't go. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to feel my heartbeat now. The opponents were all core martial state black beasts and aperture opening state masters. Someone as weak as they were would be gone in the snap of a finger. The others nodded. Lin Ling's god art was almost debilitated. They would probably die before doing anything useful. I was envious originally, but now I just want to say it's good to be alive. Yemu and the others realized how hard it had been for Luze and Lin Ling and decided not to distract them anymore. Luze smiled. You guys can rest early too. Who knows if we would need to join the war. It's best to rest up. Then, everyone had dinner and went back to their room. In order to celebrate his survival, Luze took out Alice's food and was very happy. After eating it, Luze found that he didn't have too much and immediately became unhappy. After dinner, Luze went back to his room and took out his phone to tell his family he was safe. Then, he sent a message to the group chat. He didn't tell them what he went through these few days. He just said he was out on a mission. After all, a few days ago Lu Li and Alice told him to be safe, and yet, he acted up. Luze thought about what Lu Li said before and felt shivery. He quickly covered himself with blankets. Who knew what that dark-hearted person would do once she knew? Only this blanket could give him some warmth now. After chatting for half an hour, Luze happily put away his phone. He looked up at the ceiling, and his eyes flashed. Since the spirit metal mine was discovered, the battle should probably start in these few days, right? That would be the true danger. His power was steadily increasing these past few days. His spirit force cultivation was improving rather fast. After tonight, he should be able to reach abstruse martial state level 5. However, this was still low and not a huge improvement to his battle power. The main composition of his combat power was his powerful body, mental force, strength god art, fire god art, and wind god art. If he could beat the enemy, he would smash them. If not, he would run. The most important thing now was to make up for his spirit force cultivation level weakness and improve his god art. However, the more mastery you had over god art, the harder it was to improve it. And, he was so noob that he couldn't even beat a beast with god art crystal orbs on the second map. Whether it was the huge blue bird, the warhorse, grey lizard, or other powerful beasts, they were all aperture opening states. They were rather a high aperture opening state. It was suicide to fight them with his current power. But, that small flame was being used up faster than he had imagined. The stronger his fire god art was, the quicker it was used. In at most a week, the flame would be used up. Then, he would lose a stable means of improving his fire god art. Thinking about this, Luze sighed. The improvement was so slow, he was so disappointed. But this only lasted a second, and Luze sat up on the bed. It was time to enter the pocket hunting dimension to commit suicide. If he didn't die once now, he felt uncomfortable. He entered the pocket hunting dimension. At this moment, outside the 25th planet, human and blade demon warships were gathering. The entire planet was filled with an atmosphere of war. Beasts seemed to have sensed this and stayed in their homes. The war was near. Chapter 170, They Must Have a Father-Son Relationship. Luze appeared in the pocket hunting dimension again. As soon as Luze appeared, Luze felt the remaining battle chi in the air. Clearly, there was a battle here not long ago. The wind element and this indescribable element were very chaotic. Clearly, it was a boss with a wind god art and a boss with another god art that fought. The image of the big blue bird appeared in his head. He wondered who the other big boss was and who won the battle. Luze pondered as he looked around. The grass here was taller than him. Luze felt like he was standing in a green forest. Through the grass, Luze found everything was normal. The wind blew, bringing up the smell of earth. He could hear the distant roar of beasts. From the sound of it, Luze could tell it was the black-scaled leopard's mating call. He had been through this before and had a deep impression. Thinking about this, Luze's mouth spasmed. But since the leopard had the mood to do happy things, clearly the battle here has been over for a long time. Thus, Luze looked at the direction of the leopard and walked there. Soon, Luze found a pack of 20 or so leopards rubbing against each other. Luze sneered as a red light flashed in his eyes. Then, their bodies were suddenly wrapped by beautiful flames. Thus, before they could even howl, they were instantly cooked. A dense meaty smell perfused in the air, dissipating some of Luze's unhappiness. How dare they show love in front of the sun? Feel the wrath of a single. However, this meat couldn't be eaten. Luze looked as the leopards turned to dust. His face was full of disappointment. He picked up the light orbs on the ground and set off on the path of judgment again. All beasts who displayed public affection must die. Half an hour later, Luze lay on the ground. He looked up at the white and black snake in the air, who were playing around, and didn't dare to move. They were a few thousand meters long. Oh my! Boss! They were just playing in the air, but the chi they emitted made Luze feel that his heart was going to stop working. They were definitely a few levels stronger than the big blue bird. No beasts dared to make a sound around them. Luze was so scared that he sealed off his mental force. He didn't know if the two bosses would get too happy and grab him as a toy or something. As for whether these two bosses were displaying public affection, Luze guessed they must have a father-son relationship. Public display of affection didn't exist. The two bosses seemed to be in a good mood. They swam around in the air. Every time the black snake's body flowed past in the air, it left dark and warm lights. Black and white, light and dark. They were two opposite attributes, but they entwined together so perfectly. The light and dark seemed to contain some secrets that made Luze dazed. However, this level of power was too high for Luze. He was like a primary school kid looking at advanced math from the university. Despite so, Luze still watched closely. Even if he didn't know, it was good to act like he did. A few hours later, the two bosses seemed to have gotten bored. The black snake hissed, and his dark rays flashed. Then, a 50-meter-long grey lizard was grabbed up. It reacted and used all of its spirit force to struggle. Luze silently watched the two huge snakes take away the struggling lizard as he breathed a sigh of relief. There were benefits to being small. At least that grey lizard boss looked fat and juicy. Now, it was going to get eaten. Farewell, grey lizard boss. Luze happily turned around and once again stepped on the path to judgment. All those who show public displays of affection must die. Another few hours later, night fell. However, the beasts were more active instead. They roared non-stop. Luze carefully sensed the nearby beasts and avoided those with dangerous chi as he went forward. Last night, he let loose and used his mental force to scan everywhere. In the end, he was caught by a boss. Thus, from more than 10 kilometers away, a boss waved its claw at him. Then, he was smashed into the ground by a terrifying spirit claw. Therefore, he was very careful today, in case he encountered a fishing boss. He didn't get much today. Luze wasn't too happy. At this moment, Luze's eyes widened, and he suddenly looked to the right. Boss growing scene. He could feel a chi that wasn't too strong appeared just around the corner. Then, it started to become strong extremely rapidly. It was just like the blue bird last time. Luze's eyes flashed with joy as he headed towards the place in a flash. Luze was joyful and surprised, but he didn't go jump straight on. There were so many beasts lurking last time. Who knew if there was a boss there? He carefully went around in a circle and made sure there was no boss with aperture opening state and above. There were quite some core martial states hiding on the side. They were clearly planning to see if there were any god arts left. Chapter 171, Freedom-Loving Boss. When Luze went around and failed to find a boss, his lips raised like crazy. He didn't know if it was because other bosses didn't want to do something as low as killing a new boss, or there was some special rule. But since no one came, this was his showground. He was the only one with a power of aperture opening state level here. He looked at the direction of the chi. Although he wasted some time, this chi still hadn't reached aperture opening state yet. He still had a chance. That's right, this time Luze didn't want the leftover god art items. He was going to kill a newly born boss. As an adult, of course, he wanted it all. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes as he turned into the wind and carefully charged at the direction of the chi. The closer he got, the more Luze noticed how restless the wind element was. Luze raised a brow. It seemed it was still a blue bird boss. He just digested some secrets of the blue bird boss wind god art. He felt this whirlwind defensive formation couldn't stop him. He could easily go in and kill the newly born boss and obtain the orbs and runes. Then, he would use them to learn powerful wind divine art and exert his dominance in the following war. He would gain the fandom of countless young girls, marry a beautiful white rich girl, and reach the peak of human life. Luze thought of the script already and took a firm step forward. But when he appeared there and saw the multiple times stronger whirlwind, he was completely dazed. He finally knew why there was no aperture opening state boss coming here to ambush. Whoever came would die. The whirlwind constantly shot out terrifying wind blades. Just one of these would kill him. They were much stronger than the wind blades he saw last time. Something was wrong with the script. Wasn't he supposed to easily go in and kill the newly born boss? How was he going to go in now? The wind was getting weaker, but Luze's mouth spasmed, and he turned to run. The wind got weaker, but the blue bird reached aperture opening state. It was still getting stronger. He had no chance. He must quickly leave and not get caught. If he left now, he could later go steal, take the wind god art and the runes left behind by the boss. If he was found here, he would die on the spot. When he ran for 10 kilometers and lay down again, he heard a sharp call. Re. Then, a blue light shone in the night sky. Violent winds blew past, and all the grass and earth were blown into the sky. The beautiful and elegant blue bird boss stood up. After a few catwalks, the bird looked to the sky. It desired flight. Thus, it expanded its over 100 meters long wings and flew into the sky. Watching the blue bird boss disappear into the night sky, Luze had the feeling of his child growing up and leaving him. Due to this, Luze had decided to inherit the blue bird's wealth. After the bird left, the hiding beasts roared and charged towards the whirlwind. The ground was shaking. Luze grinned. Although he didn't expect the whirlwind to be a super big one, these core martial state now were no match for him. He turned into a gust of wind, instantly surpassing all the beasts and approaching the whirlwind. Then, like last time, he used wind god art to direct away the wind blades and slowly entered the whirlwind. Luze did this in just a few seconds. This was a huge difference from last time. After all, he had aperture opening state power now. When Luze got in, he still jumped around. He was very hyped. The inside was the same as last time, except that the wind was larger than the previous one. There were also 2 more lines on the rune. When Luze saw this, he didn't stop and immediately came before the god art. He sat down, devoured the god art, and started learning it. Luze originally wanted to take the god art out and use it, but he realized there was no safe place outside. On the first map, there were still rabbit holes. Wait, there should be rabbit holes here too. Luze thought of the rabbit that killed him with a glance and killed off his bold idea. Thus, Luze decided to use the god art for cultivation immediately. If he was lucky, he would be able to digest the god art and runes before the blue bird boss came back. If he was unlucky, he would glare at the bird ferociously. He would die with honor. He just hoped the blue bird boss would be gentler and use fewer wind blades. Otherwise, it would be too painful. An hour later, Luze opened his eyes. A green light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the sky and soon breathed easy. There was no blue bird looking at him. Thus, Luze began to digest the rune. Luze didn't learn the information in the rune but just chose to remember it. He would learn it outside. After all, divine art was too hard. If he didn't use hacks, it would waste some time. It was probably because he wasn't talented enough. Luze was hurt. An hour later, Luze opened his eyes again. He looked around immediately and showed a smile of satisfaction. This blue bird was a freedom-loving boss. It was out for this long and still didn't come back. Chapter 172, This Isn't Simple. Luze patted his butt and got up. He ran out of the whirlwind immediately. He would quickly escape before the boss came back. He left the whirlwind and dashed out for more than 10 kilometers before looking back at the whirlwind. He was very happy. He obtained quite a lot, and he didn't die. He actually didn't die. He was touched. He had decided to chant a poem. I left secretly, just like how I came. I waved my sleeves and took some god art and runes. Good poem, good poem. So artistic. The world was shocked. Luze left in the night sky with satisfaction. The second day. In some place of the pocket hunting dimension grass plain. A whirlwind suddenly appeared and tore the surrounding grass to pieces. Black-scaled leopards howled but stopped short. Luze looked happily at the large pack of leopards that turned to dust. He earned so much last night. His wind god art was almost on par with his fire god art. Now that his wind god art improved, Luze's power increased more. He was probably stronger than those who just reached aperture opening state. He didn't exactly know how strong he was. He picked up the light orbs and was planning to leave when he raised a brow and looked to the grass on the side. There were rustling sounds, and then, a black-scaled leopard slowly walked out. Luze was stunned. It was a solo one? This was the first time he saw one that didn't follow a pack. Luze felt the fierce look of the leopard and felt things weren't so simple. Looking at its temperament, it was probably a lonely king. At this moment, the leopard lowered his body slightly and roared. A violent chi shot out. Luze's eyes narrowed. Red and green lights flashed in Luze's eyes. Crystal color flashed too as fire and wind twirled together. He instantly used full power. Shocking! This guy had aperture opening state chi. This wasn't an ordinary black-scaled leopard. Did this guy's genes mutate? Luze frowned. He became vigilant. At this moment, black spirit light flowed out of the black-scaled leopard's body as it lunged off the ground. Rumble! A huge ditch appeared where the black-scaled leopard was. Its body turned into a dark beam that struck at Luze. Luze clenched his right hand into a fist. Strength, wind, and fire god art were all activated. This fist seemed to contain the whole world. He took a step forward, twisted his waist, and punched out. Rumble! The red-green fist force struck out and smashed with the black flowing light. The wave of power swept by, plowing the grass that was nearly 1,000 meters away. Roar! The black light collided with the fist, and a pitiful howl could be heard. Then, the black-scaled leopard came back with the same speed it came forward, scattering large amounts of blood in the air. Luze grinned. The leopard appeared too late. If it was yesterday, Luze would at most be on par with it. But he wasn't the Luze from yesterday right now. He was very strong. Very invincible. The black-scaled leopard flipped in the air and spat a mouthful of blood. Its chi was weakened, but it became more bloodthirsty. He was injured from the previous clash, but the pain activated his ferocity. Luze raised a brow. He lunged forward. Rumble. A thunderous explosion sounded, and the ground Luze stood on sunk. His body shot forward like a rocket. As a mature jungler, Luze wasn't going to give up such a good chance of finishing his prey. Luze wanted to laugh. This was the first aperture opening state beast orb. He could cultivate even faster. What a good fortune-bringing leopard! Just when Luze felt happy, the injured black-scaled leopard's chi rose up again. Luze! What? The black-scaled leopard roared, and its black spirit light grew even denser. Then, it shot at Luze. Luze's mouth spasmed. This dumb leopard was like him. Don't be scared, just fight. It was very like him. The beast and human clashed in the air. Luze's fiery fists clashed with the black spirit light claw. Rumble. Fire waves, wind blades, and spirit force entwined together. The already plowed land was plowed again. After the clash, Luze looked at this black-scaled leopard in shock. Did this guy use a hack? Its injuries recovered this quickly? Even its power increased? Luze felt his hack was OP enough, but this leopard also had hacks? Luze saw that the shattered shells of the black-scaled leopard were visibly recovering. Then, its chi recovered again. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Don't worry, let me think. Luze remembered something. This was a god art, right? Luze thought of the grey lizard that was eaten last night. He had seen this god art before. At that time, he was still an immature noob hunter. At that time, he saw the battle between the unicorn warhorse and the grey lizard. The grey lizard had a regenerative god art. This black-scaled leopard's god art was exactly the same as that grey lizard boss. Chapter 173, Chapter 173. Luze looked shocked when he saw how the black-scaled leopard slowly recovered. This was the first black-scaled leopard Luze encountered that knew god art. The first time. Black-scaled leopards clearly didn't have god art. Why would there be one with god art? Luze remembered when the beasts came running to the hive of the blue bird boss upon its birth. Could some of these beasts actually inherit their god art? Thinking about this, Luze's eyes lit up, and he smiled. He felt as long as he was lucky enough, he found another way to gain god art. This was great. The black-scaled leopard was pretty much recovered, and it once again roared at Luze. Although it couldn't beat Luze, it could still recover. This gave it the motivation to keep fighting. Luze looked coldly at the black-scaled leopard and disappeared. The black-scaled leopard charged at Luze again. Rumble. Rumble. The two kept clashing in the air. Half an hour later, the two separated. They floated in the air and looked at each other vigilantly. At this moment, Luze was covered in deep blood marks. Blood flowed down slowly and dropped on the messy ground. All his spirit force was used up now. His body was shaking because of using full power for too long. Even his mental force felt a bit hollow. He moved slightly, and there was a huge pain. He wanted to cry. Ever since he became strong, he rarely received such heavy injuries on this map because he could kill instantly those beasts that he could beat. As for those beasts he couldn't beat, he would be the one killed instantly instead. It was extremely hard to encounter an evenly matched opponent like this. It was blood boiling. Luze was happy and pained at the same time. He looked at the black-scaled leopard ahead. Its scales were cracked while its blood kept spilling. Its chi was much weaker than before. It was panting while floating. There was still black spirit light flowing. However, compared to the initial powerful recovery speed, it took a long time now just to stop the bleeding. Suddenly, Luze's eyes flashed with ferocity. He was enveloped in wind and fire again as he charged at the black-scaled leopard. Roar! The black-scaled leopard was originally planning to retreat as this two-legged animal wasn't so easy to mess with. However, this two-legged animal charged over again despite its injuries. This couldn't be tolerated. The black-scaled leopard retaliated. The two approached each other. Luze punched toward the black-scaled leopard's waist with a much weaker flame and whirlwind. Meanwhile, the black-scaled leopard twisted and slammed toward Luze's head with its right claw. Both their eyes flashed with some light. Plan succeeded. Luze, I can get revived. Black-scaled leopard, I can recover. Luze grinned and lifted his left hand to block the right claw. Bone-cracking sounds came. His left hand bone was cracked. The immense pain made Luze's eyes flash with hideousness. Then, he punched with full power at the black-scaled leopard's waist. The green and red fist force struck heavily on the waist. Dense bone-cracking sounds came from the black-scaled leopard. At this moment, a black whip slashed through the air, hitting heavily on Luze's right hand. Luze's mouth spasmed. Another bone-cracking sound came as his right hand fell down helplessly. The tail changed directions and struck painfully on Luze's chest. Both of them flew back and landed heavily on the ground. Luze coughed some blood. That whip was very powerful. He even broke a few ribs, and his organs began to break. Both Luze's hands were broken. But the wind flashed, and he got up again. Then, a green light flashed in Luze's eyes as he charged towards the black-scaled leopard. He wasn't going to allow it to recover. As a mature hunter, Luze wasn't going to make such a mistake. He was ready to die peacefully after this fight. He was going to kill this black-scaled leopard before he died. How could he give up this new god art? The recovering black-scaled leopard sensed Luze's chi. It roared with some worry. Its organs were shattered, and its spine was broken. It couldn't fight at all. It struggled to fly and flew far. If it just hid for a while and recovered, it would be fine. Luze's wind god art was inherited from the blue bird boss. His speed was already faster than the black-scaled leopard. Now, he was much faster. In a few short seconds, Luze caught up to the black-scaled leopard. He kicked towards the black-scaled leopard's spine with a flaming leg. Die! Rumble! The right leg smashed the black-scaled leopard's last remaining spirit force and landed on its spine. The black-scaled leopard turned into a flow of light and was kicked into the grass by Luze. A small ditch was smashed. Roar! The black-scaled leopard wailed and coughed large amounts of blood. The feeble black light surged. It clearly tried to struggle again. Luze mercilessly landed from the air and stomped heavily on its stomach, tearing its organs to pieces. The black-scaled leopard coughed out pieces of organs and stopped struggling. Luze looked at this and fell beside its body. Oh my! He was completely sucked dry. This was more intense than fighting that male lion. Luze struggled to watch the black-scaled leopard turn to dust as he breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled. Now, it was time to collect the loot. Regeneration God Art. With this, Luze could act cool even in the real world. He watched 5 even brighter red orbs and 2 purple orbs appear. There was also a grey crystal orb. Luze squirmed over. He couldn't even stand up nor use wind god art. Luze suddenly wanted to cry. Luze took the light orbs with extreme difficulty before breathing easy. Luckily, there were no beasts nearby, or he would probably get eaten. Great, he could die peacefully. Luze closed his eyes and waited for his injuries to take him out of the pocket hunting dimension. At this moment, a roar sounded. Luze opened his eyes and saw 3 black-scaled leopards carefully making their way over. When they saw Luze, their eyes lit up as they joyfully ran over. Luze. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the dorm. Was this karma? He killed an aperture-opening state black-scaled leopard boss, and in the end, he was killed by a core martial state black-scaled leopard. This was the most humiliating way to die. He didn't even die like this when he was a noob. Chapter 174, The Script with a Little Detour. After promising to never make such a mistake again, Luze sat down to digest what he earned today. Each god art meant an increase in battle power. The regeneration god art could allow Luze to have much greater endurance. He closed his eyes and watched the grey crystal ball. Inside was an unknown grey substance that kept dividing and gathering. It changed from different states of matter and solid, liquid, and gas. This was the military dorm, and Luze didn't know if there were surveillance, so he used the ball in his mental dimension. The ball turned into a gust of grey mist that entered Luze's body. Strange and powerful energy flowed in Luze's body. Luze's cells started to vibrate. Then, his cells started to tear. Luze's face instantly went pale. The huge pain made him sweat all over. There was even a sliver of blood in his sweat. This god art. The user experience was terrible and it was unfriendly. Even after dying multiple times, Luze didn't feel a severe pain similar to the one he was experiencing at the moment. This was a rupture at a cellular level. He could feel it in every corner of his body. He felt he was surrounded by pain and could feel nothing else. At this moment, his cells slowly started to repair. Information about regeneration god art appeared in his mind. Luze quickly used the purple orb dropped by the aperture opening state leopard and started learning it. Then, his cells cycled in rupture and repair. A special life force was born in Luze's body. He learned a sliver of regeneration god art. It was a very basic learning, but it was very precious to Luze. Destruction and life. This type of god art was too high level. He could only feel it a little now. A few hours later, Luze slowly opened his eyes. He clutched his hand into fists and grinned. Although he learned regeneration god art, the repair and destruction of his cells made his body stronger. Luze's eyes flashed with grey chi. As long as it wasn't a lethal injury, he could slowly recover. He obtained too much this time. His survival was greatly ensured with this regeneration god art. He was about to go on the battlefield. This god art came just in time. He could roam freely on the battlefield. Thinking about this, Luze's smile became inappropriate. Although his dream took a detour, the eventual outcome could be realized. He would probably become the dream of millions of girls, just like Luo Bingqing. Cough, it was still too early. Cultivation. Luze closed his eyes again. Seeing the flashing red orbs in his mental dimension, Luze sunk into contemplation. These aperture opening state red orbs were clearly very powerful, but he wasn't sure if his body could handle it. After thinking for a while, Luze still decided to devour it. Without the regeneration god art, Luze wouldn't try. But with it, Luze could test some dangerous ideas. Even if he was injured, he could recover. The red orb disappeared from Luze's mental dimension. Then, an extremely terrifying power rushed into Luze's body. Luze's face still wasn't completely recovered yet from the pain of learning the god art. It once again became pale. It was like every cell was being burned in waves. It was better than the tearing sensation but still very painful. It was so painful he couldn't even cry. The only comfort was that this energy could still be slowly digested. This was also due to his cells being more durable after learning the regeneration god art. Luze slowly started to digest this red orb energy. It was clearly nourishing his body. Luze could feel his body growing stronger slowly. His spirit force cultivation level easily broke through to abstruse martial state level 5 in a few seconds and headed to abstruse martial state level 6. 3 hours later, Luze opened his eyes as the day became bright. It was indeed an aperture opening state red orb. The leopard only just reached aperture opening state, but he used the orb for 3 hours. He felt if he kept using this orb, he could break through to abstruse martial state level 6 in less than a week. Getting out of bed, Luze stretched. His bones made cracking sounds. When he cleaned himself, his roommates got up. Lin Ling and the others came over too. The group had breakfast and received news from the HQ telling Luze and Lin Ling to go to the HQ. After all, these two found the spirit metal mine, they needed to report the information. The young soldier once again came to the dorms and led Luze and Lin Ling to a meeting room. Inside, Luze and Lin Ling widened their eyes. They found Nangongjing, Luo Bingqing, Lin Kuang, and the other golden-haired young duke girl was here too. There were also a few rather young major generals. Although young dukes were major generals too, these major generals were the real generals that led troops to war. Meanwhile, young dukes were those who could fight against tens of thousands and more just alone. There were also some third and fourth year senior schoolmates, as well as prodigy barrack prodigies and other military officers. When Luze and Lin Ling came in, the meeting stopped, and everyone looked at them. Everyone looked at the two with flashy eyes. Their complexions differed. Luze had the most attention. He was the one who captured the Blade Demon prodigy, which allowed them to gather quite some intel about the 25th planet. Then, it was he who brought out the news about Spirit Metal Mine. This young prodigy probably had aperture opening state power, and he had quite some military merit. Everyone had an interest in Luze, especially Lin Kuang and Louisa. They were the instructors of prodigy barracks. Such prodigy should train directly in the military and not grow up in a soft environment like the school. Luze was embarrassed by being stared at like this. He knew he was very handsome, but it wasn't too appropriate to look at him like this. A middle-aged serious-looking major general said, to ND Lieutenant Luze, "It's huge merit that you and Sergeant Major Lin found the spirit metal mine, but the situation is urgent, so we need you to explain precisely what happened there." Luze nodded and started speaking. Of course, he didn't mention they were chased around in circles by the big boss. After Luze was done, the Major General frowned. To ND Lieutenant Luze and Sergeant Major Lin, can you confirm how much spirit metal was mined out? Lin Ling answered, when we passed the mine, a few were newly dug. If the distribution was the same as underground, there should be a few tons of spirit metal that wasn't shipped out. Everyone frowned. A few tons of spirit metal was not little. Even a prodigy like Luze only received 1.5 kilograms as a reward. If they took over this mine, the supply of spirit metal for the Xiagar system military in the next few years would be solved. For them, this was worth investing resources to fight with the Blade Demon over the mine. Plus, they didn't know if the Blade Demons shipped back that portion of spirit metal yet. If not, then there was all the more reason not to give up. Then, the Major General let Luze and Lin Ling listen while they continued their discussion. Chapter 175, Not a Sliver of Joy. After receiving the news, the higher UPS already made use of the fleet of ships to seal the space passage. Both sides have started fighting and have both sustained losses. And since no spaceships flew up from the Blade Demon base, those few tons of spirit metal should still be there. Now that the space passage was locked, they just needed to worry about how to attack the base and get the gold. At the same time, they need to watch the spirit metal mine to prevent the Blade Demons from sneakily digging the remaining spirit metal. They also needed to notify the federal military to watch the Blade Demon planetary warriors. Although the spirit metal reserves didn't reach a level that required planetary warriors to fight to the death, if a planetary warrior intervened, it wouldn't be so good. The Blade Demons probably thought the same. The thing they wanted to do the most now was probably to transport the spirit metal out. The higher UPS mainly discussed tactical options. Luze didn't really understand this, but Lin Ling quite enjoyed listening to it. Luze felt his head was getting big from listening to this. He couldn't do tactics. He just fought head-on. A few hours later, the higher UPS made the decisions. All the officers led their troops to their assigned positions on the battlefield. It wasn't time for an attack yet. If they attacked directly now, there would be huge losses. They needed an opportunity. Everyone left the meeting room. Those officers with real power would be the commanders at the battlefield. The prodigies who left with them were responsible for stopping the prodigies of the Blade Demons and even kill opposing commanding officers, as well as destroying important locations. These prodigies were more like special forces during the Earth era. Luze and Lin Ling watched dazedly as everyone left. Everyone had their positions assigned except for them. So, why were they called over? Just to understand the situation? Luze felt he was quite strong. Why wasn't he taken to fight? Almost everyone left. Only Nangongjing, Luo Bingqing, Lin Kuang, and the golden-haired woman remained. Just when Luze was planning to ask what they would do, Nangongjing got up. She stretched and grinned. Then, she disappeared from Luze's vision. Before Luze could react, a faint scent of alcohol mixed with blood entered his nose. Then, his neck was surrounded by a huge power, and he was pulled down. Before coming back to his senses, Luze felt his face was stuck against an ice-cold metal. His neck felt quite cold. At this moment, Nangongjing's joyful voice came out. Luze, you're quite amazing, hey? You played an entrance test to this degree? Not bad, not bad, you're indeed my student, whom I can be proud of, ha 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 ha. Luze. Nangongjing was standing next to him with her arm around his neck. She was rubbing his hair with the other hand. The force was so great that Luze wondered whether he would lose all of his hair. She was wearing a spirit-powered armor, and the tough armor was making his neck and face hurt. His face was stuck to the breastplate. Why didn't she change into a military uniform and play this? The user experience would be 100 times better. And, since when did he become her student that she was proud of? She didn't hold back at all while beating him up on the way. Cough, although he did accidentally burn her room. Luze said helplessly, Teacher Nangong, you probably want to break the neck of the student you are proud of. Although she was just a little excited, her power wasn't something ordinary people could handle. Nangongjing answered, Don't give me that. Do I not know how thick your skin is? She had a great time beating Luze up on her ship. She knew how tough Luze's body was. She just heard that her student reached aperture opening state power. This made her want to test how thick his skin was again. She was Nangongjing. She was great at controlling power. And now, she found that this guy's body was this much stronger. She was a little surprised and yet happy. She could train this kid with more power when school started. Even though this was an explosive period of growth, Luze's power still rose much faster than she did before. It was so fast that she was shocked. This made her more hopeful of his future. She must teach this kid well. In the future, he could probably carry the human race. At this moment, Luo Bingqing, Lin Kuang, and Louisa came over too. Nangongjing let go of Luze's neck and pointed at Lin Kuang and Louisa, introducing, These two are Lin Kuang and Louisa, the instructors of the prodigy barracks and also young dukes. Luze looked at the two. Lin Kuang had black hair and eyes. He was very handsome, and his eyes looked similar to Lin Ling. He looked at Luze like he was prey, making Luze feel quite nervous. Was this guy gay? Meanwhile, Louisa was a beautiful girl who has a gentle smile. This was his first time hearing of Louisa. He quickly saluted to the two. Greetings, instructors Lin and Louisa. Lin Ling saluted to the two as well. Greetings, instructors Lin and Louisa. Lin Kuang stared at Luze for a while before looking at the serious-looking Lin Ling. He had a complicated glance. Everything was good about his little sister, but she was very obstinate when it came to matters related to her mother or choice of school. Just thinking about how he trained a prodigy for Nangongjing for 2 months, despite it being his sister, he felt annoyed. He sighed and glanced at Luze. Young guy, I am optimistic about you. Come work with me. Luze. He looked dazedly at Lin Kuang. Was this really an instructor hiring a prodigy? Are you sure it wasn't a mafia boss hiring henchmen? Lin Kuang's smile had some arrogance and killing intent. He looked like a gangster. This was completely different from Luo Bingqing, who stood there elegantly. The two seemed to be two extremes. Before Luze thought of how to reply, Nangang Jing already raged. She raised a brow and waved her fists at Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang, didn't you hear it? Luze is my student whom I am proud of. You want to fight over my student? Do you believe I'll smash your head? Luze's mouth spasmed. He finally realized why she said he was a student she was proud of. It was like a beast marking her territory. Lin Kuang grinned as bloodlight flashed in his eyes. I don't believe. Although he was no match for Nangang Jing, their power was quite similar. He loved a fight. Just when the atmosphere was getting intense, Lao Jia smiled. Okay, let's wait until this finishes before we talk about Second Lieutenant Luze. Lin Kuang, let's go to the front line first. They have quite a lot of strong people, we need to be careful. Luo Bingqing said, there's important business, I'm going to. Then, he looked at Luze and Lin Ling before saying to Nangang Jing, Nangang, you do the arrangements for the new students. Hearing this, the two took back their force. Nangang Jing nodded. I'll come over after I make arrangements. Then, Luo Bingqing, Lin Kuang, and Louisa left. Nangang Jing took Luze and Lin Ling back to the dorms. Chapter 176, 3 Choices. In the dorms, Yemu and the others were waiting for the news. When Nangang Jing brought Luze and Lin Ling in, they immediately got up. Greetings, Teacher Nangang. Nangang Jing nodded at the polite bunch. They were much better than Luze. They weren't that naughty. She smiled. I believe you guys know about the spirit metal mine on this planet, right? Everyone nodded. Yes. The battlefield here will be dangerous. There are quite some core martial states and aperture opening states here. It's no longer a trial ground for new students. On this planet, there are only 3rd year and 4th year students. Even the 2nd year students didn't come. But this is your test planet, so in order to ensure the following test, I'll give you 3 options. First, go to the 26th planet and do the entrance test with the students there. That way, your credits and results will still be based on the missions. Second, stay on this planet and do the logistics. That way, your credits and results will be double the original, but it's also more dangerous than before. Then, Nangang Jing said seriously, the third option is that you guys enter the battlefields of different regions. However, the battlefield is cruel. Anything can happen. I don't really recommend you to choose this option, but I will still put out this option for you. You choose. Hearing this, Yemu and the others fell silent for a while. Xuan Yuki asked, Teacher Nangang, did the prodigies of the prodigy barrack of the same year as us enter such battles? Nangang Jing was a little stunned after hearing the words. She then nodded with a smile. Although the situation isn't too similar, they've been through wars of certain scales. Nangang Jing looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling went through wars of certain scales a few months ago. Other than Luze, everyone else looked at Lin Ling with surprise. Luze had heard her say before that abstruse martial state really was nothing on the battlefield. There were core martial states everywhere. In large wars, there were even aperture opening states. The battlefield was a meat grinder. Even aperture opening states can die, not to mention spirit martial state and abstruse martial state. Lin Ling went through hell to survive. That's why her improvement was that huge. Thus, the eyes of Yemu and the others became firm. Xuan Yuki said first, Teacher Nangang, I choose the third. Me too. Me too. They had already been beaten by the prodigies at the prodigy barracks, and now, Luze and Lin Ling were speeding far ahead of them. This made them feel more desperate. They were all prodigies. No one wanted to admit defeat. Sometimes, honor was more important than life. Luze and Lin Ling glanced at each other in surprise. Everyone chose the third option. Luze was confident in his power while Lin Ling had been through it. They didn't expect these newcomers to the battlefield to have such courage. Nangang Jing's eyes flashed, and her facial expression became serious. Her dominant pressure slowly pressed against everyone. For Luze, this level of pressure was like a light breeze. For Lin Ling, it was similar to the pressure of the battlefield. For Yemu and the others, this was their first time facing such pressure. They felt like they were dried leaves in a sandstorm. They couldn't control their own fate. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were wobbly. However, their eyes were firm, and they held on to their consciousness. If they retreated now, they didn't need to go on the battlefield. Nangang Jing's force lasted for a few minutes before taking it back. She narrowed her eyes. Not bad, I'll let you pass. This level of pressure would only appear from aperture opening states on the battlefield. Everyone was sweating and wobbling, but their eyes were bright. They breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. This was training for their mind. Real powerful people weren't just made up of talent. When one couldn't dictate their life and didn't have the will to fight until the end, then, he was just an ordinary person. Nangang Jing smiled. She was very happy for her students. Then, she looked at Luze and Lin Ling. I won't ask you to. Luze, you will be responsible for their safety. Luze. He looked dazedly at Nangang Jing. He was ready to go fight aperture opening state bosses, and yet, she told him this? Even Lin Ling and the others were dazed. Lin Ling was planning to take Yemu and the others on the battlefield herself to do something. Yet, Nangang Jing was leaving Luze here? Then, what about the blade demons? They would be very pitiful. Luze's mouth spasmed. He looked pitifully at Nangang Jing. Teacher Nangang, you're really not going to reconsider? He was very strong right now. Why was he going to the abstruse martial state region? To act cute? Nangang Jing grinned and waved her fist. Do you want to object? You can talk to my fist. Luze's mouth spasmed, and he quickly said, I feel Teacher Nangang's arrangements are too nice. Teacher Nangang is the embodiment of beauty and wisdom. You're unparalleled. Lin Ling and the others. They looked speechlessly at Luze. If Luze stayed tough for a while, they would be able to see a pleasant scene. What a pity. Nangang Jing scratched her face with embarrassment. This was the first time someone without a brain complimented her like this. She quickly waved her hand and said, the human race isn't at the stage where new students, like you, are needed on the battlefield to fight their powerful beings. If you do that, how would your senior schoolmates feel? How would the other soldiers feel? She patted Luze's shoulder, the human race isn't that weak yet. If there's really an emergency, you decide. Luze felt a little touched. Was she protecting him? Since Nangang Jing said so, he would try to protect the soldiers. Luze nodded. I understand. Nangang Jing smiled. Then, I'm going first. The HQ will issue orders. The situation should be rather stable these few days, so just try to make some improvements. It won't be so comfortable after a few days. Luze and the others nodded. Seeing Nangang Jing leave, everyone fell silent. They were about to see a real war. The atmosphere was tense. Even Luze felt a little nervous. Only Lin Ling was rather calmer as she had been through quite some battles. Seeing this, Lin Ling said, Yo, even our prodigy Luze would be nervous. Luze's mouth spasmed. He smiled. The first time will always feel nerve-wracking? After all, I'm a second lieutenant now, I have to take lead. Lin Ling. Yemu and the others. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Lin Ling instantly regretted her words. Lin Ling quickly changed the topic. We're about to go to the battlefield. I'll teach everyone some useful techniques. It'll help you survive better on the battlefield. Luze and the others listened intently. Although Luze was strong, it would not hurt to learn these things. Yemu and the others were very grateful to Lin Ling as these techniques were the most useful to them. Chapter 177, Those who enjoy peace should firmly remember this. Half an hour later, Lin Ling finished talking, and everyone fell silent as they began to digest what Lin Ling said. Then, Luze said, "Let's cultivate before the orders come down." Everyone nodded and went back to their own rooms to cultivate. Luze sat on his bed and closed his eyes for cultivation. There were still 4 red orbs left from that aperture opening state black leopard. Luze scanned with his mental force, and one of the red orbs disappeared. Immediately, a powerful energy surged in Luze's body. He frowned, and his face was a little white, but he didn't move at all. He quietly started digesting the energy to cultivate. One needed to pay some price for getting stronger. 3 hours later, Luze breathed a sigh of relief as he finished using a light orb. He eased up his painful body and once again began cultivation. When Luze opened his eyes again, it was dark outside. The violent sandstorm outside the base could barely be seen. Luze silently watched the distant sandstorm. It was more violent than before. Did the war start? Other than those logistical soldiers and the ones who had to guard the base, everyone went on the battlefield. There was still no notification. Clearly, the battlefield was the calm before the storm. Luze stretched and ate some food Alice cooked him. He pondered whether he should tell Lu and Alice, but in the end, he decided not to. Luze didn't know that since the Earth era there was a profession called battlefield journalists. The battlefield journalists of this galactic era did this for those who enjoy the peace now to remember that all the peace was acquired in exchange for the blood of borderland soldiers. This kept people on alert. Only this would make the young people of each generation work hard. News of the war on the 25th planet already spread out. At this moment, on planet Lanjiang, Lu Wen, Fuxia, Lu Li, Alice, and Merlin had dinner already as they looked at the news on the screen. Everyone fell silent. Moments later, Lu Wen asked worriedly, "Xiao'er System's 25th planet, isn't that the planet Ze entered for his entrance test?" Fuxia's face was pale. Her face was filled with worry. That was a real war. People died in wars. How could she not be worried? Lu Li and Alice glanced at each other, and their eyes flashed with worry. There were some things that you had to compete for, but they really didn't have the mood to do that now. They took out their phones and looked at the group chat. Looking at the blank messages, Lu Li's eyes narrowed. This Luze didn't even tell her something as important as this? She would deal with him when he came back. Alice frowned too. Senior schoolmate didn't even tell her? Was he safe? Merlin frowned too. He knew of Luze's talent. That god art that could produce high-level energy allowed Lu Li and Alice to build the sturdiest foundation. With Luze's wind, fire, and strength god art, Merlin looked favorably of such prodigy. Luze saved Alice's life. If something happened to Luze, he would regret his entire life. But the battlefield was something every prodigy had to go through. Even Luze couldn't escape this. In fact, he should experience the battlefield even more. Only that way would he be able to grow. If Luze chose to dodge the battlefield on the planet, his rating of Luze would greatly drop. However, with his understanding of Luze, there was no way Luze would dodge it. Merlin glanced at the worried Alice, and his mouth spasmed. This bastard! He took out his phone and messaged Nangongjing, asking her to take care of Luze and not let him die. Placing the phone down, Merlin rubbed his head. This was going against military law? Although he was no longer bound by it as a star-level being, he had been through all that. However, for Alice and Luze's future, he made an exception. At this moment, a few hundred kilometers from the blade demons, all sorts of pieces of machinery were slowly erected, forming battle bases. These bases weren't big, only a few kilometers wide. They were the temporary rendezvous points and supply points. There would be such a battlefield base erected every tens of kilometers. Nangongjing, who was building a base, frowned and took out her phone. When she saw the message, her mouth spasmed as she replied. Lin Kuang, Luo Bingqing, and Louisa were all curious after seeing Nangongjing's strange expression. What happened? Nangongjing shook her head. Nothing, it's a message of an elder. Everyone was curious but didn't ask. Nangongjing was speechless, she had already taken care of Luze enough. She led an aperture opening state stay with the army that only had a core martial state. What else was she supposed to do? Put Luze back in spirit martial state army? Nangongjing was confused about why Uncle Merlin would care about Luze that much. He seemed to have developed feelings after teaching him for a while. Meanwhile, Merlin looked at Nangongjing's message and was instantly dumbfounded. Luze already had aperture opening state power? Just how many days has he been there? What cultivation was this? Alice saw this and blinked her eyes in confusion. What happened, father? Merlin's mouth spasmed, but he eventually pulled out a smile and said, Don't worry too much. Luze is very strong right now. He has reached aperture opening state power. He can survive on the battlefield. Alice and Lu Li were immediately relieved. On the other side, Lu Wen and Fu Xia felt assured too. But then, Lu Wen and Fu Xia couldn't resist widening their eyes. Ze already has an aperture opening state power. Although their power was low, they knew about the states. An aperture opening state was very strong. Their kid just entered his freshman year in the university. Yet, he was already this strong. Fu Xia was full of joy and slapped Lu Wen's shoulder. Did you hear it? My good boy is that strong. She had decided to go show off to her friends tomorrow. Lu Wen smiled awkwardly. Your son is my son. What are you showing off for? Of course, Lu Wen didn't dare to say this. Merlin looked at Lu Li and Alice. Why aren't you two shocked at all? Lu Li smiled. Brother told us a few days ago. Lu Wen and Fu Xia. He told Lu Li and Alice but didn't tell them. Was this the feeling of your child growing up? Merlin was speechless too. He didn't care that Luze didn't tell him his power, but that Luze dared to secretly talk to Alice? Did he beat him up too lightly before? Chapter 178, The idea is plausible. Luze looked outside the window for a while and stretched before sitting back on the bed. This time, he entered the pocket hunting dimension. Luze was a little stronger compared to when he went in yesterday. Luze thought he could try fighting an aperture opening state with God Art. If he beat one, then he would be able to get another God Art crystal ball. That way, he would be able to get even stronger before the war. Thinking about this, Luze felt this idea was plausible. He would find a smaller aperture opening state beast to test the waters first. Usually, the smaller ones were weaker. Of course, this wasn't definite. For example, that rabbit. That cute rabbit wasn't big, but it was very strong. Luze felt he was rather lucky and wouldn't find those exceptional ones. Thus, Luze casually searched for a direction and went on the road to hunting. When he encountered core martial state beasts on the way, Luze dealt with them casually. A few hours later, Luze used his mental force to scan the surroundings and felt a powerful qi in front of him. This qi was rather stable, but when Luze scanned it with his mental force, it moved a little but didn't burst. Luze felt he could go over to see. Thus, he went forward slowly while holding his breath. He saw that a few hundred meters forward, there was a huge black tiger lying low in the grass. Its fur was like smooth silk. It glimmered under the sun. Despite lying on the ground, it still had a height of 7 meters. The body was subtly going up and down. Clearly, it was taking a nap. Luze narrowed his eyes. This was a black aperture opening state tiger that would be 10 meters high when it stood up. This level of chi was acceptable. Should he fight? Should he sneak up on the tiger and attack? But Luze soon gave up this idea. He relied on the control of his own power to sneak through his chi. He couldn't do it completely enough unless he learned a martial technique or god art of this sort. As for now, just fight. He immediately used all his god art. Terrifying power waves blew apart the grass. The grass nearest to Luze was even torn to pieces by the power. At this moment, Luze felt he was very strong. Roar! The black tiger slowly woke up after sensing Luze's chi. Luze's eyes went cold. Fire and wind circulated around his right fist. His right leg stepped on the ground, creating a huge ditch under him. Then, he disappeared from his place and appeared above the black tiger. Die! The red and green fist force struck towards the tiger's spine. Meanwhile, the head of the tiger was still wobbling. It was clearly not fully awake. Luze grinned. He didn't know why this tiger seemed a little dopey, but he didn't care. He was confident that with this punch, the tiger's spine would shatter, and it would lose a lot of combat power. It was the tiger's fault for not being careful enough. Luze even felt bored. This hunt was too easy. Many thoughts flashed in Luze's head as his fist struck heavily on the black tiger's spine. Rumble! All the force was released from Luze's fist. The fist force even tore the surrounding few hundred meters of grass into pieces. Thunderous sounds spread out within tens of kilometers. Court-martial state beasts ran around frantically. The nearby lightning warhorse glanced over and kept eating grass lazily. Then, vibrant red flames and sharp whirlwinds surged. Then, there was nothing else. Luze's fist struck the tiger's spine, but not even a fur dropped. The atmosphere was awkward. Luze's confident smile froze on his face. Then, his face slowly went green and twisted. He looked at his fist and then at the tiger. His hand hurt so much. His hand felt like it was breaking. Just what body did this tiger have? It was this terrifying? How was he going to play? Only then did this tiger react. Its eyes became fierce as black smoke seeped out of its body. It roared at Luze. The thunderous sound made Luze's blood boil. Then, before Luze could react, a huge claw landed from the sky onto his head. In a fit of huge pain, Luze's eyes went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his dorm. Luze's body was shivering with pain. It was painful, but it seemed to feel a little satisfying. Thinking about this, Luze shivered. Cough, it definitely wouldn't be satisfying. He wouldn't awaken such fetish. Thinking about that tiger, he didn't feel good. It was just a random aperture opening state, but it was that strong? This beast was definitely much stronger than the blue bird. When it was sleeping, its chi was completely different from when it was awake. After all, in the cultivation of aperture opening state in the human race, there were 810 apertures. Only once you opened all the apertures could it become a dantian. The difference was huge. He felt a little disappointed but soon recovered. He sat down again and red orbs slowly disappeared in his head. Cultivation, cultivation. One day, I will come back. 2 days later, in the morning, Luze slowly woke up from cultivation. He got up. During the 2 days of cultivation, only his fire god art and spirit force cultivation had slight improvements. In these 2 days, his power didn't increase much. Luze stretched his back. It seemed he reached a bottleneck. He could only use red orbs to slowly build up. If he was lucky, he could get a god art shard some way. Only that would allow him to grow faster. At this moment, Luze's communicator rang. Luze grabbed it, and his eyes lit up. It was finally here. The higher UPS finally made arrangements. He would follow the logistics company to the battlefield. This meant that they were officially joining the battle. Luze walked out of his room excitedly and started cleaning himself. At the same time, he heard the loud openings of other rooms. Then, Yemu, Xavier, and Ian charged to the toilet door. Their faces seemed pale and nervous. Clearly, they received orders. Yemu's voice was shaky. He confirmed with Luze, "Ze, the order is here." Luze walked out and smiled. "You received the news too? Hurry up and get cleaned. We're about to go." When they were done, Lin Ling and the others arrived too. Then, they came to the military square. There were a few hundred large transporter trucks stationed there. Each one was filled with soldiers. Luze and his group were led to one, and then, they saluted to Luze, "To ND Lieutenant Luze, you're heading towards the 12th War Base. It's on the Eastern War Line. These soldiers are headed there too." Luze nodded and smiled. "Okay." Chapter 179, Good Luck and Bad Luck. Luze and the others entered the car. There were already more than 100 soldiers inside. When Luze and his group got on, they looked over curiously. Luze and his group found a seat under everyone's gaze. The space inside these large transporter cars was huge. At least, it wasn't packed inside. The car started and headed to the city gates. The merchants and adventurers watched in shock as the huge fleet of transporter ships leave. "Oh shit! Another wave! What are they doing? Fighting the Blade Demon base? A wave left just a few days ago, right? It seems the war is really about to start. This is the first time I saw this in the 3 years I've been here. Not too good. What to do? Should we leave?" "Let's go," it's said the lockdown is very strict outside. "We won't go. We'll stay and see first. Perhaps, there's an opportunity to become wealthy." Some people contacted their company or team, planning to leave. Those bolder ones planned to assess the situation from afar. If they didn't impede the movement of the military wouldn't care. Perhaps by then, they would be hired by the military and earn some money. The ships left the base and headed to the east. The transporter vehicle floated in the air and drove towards the battlefield base. Luze looked out at the unchanging scene. It was getting boring, so he looked at the soldiers curiously. Their expressions differed. Some looked calm and ready for the war. Some looked pale and sweaty. A round-faced young soldier sitting next to them was shaking. This guy was probably a new recruit. It was unlucky for new troops to encounter this. The new recruits had the highest death rate on the battlefield. After one battle, they will evolve. At this moment, those calm experienced soldiers started communicating with new recruits, teaching them the experience of surviving the battlefield. Lin Ling had taught them before, but the tactics of the experienced soldiers were more effective. After all, they had been on the battlefield much longer than Lin Ling. Luze looked at Lin Ling strangely. She was very proud that day. Lin Ling glared at Luze and didn't want to talk. The round face was talking to a bearded man. "Kid, what's your name?" "Wang, Wang little fat." Wang wiped the sweat from his pale face and then asked, "What about you?" "Good name, it suits you. I'm Odwin. Next, I shall teach you how to survive on the battlefield." An hour or so later, Odwin finished and stared at the still nervous Wang. "Did you get it?" Wang little fat nodded his head. Odwin patted Wang's shoulder and grinned. "Follow behind me on the battlefield." Wang fell silent for a while and then looked at Odwin gratefully. "Thank you." Odwin waved his hand and smiled. "It's just a military tradition." "You're serving your military conscription, right?" Wang nodded. "Ha, then you're really unlucky. It's going to be a big scene. New soldiers are prone to mental breakdowns." Then, Odwin made the explosion sign with his hand and smirked at Wang. Wang's whole body was trembling. Luze and the others were speechless. Odwin saw the expression of Luze and the others. He grinned before saluting to Luze. "Greetings, Second Lieutenant Luze." Luze was stunned. "You know me?" Odwin grinned. "We, experienced soldiers, have more sources of intel. You're the one who captured the Blade Demon Prodigy and found the Spirit Metal Mine. You killed 2 Aperture Opening State Blade Demons as well." Odwin raised his thumb. "2nd Lieutenant Luze is really fucking amazing." Luze. This guy was clearly complimenting him, but why did he feel he was being cursed instead? Meanwhile, Wang looked at Luze in shock. "Oh my god! Am I not awake? Such a young person killed Aperture Opening States and found the Spirit Metal Mine? Such a prodigy was sitting next to him? So nervous." Even the other new recruits looked at Luze in shock. The experienced soldiers saluted to Luze in unison. "Greetings, Second Lieutenant Luze." What Luze did was worth their respect. The atmosphere in the vehicle was quiet. Yemu saw that those female new recruits glanced at Luze with glimmering eyes. His mouth spasmed. He envied this so much. When could he have such treatment? Lin Ling glanced at the embarrassed Luze. This guy was going to get even more proud. This was annoying. Odwin patted Wang's chest and grinned. "I was joking with you before. Ha, I didn't expect Second Lieutenant Luze is in the same base with us. You're very lucky that he's here. Just be careful, and you should be able to survive your first battle." Wang just realized something. With someone who could kill Aperture Opening State here, he pretty much had a 100% chance of surviving. Great! Luze could sense the trust and respect Odwin had for him. He was a little worried. It wasn't too good to trust him like that. He was no hero, nor did he feel he was invincible. This trust was too heavy. Luze scratched his head. "I'll try my best." Now, the pressure was huge. But he was an Aperture Opening State, it shouldn't be hard to carry them, right? A day later, the vehicle passed half the planet's deserts. There were quite some beasts that tried to attack them, but there was another Aperture Opening State with them other than Luze. After releasing some chi, those beasts ran off happily. At this moment, the vehicle company suddenly split into 3 directions. Luze's vehicle went along the battlefield line and turned. After turning twice, their vehicle company loosened up. The vehicles went into their own respective battlefield base. The base was small, but it was filled with all sorts of cannons. A thick spirit-powered barrier was placed over the top of the base. As soon as they got off, there was a familiar voice, "Junior schoolmate Luze, here." Chapter 180, Fight for the Human Race. After hearing the words, Luze and the others turned around. It led them to notice the presence of Wang Wenz and 3 more people. By the side of the latter group, Xylan was waving. Luze, together with his company, walked over while sporting a smile on their faces. "Senior schoolmates, you 3 are over here at this base too." Wang Wenz then explained, "Every base needs powerful people to guard it. This is done to prevent ambush from the Blade Demons. When the battle starts, we won't be able to stay with you guys." Luze and the others nodded in understanding. Wang Wen's power was Aperture Opening State. On the other hand, Xylan's and Andrew's powers were approaching the Aperture Opening State. If they fought, the after effects of such powers could be enough to kill the surrounding soldiers. This was the same for Blade Demons. Thus, the battles of Aperture Opening State and Mortal Evolution State were done in the sky. Meanwhile, planetary-level warriors had their battles in space. Even if Luze encountered a powerful Blade Demon, he would have to go in the air, unless he was capable of instantly killing the Blade Demon. Consequently, Luze asked in confusion, "When does the battle start?" Wang Wen's face went serious. "Tomorrow." Luze and his group were shocked. This quick? They had only just arrived. They didn't even have the time to prepare. Wang Wen's nodded. There's news that their reinforcements are on the way. Although we also have reinforcements coming, it would be more problematic when the battle becomes more intense. Every base will be given a device that can detect nearby spirit metal. Those people will be held up. You guys will have to find a way to quickly break into the base. Luze and the others were quite speechless. This seems very difficult. Luze thought they had planted some spies in the Blade Demon base, which meant they could play some interesting spy missions during the war. In the end, they had to attack head-on. There were some disadvantages to choosing the attacking side rather than the defensive side. Wang Wen smiled. We don't have a choice, there's not much time. We can't just let them ship the spirit metal away. Luze's mouth spasmed. At this moment, there was a loud distant sound. A terrifying force transitioned into a powerful wind and surged over. Everyone looked over. In this distance, there were flashes and earth-shocking explosions. The ground was trembling. Those new students were even wobbling while standing. Just what level of power was this for them to feel it from that far? If they were closer, they would definitely die. The battlefield was really scary. Luze said, "It's that alcoholic, cough, teacher Nangong." Wang Wen's face went strange after hearing him speak. He moved half a step away from Luze. Everyone else followed too. Luze's mouth spasmed. This hurt his feelings. Xylan looked at the golden light fearfully. Teacher Nangong probably didn't hear it, right? Wang Wen's mouth spasmed. We are quite far from her, and she's currently fighting. She probably didn't hear it. The three glanced at each other and felt relieved. Then, Andrew patted Luze's back. Junior schoolmate Luze, there are some things you shouldn't say. Andrew's tone was full of pain as though he was reminiscing some traumatic memory. Luze coughed awkwardly. Wang Wen's explained, now, there are 4 young dukes at their base. Teacher Nangong said they would waste some of their base's energy first. That way, their defense and offense would weaken. At this moment, Yemu asked in a dazed manner, Senior schoolmate, how far is the base from us? Wang Wen's glanced at Yemu with confusion. 500 kilometers. What is the matter? 500 kilometers. The battle was 500 kilometers away, and even though it was just an after effect, a huge wind could be created here? Was this the power of young dukes? This was so terrifying. Wang Wen smiled. If you guys work hard, you can do it too. Although they weren't necessarily young dukes, all students of Federal University in the elite class have the potential to reach the planetary state. Whether they would actually become one would depend on their fortune. Okay, go back first. The battle will start tomorrow. It won't be easy. Luze and the others nodded. They proceeded to gather with the rest of the soldiers. The next morning, the troops gathered in the square again. All the soldiers at the base came. Luze stood inside the formation. Around him were Lin Ling and the rest of his group. On the side were the 100 soldiers from yesterday. The entire formation consisted of probably a few thousand people. In total, there were most likely around a few 100,000 soldiers on this battlefield. Luze felt a little stunned from the calculation. This was just the battlefield on one planet within one solar system, and there were already several soldiers fighting. It seemed there were quite a lot of humans. At this moment, one first lieutenant who was responsible for this base made the last-minute mobilizations. Everyone knows the purpose of this war. I don't need to remind you how precious spirit metals are. I don't want to waste any words. We're soldiers, and since we're soldiers, we fight for humanity. The full-powered roar of a high-level court-martial state was enough to reach more than tens of kilometers on the square. The weaker soldiers were dizzy from the shock. The few thousand soldiers roared in unison. For humanity. The roaring sound tore open the sandstorm in the sky. Roars could be heard non-stop from different bases. For humanity. In the war occurring at the battlefront, there was a huge base, which was tens of kilometers in diameter. It was completely black and sharp. Its edges were hideous. Black smoke was seeping out of the base. In one room of the largest building located in the middle of the base, a room full of blade demons were silent as they looked at the blade demon sitting at the top, wearing black armor. This blade demon's eyes were closed. They could hear the roars of the humans even in their base. The atmosphere was heavy. Moments later, the blade demon opened his blood-cold eyes. Prepare for battle. Chapter 181, Don't be afraid, I'm not some good person. Tens of kilometers ahead of the blade demon's base, the human soldiers were rallying. The soldiers either had serious or nervous faces, but they were all staring at the enormous base shrouded in light smoke. Nangongjing and the other young dukes were floating in the air, along with the strong people from the military. The powerful force field managed to block even the sandstorm. At this moment, Nangongjing took out a wine that was flashing with golden light. She flicked off the lid, and immediately, the smell of good wine wafted in the air. Nangongjing chugged the entire bottle. Gulp gulp, ha! Nangongjing's face was slightly red. Her star-like eyes turned golden slowly. Her hand flashed with golden light, and the crystal bottle turned into dust and dissipated in the air. She smiled at a middle-aged man. Old Derry, let's start. Derry felt dazed from hearing her words. He then glanced at Lin Kuang, Luo Bingqing, and Louisa. At this moment, Lin Kuang's black hair slowly turned into a blood color. Along with such change, a repugnant scent of blood could be smelled. Luo Bingqing emitted frosty qi all around him. Eyes formed from time to time in the air. Louisa flashed with a golden color. It was different from Nangongjing's overbearing golden light. Hers was warmer and more comfortable. The three nodded to Old Derry. Lin Kuang stared at the blade demon base. After their continuous attacks for 2 days, the barrier was essentially worn out. Feeling the qi erupt in the base, Lin Kuang's eyes flashed with hideousness. Old Derry, I can't resist anymore. Those blade demon bastards can't hold it anymore too, right? Old Derry nodded seriously. Let's go. In the blade demon base, more than 100 figures charged out and flew to the air. Fighting here was no good to both sides. Their troops were on the ground. Seeing that the powerful people have started fighting, Luze's commander roared. Charge! The powerful people fought in the air. Spaceships that came near would instantly explode. However, the cannons on the ground weren't affected. All sorts of cannons were set up to support the soldiers charging. The core martial states of the blade demons had fierce eyes as they stopped all sorts of cannons in the air. The cannons from the blade demon base also fired back at the human soldiers. Meanwhile, the human core martial states would also stop the cannon attacks. Covering a distance of tens of kilometers would only require a short time for powerful martial artists. As human soldiers neared, the blade demon commanders roared at the top of the city wall. Subsequently, the base opened, and the blade demons charged out. The blade demon eventually chose to fight outside the base. The spirit metal was in the spaceships in the base, awaiting reinforcements. Another consideration is that, without the barrier, the city wall was only a slightly taller barrier for martial artists. The blade demons and human soldiers clashed. The sounds of battle roars reached the heavens. Sandstorm covered the sky as killing qi spread. The ground was trembling. The distant beasts felt this qi and quickly fled. Outside the battlefield, the humans who came to watch the battle were shocked. If they entered such a battle, they would definitely not survive for long. Not far away, the battlefield journalists were broadcasting this battle. Countless bloodshed and lives lost were recorded and put on the Federal War Site. The Federal War Site contained all the news about the wars. There were wins and losses, intense and easy battles. Those parents who didn't want their kids to join the army looked for those battles where the entire human army was annihilated. Look, it's so dangerous, and you still want to join the army. In the war site, all sorts of people could be found: hot-blooded youth, battlefield journalists, random browsers, the family of the soldiers, and even crazed war enthusiasts. The broadcast for the 25th Planet War had begun. Lu Wen and the others took a break to watch this. They knew Luze was strong, but they were still worried. The scene showed the huge distant Blade Demon base, as well as the human soldiers. The boiling atmosphere and terrifying shockwaves shook quite some watchers despite being behind the screen. At this moment, a beautiful battlefield journalist was reporting. "I wonder how is Ze? I can't see him at all with this many people," Fuxia said on the couch. At the moment, Luze was standing on the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, every blade demon that charged at him was planted in the ground head first. Those core martial states had flown to a low altitude in order to fight. On the other hand, those who remained on the ground were abstruse martial state and below. With such, he felt extremely stunned. When he planted a blade demon, who was an abstruse martial state level 9, into the ground, all the blade demons looked at him as though he was the devil. They ran away from him. This made Luze feel sad. There was not a single blade demon within a few 100-meter radius. Without blade demons, the human soldiers needed to go after them, and so they weren't there too. Thus, the space within a few 100 meters around him remained empty. Wherever he went, this blank space followed. He was very speechless. He was a human soldier. Come fight him. It's all that alcoholic's fault. He was watching the situation of Lin Ling and the others carefully. Although he felt bored, he was still careful about potential hidden blade demon powerhouses. After scanning a few times, Luze found in disappointment that there were no powerful beings hiding. Thus, his dream of adding action to himself was gone. A few 100 meters away, Lin Ling was fighting an abstruse martial state level 8 blade demon. This blade demon was stronger than her in terms of cultivation level, but her eyes flashed with light, and she saw through every attack of the blade demon. With her movement technique, she seemed to go in and out easily. It would only be a matter of time before she killed the blade demon. Lin Ling had abstruse martial state level 3 power now. With her God Art buff, her combat power increased even more. Even abstruse martial state level 8 was no match for her. At this moment, another abstruse martial state level 8 suddenly appeared behind Lin Ling. His arm blades flashed as he was gearing to attack. At this moment, a green wind slithered around him, and he couldn't move at all. Blade Demon! What happened? Then, the Blade Demon found himself flying toward his left. He looked there and saw Luze smiling at him. His eyes opened wide in terror. Oh shit! It's that demon! He clearly saw this guy plant his captain in the ground. It was this demon. The Blade Demon roared and wanted to run, but he couldn't move at all. Luze smiled at this Blade Demon. Little brother, don't be afraid, I'm not some good person. This guy tried to ambush. Wasn't this against the rule? A green light flashed in Luze's eyes as he rotated the Blade Demon, forcing the latter's head to face the ground. The Blade Demon shivered. He quickly said, "A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. I want an honorable death." As a Blade Demon warrior, he wasn't going to beg for mercy. He said this again in the common universal language. To him, there was no way that such a powerful being would not know the common universal language. Luze listened to the words of the Blade Demon and felt dumbfounded. What did this guy say? Luze scratched his head. This Blade Demon must be complimenting his looks. Luze smiled. I accept your compliment. Thank you. Then, he planted this friendly Blade Demon head first into the desert. Blade Demon. Consequently, Luze used Wind God Art to ruin the life force of this Blade Demon. Chapter 182, isn't it good to be alive? Luze scanned his surroundings after glancing at the dead body of the blade demon. The two sides were engaged in an intense battle. Their powers might seem weak for Luze, but for ordinary soldiers, they may die at any time. That alcoholic didn't let him go up to help. The entire battlefield was this big. Naturally, he couldn't manage it entirely. However, he could still protect the region around him. Thus, Luze spread his mental force and covered a range of 10 kilometers. The situation was immediately transmitted to Luze's brain. At this moment, Luze's face went pale as his brows furrowed tightly. The amount of information was significantly large. It made his brain swell, as though it would burst due to being full. His mouth spasmed. This was the first time he used mental force with full power. He almost drained himself. He quickly used a purple orb, and a clear chi flowed past his brain. The huge pain eased up. Then, a green light flashed in Luze's eyes. 5 kilometers away from Luze, a blade demon aimed his blade hideously at an injured soldier. The soldier was full of despair and was planning to leave some wounds on this blade demon at the cost of his life when this blade demon suddenly froze. The atmosphere became very awkward. Soldier. Blade demon. The hideous smile slowly disappeared from the blade demon. He wanted to create an explosion with his power, however, not only he failed to struggle, but he also could not move at all. The desperate soldier looked at the wind that was spinning around the blade demon, and his eyes widened. Wind god art? It's Second Lieutenant Luze. Second Lieutenant was really nice. He saved his life. He was touched. The soldier smiled at the blade demon. Since the second lieutenant didn't kill this blade demon, did he want him to do it? Thus, the soldier raised his sword. This scene kept repeating within a 10-kilometer radius. Quite some blade demons that had the upper hand suddenly couldn't move at all. Gradually, the numbers of human troops exceeded the blade demons, forming a 2-against-1 situation. Luze then took back his mental force and rubbed his forehead. He went a bit too intense. If it wasn't all abstruse martial state and even spirit martial state around, even he wouldn't be able to handle it. Despite this, he felt he was drained. But luckily his recovery was very powerful. He wondered what was the special energy that the male lion dropped. It not only greatly improved his body and mental force, but also his recovery ability. As long as he gets some rest, he would be able to recover. Soon, the humans gained more and more advantages, and the blade demon defense line was about to crumble. At this moment, the human troops finally had time to think. Oh shit, Xiaoji, I thought you were going to die. Wasn't your opponent 2 levels higher than you? I thought so too, but this idiot suddenly stopped moving and I took the chance to slice him. You too? Same here. Me too. I thought it was some god helping me. God? Are you joking? It's Second Lieutenant Luze. You don't even know about his wind god art? Leave. 2nd Lieutenant Luze is here. He's in our base. I'm envious. I just want to shake hands with him. Meanwhile, the blade demons felt dazed. Where did my fellow soldiers go? They were fine just a moment ago. How did they all disappear? If this continued, their defensive line would crumble. Thus, some blade demon warned the base. There was a powerful being here, they needed backup. The commander of the blade demons who stood on the city wall looked at the direction where Luze's battlefield was at. His red eyes flashed. Of course, not all blade demon soldiers went out. Some stayed to defend the base. 2 aperture opening state middle stages were even guarding the spirit metal. He ordered, they have a powerful being, then we'll send 2. Allow Sazibali and Sasikali to take 10,000 guarding soldiers and attack. Let the remaining guards stay on alert to prevent their invisibility-type prodigies from sneaking in. He glanced at Luze's battlefield. Sending out 10,000 more soldiers and 2 core martial state peak stages should be enough, right? At a high altitude, near the vacuum of space, one black and gold figure stood opposite each other. Powerful qi erupted from them, distorting the nearby space. Nangang Jing, who was in Super Saiyan mode, stood dominantly as she looked at the black armored blade demon. Nangang Iron Fist, we have fought so many times, and it's always been a draw. How about we just watch this time? The blade demon grinned. Nangang Jing narrowed her eyes but kept her mouth shut. She disappeared in a blink and emerged behind the blade demon. Her white fist punched out with golden light that could be seen even inside the spaceships in space. Rumble. Terrifying force smashed past. The blade demon's eyes flashed with hideousness as she quickly sliced out 2 dark blade rays. The fist force and blade rays clashed together, distorting the space even more. Even the aperture opening states fighting below had to dodge the power wave. After one punch, Nangang Jing gritted her teeth. I'm called Nangang Jing. Cecilia, I'm going to smash you today. Die. How dare he call her Nangang Iron Fist? Cecilia charged up coldly, seeing the furious Nangang Jing. His plan worked. All the other powerful humans were here. Only that young powerful being didn't come. They searched for information about that young powerful human for a long time at the mining cave, but they couldn't find anything. He was clearly that strong and talented, but he was that unheard of? But that didn't matter, he hoped that humans would like the present he prepared for him. He found those 2 aperture opening states from outside this battlefield to prevent any accidents. There are no records of them on the Xiao'er system battlefields. They were 2 prodigies that had god art. With those 2 there, if that young human prodigy dared to enter their base, he would be dead for sure. If such a talented youth died, the human race would be very hurt. He would take both the spirit metals and that prodigy's life. He was really a prodigy. Cecilia felt great about himself. At this moment, the battlefield Luze was very joyful. It was 2 against 1 and sometimes even 3 against 1. Lin Ling had long killed that abstruse martial state level 8 blade demon and found an abstruse martial state level 9 fighting an intense battle. Yemu and the others kept fighting too. At this moment, 2 core martial state blade demons flew over. The terrifying pressure immediately slowed down the human attack. There was a dark patch of blade demon soldiers behind the 2 core martial states. Although they were suppressed by their force, the human soldiers looked at them with pity. Wasn't it good to stay alive? Their second lieutenant Luze was here. Why did they bring so many over to die? The core martial state blade demons didn't know this and stared deadly at the human soldiers. Their mental force swept but didn't find any hidden powerful human. Thus, the blade demon on the right waved out a blade ray toward Lin Ling. She had such power when she was only abstruse martial state level 3. Such prodigy couldn't be allowed to stay alive. Chapter 183, He looks very nice. On the battlefield, the blood of the 2 races splattered everywhere, painting the sand yellow. The wind blew past, and the blood stench spread out very far. The human onlookers and journalists smelled the intense scent of blood. Hearing the roars, clashes, and trembles of the earth, they felt firsthand the intensity of the battle. The beautiful journalist was clearly an experienced battlefield journalist. Despite the scene, she wasn't worried at all. Instead, she responsibly reported the situation. When the strange occurrence appeared at Luze's area, she immediately noticed it. Look at the battle district on the eastern front. There seems to be a powerful human there. The blade demons suffered much greater losses here than other regions. Our forces almost have no losses. Let us take a closer look. A regional victory in such an intense battle was clearly exciting. Even her voice was at a higher pitch. They kept the mainframe on the entirety of the battlefield and split off a screen to zoom in on the human soldiers who were finishing off the remaining blade demons. If this kept up, it was only a matter of time before the front was broken. Then, that would lead to a lot of choices. This region is doing very well. If this continues, we will achieve regional victory. But where is that powerful human? The journalist asked in confusion. The camera caught Ian, who was fighting in abstruse martial state level 7, and Yemu, who was fighting in abstruse martial state level 6. It also caught Lin Ling fighting in abstruse martial state level 9. The beautiful journalist said with cold eyes, "It's God art." These young warriors seem to be the new students in the elite class of the Federal University. This planet was their trial grounds, but they still came to the battle when the battle started. The audience watching this widened their eyes. The elite class of the Federal University? These new students were the greatest prodigies. Yet, they would fight on a battlefield even though they may die at any time like ordinary soldiers. This made the blood of those youth who wanted to join the army boil even more. This made the kin of some soldiers feel complicated. Everyone was the same, regardless of whether they were prodigies, soldiers, or higher levels. The higher levels were fighting in the sky. "Oh my! I see my son. He's still alive, that's great. I see my husband, he's alive. Wait, there seems to be a situation there," the beautiful journalist said with shock. On this battlefield, there was a black-haired youth. There was no one within a few 100-meter range around him. Both blade demons and humans avoided this area. Some blade demons that were scurrying around saw the youth from afar and quickly ran in the opposite direction. If they had nowhere to go, they would rather run back than run toward this youth. Everyone felt dazed. Weren't they supposed to be ferocious blade demons? What were they doing? This youth seemed very nice. Just when everyone was holding on to that thought, one blade demon, who was running and charging into an empty region, failed to notice this youth. The two human soldiers looked strangely at the blade demon. Their eyes were full of pity, so they stopped. Seeing this, the blade demon was just about to smile when his face stiffened. He noticed he couldn't move at all. Before he could think, he flipped upside down and was planted into the sand. Then, there was intense pain and nothing else. The human soldier's mouth spasmed as they saluted to the youth and left to attack other blade demons. The audience looked at this and then at the slightly pale-faced but calm-looking youth. They were wrong. This youth didn't seem that nice. He looked quite handsome. They finally realized why the blade demons ran away him. But why plant them upside down into the ground? They were curious why there were blade demons planted in the ground upside down. "So it was you. This is such a strange fetish." At this moment, the beautiful journalist saw this too, and her eyes lit up as she smiled. "It seems this soldier is the hidden powerhouse." Her face was a little strange. "This powerhouse was this young?" She continued. "This soldier seems to be a new student in the elite class of the Federal University. Let us look at his details." The beautiful journalist was interested in this. From the facial recognition scan, details of the youth surfaced. Then, she slowly read, "Luze, 18, first-year Federal University's elite class student. Military rank, second lieutenant." The rank of second lieutenant for an 18-year-old Federal University new student was a bit absurd. If it was the prodigy barracks, she wouldn't be this surprised. She still continued reading. "Military merit, noticed the anomaly with blade demons during his mission and captured a blade demon prodigy with extreme core martial state power alive." Her voice became sharp as she read that portion. This meant that this youth had a power equivalent to aperture opening state? He was only 18 years old. Even the audience was stunned too. 18 years old, aperture opening state power? Was he still human? A moment of silence later, a line of words appeared on the screen, "Young Duke of Invincibility." This was a prodigy with the talent of a young duke. His talent would place at the top even among young dukes. Oh shit! Young duke talent. I didn't expect to see such talent on this battlefield. No wonder this region was faring quite well. Looking at his slightly pale face, he must have used all of his power just now. Such a prodigy has no one to protect him? Isn't it too dangerous? What are those high levels thinking? Are you new? An aperture opening state staying in this level of battlefield is already a form of protection, okay? How else do you want to protect him? Let him fight spirit martial state. This. I know this person. He's my senior schoolmate. He's my high school senior schoolmate. This was a second-year student at Chongyang Top 1 High School. The senior schoolmate he admired most was Luze, who got a guaranteed entry into Federal University. He didn't expect to see his senior schoolmate's heroic figure on the war site. This was too exciting. No, I must go tell this to the class group chat. No, I'll say it on the school net. This hot-blooded junior schoolmate immediately shared this live stream to their school website. The title was, "The Battlefield Senior Schoolmate Luze is it." Soon, quite some students clicked in. At this moment, Lu Wen and the others breathed easy after seeing Luze. He was fine. Fu Shi's heart ached a little, seeing Luze's pale face. Why does my good boy's face look that bad? Is he injured? Lu Li and Alice glanced at each other. There was worry in their eyes. Only Lu Wen and Merlin glanced at each other with helplessness. How could one not get injured on the battlefield? What was that saying? Every scar was a man's laurel. At this moment, the scene shifted. Two blade demons flew over with a dark mass of blade demon army behind them. The beautiful journalist's eyes widened. Not good, the blade demon reinforcements are here. Everyone stopped discussing and looked at the screen. This prodigy was already injured. There seemed to be two that could fly. Was that a core martial state and above? Would this prodigy be able to handle it? Chapter 184, Luze instantly became arrogant. On the battlefield, the ray of the core martial state blade demon's sword made a shrieking sound as it swung towards Lin Ling. Before the screen, everyone's eyes widened as they held their breath. Although these two blade demons didn't notice Second Lieutenant Luze, this little girl seemed to be a pretty excellent prodigy. She looked quite beautiful too. They didn't want to see her die like that. Luze was speechless seeing this. Did Lin Ling possess the talent to attract ambushes? She was ambushed by that abstruse martial state level 8 blade demon, and now, this core martial state peak stage was launching a surprise attack on her. Lin Ling was having difficulty dodging the attacks of the abstruse martial state level 9 blade demon. When she sensed the attack behind her, her expression was still cold. Her opponent snarled. This young human female was clearly much weaker than him in terms of cultivation level, but she relied on her god art to keep up with him. This felt really annoying. Luckily, she was about to die. At this time, the blade ray heading upon Lin Ling seemed to have been blown by the wind. The blade ray disappeared like chalk from a whiteboard. The atmosphere became very silent. But in this region, all the blade demons couldn't resist widening their eyes, including the two core martial states. They knew there was a powerful being here, but they didn't know it was at this level. Sazibali and Sasikalai felt there was no warmth in the world anymore. These idiot soldiers played them. If they knew it was this level of power, they would definitely not come. They could feel that the powerful being's gaze lock on them. The difference was so huge that they couldn't even sense where he was. Those blade demons thought that their savior had arrived, but in the end, that savior didn't seem reliable at all. They also felt there was no warmth left in this world. They were also roaring in their hearts. Was their commander a retard? Why did he send two trash? Those 10,000 blade demons, who were charging forward, immediately halted their movements. They didn't know what to do. It was very awkward. They couldn't advance nor retreat. If they went forward, they would die. However, if they retreated, the military order was like a mountain behind their backs. They also felt this world had no warmth. Some of them were even shaking. Meanwhile, the human soldiers smirked at the two core martial state blade demons stuck in the air. Weren't they very cocky just then? Keep being cocky. We have Second Lieutenant Luze here. Luze raised a brow and glanced at the Blade Demon base and narrowed his eyes. Then, a green light flashed in Luze's eyes as he reached out his two hands at the two core martial state Blade Demons. Get over here! The two Blade Demons immediately drifted towards Luze. Roar! They roared and used all their power to try breaking free. However, Luze, at least, had aperture opening state power now. How could he let these two core martial states escape? In a short instant, the two Blade Demons were pulled to Luze. When they saw Luze's appearance, their pupils dilated. All those core martial states and above had to review all the photos of people who could pose a threat to the spirit metal mine. Those threats were aperture opening state and above. Luze was one of them. Clearly, they didn't expect Luze to be here. This guy killed two of their aperture opening states, and yet, they delivered themselves to him. Luze touched his chin. These two core martial states should be middle-level officers of the Blade Demons, right? Would he be able to get some information from them? For example, what was the situation in the base? Of course, he wouldn't think that the base was empty now. The base was definitely more dangerous than here. But if he knew the arrangements, he could prepare for it. Let me think first. Don't worry. Then, Luze's eyes lit up. He had a great idea. Ian's god art seemed to be a mental force type. Would he be able to force out a confession? However, Ian's cultivation level was too low. These two were core martial state peak stage. It was very hard. But, there was no harm in trying, right? I'm too smart. Luze felt his IQ was through the roof and instantly became cocky. Just when Luze planned to call over Ian, Sazibali and Sasikalai read Luze's expression and glanced at each other. This human's expression was too easy to read. He was definitely planning on interrogating them. They didn't know if they would be allowed to live after the interrogation, but even if they were, they would receive pain far greater than death back at the Blade Demon race. Plus, they would definitely not betray their race. Although this young duke sealed their spirit force, he clearly wasn't experienced enough. He wasn't able to stop their mental force suicide. Desperation flashed in their eyes, and then, their mental force exploded. Luze. These two just died like that? How did they die? Luze felt dazed. He used wind god art to seal their spirit force. He felt extremely disappointed. At this moment, the audience saw that the two core martial state Blade Demons were forced to commit suicide. They rejoiced. Our human young duke is so strong. I was worried whether the second lieutenant wouldn't be able to handle it due to the injuries. Now, it seemed that I didn't need to worry at all. He's my senior schoolmate. Those who were experienced, for example, Merlin sighed. Alice was happy for Luze, but when her dad sighed, she quickly asked, "What is it, father? Is senior schoolmate in some sort of danger?" Lu also looked over nervously. It was the same for Lu Wen and Fuxia. Merlin waved his hand with a smile. You guys are too nervous. Ze is fine, but he's too inexperienced. Blade demons of this level know the mental force suicide technique. You need to seal their mental force to prevent suicide. Lu Li frowned. Didn't brother capture a blade demon prodigy before? Why wasn't that prodigy able to commit suicide? Merlin explained, that prodigy must have used up all his mental force that he couldn't commit suicide. Or, he used some sort of self-damaging technique to increase his power. Lu Li nodded in realization. Alice reacted. So senior schoolmate was planning to extract information about the base, but these two committed suicide? No wonder senior schoolmate looked so disappointed. Merlin smiled. Some things need experience. That kid won't make the same mistake again. Overall, his performance is great. Merlin felt that Luze did what a young duke should do. Protect his race and kill enemies. Luze soon got over it. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes and he planted the two with the other blade demon, forming a triangle. Luze nodded in satisfaction. He had quite the geometric thinking. He was very smart. The rest of the blade demon troops saw this and felt very bad. They wanted to run, but if they ran back, they would be executed. Despair. The human troops felt their hearts couldn't handle it anymore. They really felt it was world-breaking to know that Luze had this fetish of planting blade demons upside down. Why did he suddenly change into this? Give them the well-behaved second lieutenant Luze back to them. The beautiful journalist and the audience also looked dazedly at the blade demon triangle, and then, Luze nodded happily. They held their heart. This change in style was too much. He was having so much fun playing with blade demons. Chapter 185, Run to the Sides. Run to the sides. After dealing with the two core martial state blade demons, Luze looked at the obscure blade demon base from afar and narrowed his eyes. He had already stirred up a storm. Will someone come after him? On the battlefield, he should prepare himself mentally for the retaliation of the other party. After all, happiness comes with a price. Up in the sky, he would only be treated like a little brother. However, on the ground, he was like a god. As such, people would focus on targeting him, but this is actually what Luze wanted. Although it looked like they had a huge advantage here, the base was definitely very dangerous in comparison. It might be a bottomless pit. Luze dared to do this because he had regeneration god art now. As long as he didn't die, he would soon recover. As for how to hide? What a joke! Since when was he scared of anyone? Luze's attitude was very clear right now. He was sending a message to the commanders in the Blade Demon base. Come at me. While Luze was looking at the base, the commander of the base was also looking at him through a screen. Killing intent spread as his bloody eyes flashed. Even the vice-commanders around him retreated. This commander also had an aperture opening state primary stage power, but he knew that it would be equivalent to suicide if he fought that human brat. That human brat killed 2 aperture opening states already. As the head commander of the base, he couldn't go fight someone. But there were only 2 aperture opening state middle stages left in the base. They needed to protect the spirit metal. They must not move. This was very annoying as there was nothing he could do against that human brat. After staying silent for a while, the commander said coarsely, "Give up that area, let the human come to the base." His voice was very cold. "If he dares to come, I will let him know true despair." The vice-commander nodded and left. On the battlefield, Luze saw there was no motion from the Blade Demon base for a long time. Pfft, cowards! At this moment, the 10,000 reinforcements seemed to have received some news and ran back. These Blade Demon soldiers finally felt grateful. This idiot commander was finally useful and allowed them to retreat. As long as they ran back to base, it would be a huge victory for them. Seeing the ferocious Blade Demon reinforcements scurry back, Luze and the soldiers felt dazed. Why did they suddenly run? The audience felt dazed too. Weren't these soldiers reinforcements? What's going on? They received orders. This isn't good, the Blade Demons want to bait Luze into a trap. They gave up the defenses in this region. What do we do? How do I know? If I knew, I would be commanding the battle, not commenting here. Alice and Lu watched with worry. Lu clutched that panda plushie tightly and prayed. "Brother, please stay safe." Alice clenched her hands together too. "Senior schoolmate. I learned a lot of new dishes. I'll cook for you once you get back. You must come back alive." The winds blew, and the entire battle was reeking with the scent of blood. Luze frowned at this. It seemed a great number of people died. Although the soldiers near him had almost 0 casualties, the situation in other regions must be very intense. Luze's face sunk as he watched the Blade Demons retreat. They came and left as they pleased. This was over the line. When they went back, it would probably be an intense battle in the base. In that case, why should he let them go back? On the battlefield, he had to control his mental force very tightly to prevent injuring humans. That was hard. But this situation made Luze want to hack them all. At this moment, Luze's eyes lit up. The intense battle waves created huge winds. The wind element was very active. It was the perfect time to use Infernal. Luze grinned. It's time to have fun. Wind flowed in his eyes as he floated up. He reached out his hand towards the direction of the blade demons and used his wind god art at full power. Immediately, a few hundred meters ahead, a 5-meter-tall tornado appeared. It emitted this faint green light that spun rapidly. The sand was swept up to form a yellow dragon. He wanted to say some cool lines, but he remembered that he had to set a good example for his soldiers and maintain his heroic image. Thus, Luze acted cold and indifferent. Go! The spinning whirlwind chased towards the direction of the fleeing blade demons. As the whirlwind moved, it devoured the surrounding wind element and rapidly accelerated. At this moment, Luze had another interesting idea. A red light flashed in Luze's eyes, and amidst the spinning winds, such red light ignited. The light had turned into flames. The spinning sand tornado evolved into a fiery tornado. The wind made the fire stronger. The tornado expanded, 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The temperature kept increasing and turned the sand into a crystal-like form. Even the air began to distort slowly. Instantly, the air grew very hot. The human soldiers and blade demon troops on the eastern front all felt this. Some soldiers couldn't resist looking over. When they saw the flaming tornado, which was more than 300 meters high, they couldn't resist widening their eyes. The flaming tornado was chasing a group of blade demon soldiers within 2 kilometers ahead. Their faces were full of terror. Meanwhile, the human soldiers had high morale. In the ensuing battle, the human soldiers had quite the advantage. The wind element in this region was too active. The whirlwind was constantly accumulating power. At every moment, it was getting stronger and stronger. This also compounded the intensity of the flames. The battlefield was only 10 kilometers away from the blade demon base. At present, the tornado had just covered 1/3 of the distance, but the height of the tornado already exceeded 600 meters. Some smart blade demons reacted and roared. Run to the sides, don't bring the tornado back to base. If they did that, they would be cursed to death by their fellow blade demons. Then, the blade demons reacted and decided to split off. At this moment, if the tornado changed its directions, one half of the blade demons would die, but the other half would survive. This was better than letting everyone die. The blade demons of each side prayed that the tornado would turn to the other side. Just when they were praying, they felt the pulling force of the tornado weaken. Blade demon troops. They looked around in confusion, and then, all of them froze. This tornado didn't turn to any side. It went straight for their base. Chapter 186, You Can Do That? Due to the presence of the flaming tornado, the temperature in the current space inevitably rose, making the surrounding extremely hot. However, all the blade demons felt cold. Even their bodies began to tremble. They couldn't feel any trace of warmth from this world. If they became the reason why their base was broken, wouldn't they end up getting nailed on the pillar of shame? This human was that evil? Why didn't he play along according to the script? Leave the base alone, and come after them instead. Just as the blade demon race felt dazed, Luze shared the same sentiment as well. In truth, he actually didn't think that much. He was originally planning to go after the blade demons on the right. However, the moment he tried to do that, he realized he couldn't control the direction of the flaming tornado anymore. The tornado kept getting stronger on the battlefield to the point that it was beyond Luze's control. Does this mean that the power of this tornado was approaching the middle stage of aperture opening state? All Luze could do was control the constituents of the tornado and prevent it from exploding. At this moment, Luze realized that the Blade Demon base was not far ahead. He showed a warm smile. Great! This was something of a fluke. He just needed to stop the tornado from exploding now and let it hold out until it reached the base. The explosion would be a work of art. Luze was quite excited. But he was also worried that as the wind grew stronger, it would become harder and harder to balance the wind and fire god art. He frowned. Red and green lights flashed in Luze's eyes as he tried his best to control the two god arts simultaneously. His forehead started to sweat. Meanwhile, the commander looked at the nearing flaming tornado and felt stunned. He was waiting for that human brat to come in and experience true despair. He had even planned everything that would happen once that human brat came in. However, this brat didn't come in at all. The tornado was getting stronger and bigger. Even Nangongjing and the others, who were far away from the vacuum space, could feel the force of it, much less the aperture opening state officers below them. Nangongjing, Luo Bingqing, Lin Kuang, Louisa, Cecilia, and 4 other blade demons, whose power were at mortal evolution states, all stopped fighting and looked at the ground. The qi grew strong so fast. It had already surpassed the middle stage of aperture opening state and reached the tertiary stage of aperture opening state. With this speed, it might even reach the mortal evolution state. Just what was it? If another mortal evolution state appeared, then the backhands of both the blade demons and humans were useless. Mortal evolution states were too precious on the Xiao'er system battlefield. Everyone couldn't resist looking over. When they saw that the qi came from a huge, 1,000-meter-tall flaming tornado, which was rapidly approaching the blade demon base, the reactions from both sides were different. Nangongjing's eyes widened, and then she laughed. Ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that kid had this move. Great, too great. Ha 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 ha. Luo Bingqing's calm eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. His tone became slightly raised. It's him. Lin Kuang and Louisa were first confused, and then, their eyes opened wide in disbelief. It's that kid. Meanwhile, the blade demons' faces were extremely twisted. Cecilia thought he had made all the preparations, and yet, this happened. Just who was this bastard down there? He knew he wasn't to blame. There were 2 more aperture opening states in the middle stages at the base with god art. They were both prodigies whose power had reached the tertiary stage of aperture opening state. After all, the mortal evolution state was monitored too closely. There was no way a new one would appear. This situation was completely unexpected. He didn't know who did this, but since there was an accident, he needed to remedy it. The eyes of the 4 blade demon prodigies flashed as their force burst like the waves. Their pressure kept rising. Clearly, they used some secret technique and was fighting with their lives. Originally, they just wanted to focus on the defense, but now, it was an emergency. As long as they broke free from these humans, they just needed one strike to annihilate such a tornado. At the same time, Cecilia roared. All aperture opening state, think of a way to destroy this whirlwind. Soldiers on the ground, listen up. Find the person doing this and attack him. If this war is lost, I will take all your lives. The voice of one who had reached mortal evolution state was like the voice of a god that resounded through a few thousand kilometers. The beasts that already left the base were scared to the point of shaking. They didn't even dare to make a sound. What did they do wrong to deserve this? The faces of Nangongjing and the others were also very cold. They also used secret techniques. At the same time, Old Derry's voice resounded through the world. Human race! Fight to the death! Stop these demon bastards and protect that kid! That terrifying energy wave came from the sky again, but it was many times more terrifying than before. Blood kept spilling from the air. It made small ditches on the ground. On the ground, all the blade demons charged at Luze with red eyes. Those blade demon reinforcements who had already run out for a few kilometers came running back with killing intent. Luze's face was pale right now as he was trying his best to not let the wind collapse. At this time, a vibrant bloody blade light with a chi of high-level aperture opening state struck the tornado. Suddenly, the flame on the tornado was disturbed. A sliver of chaos could be observed from it. The tornado even slowed down. Luze's mouth spasmed. If it wasn't for his desperate efforts to stabilize it, the tornado would explode on the spot. There was still some distance left from the base. Luze felt that the safest way was to let the tornado blow through the base and detonate it in the center. But clearly, Luze was just dreaming. The problem now was that originally, it would only take 10 seconds to reach the base, but due to that attack, it would take 20 seconds. This was good and bad at the same time. The good side was that the tornado had more time to increase in power. The bad side, however, was that there would be more change. If a few more of those attacks happened, it would explode. Even if the attacks didn't come, Luze was worried that he wouldn't be able to control it. At this moment, the Blade Demon Commander flew out and roared as he attacked the tornado, hoping it would explode. Although he would probably die, the most important part of the base would be saved. He roared. Where did those two go? Damn it, where did they go? His power was too weak, and he couldn't completely stop this tornado. If he had a high-level power of aperture opening state, he would definitely be able to damage it. But where were those two at this crucial moment? Then, explosions could be heard in the base. Clearly, there was a battle occurring there. The commander's hand shook. He realized why those two prodigies didn't appear. Did powerful humans sneak into the base? At this moment, this commander felt true despair. The blade demons charged at Luze like crazy. Lin Ling, Yemu, Ian, and other people immediately formed a barrier around Luze. Lin Ling had her back turned to Luze. With sharpness in her voice, she said, "Luze, hold on. As long as I'm still standing, I won't let anyone touch you." Luze was using his wind and fire god art at his full power. His spirit force, physical power, and mental force were at the border of exhaustion. Chapter 187, Silent Battlefield. The red and purple orbs were constantly disappearing from Luze's head. He didn't care whether his body could handle it. Instead, he focused on using large amounts of orbs to recover. The powerful energy flowed through his cells, slowly tearing them up. Inevitably, pain spread through his entire body. He furrowed his brows. This was very painful. He bit his lips and resisted the pain while simultaneously devouring the energy with all his strength and controlling the flaming tornado. This was the first time that he realized dying several times had its benefits. Even though it was a painful experience that he couldn't even breathe, his mental force remained intact. It was able to keep the balance between the fire and wind god arts. Steady. With the support of the red and purple energy orbs to his mental force, Luze found that, perhaps, he could last a little longer. This almost sadistic method of devouring energy made his cultivation level and mental force improve rapidly. He was cultivating faster than before. It was very painful, but he was happy. However, the situation on this battlefield wasn't suitable for him to get too cocky. The flaming tornado was nearly 4,000 meters tall now. The huge flames spun rapidly while the vibrant red flames distorted the air heavily. This tornado was more than 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, but the temperature on the battlefield was even hotter than before. Everywhere the tornado went, the sand became crystallized. Seeing this, the commander of the Blade Demon race felt despair. He could feel the pulling force from the tornado. Although it couldn't immobilize him yet, he didn't choose to retreat. The alloy of the base started to vibrate when the tornado got near. If the flames went into the base, then the base would be over. The power of the soldiers inside had only reached spirit martial state and abstruse martial state, while the number of core martial states were few. Quite some soldiers who couldn't grab onto something were pulled inside the whirlwind. They released their spirit force in the air, trying to save themselves. However, under the incineration of the fire god art, their spirit force shield quivered and disappeared. Then, these blade demon soldiers were burned to ashes. Their spirit-powered armors were pulled into the whirlwind and begun spinning rapidly. They slowly twisted under the high temperature. The commander of the base saw this, and he glanced at the human battlefield. There was a young human there. Due to him, this war might fail. As a blade demon warrior, he would give his all to his race. Roar! He floated in the air and suddenly roared. Black-red spirit light flashed vigorously around him as terrifying chi spread across. Even the pulling force of the flaming tornado was pushed away. Luze noticed this, of course. This guy wanted to self-destruct? Oh shit! He was a coward before. Why did he act so tough now? Stay a coward. This is making things harder for me. If this guy self-destructed, his power would be near the middle stage of aperture opening state. Although it wasn't comparable to the power of the tornado that was near the mortal evolution state, Luze was having a very hard time controlling the balance between the wind and fire god arts. If the tornado was affected by such destruction and the balance was broken, the flaming tornado would explode. Although only a part of the base would be damaged, it wouldn't be fun. Thinking about this, red and green lights flashed in Luze's eyes. His face was pale, but his eyes were sharp. All of them were giving it all they've got. How could he not join in? The Blade Demon Commander's chi reached its limit. He then charged at the flaming tornado. The flames, which could instantly melt abstruse martial state blade demons, caused a fluctuation in his spirit force barrier a little. He flew into the tornado in a stream of red and black. The scene fell silent for a while, and there was suddenly a thunderous sound inside the tornado. In that instant, the speed of the tornado slowed by nearly a third. Flames kept surging and wind blades shot out non-stop. It had reached the battlefield and injured some troops. Luze's face changed. His eyes flashed with hideousness as he roared. Stabilize! All his powers exploded like a volcano. A few hundred meters away, Lin Ling and the others felt the heaviness in their chest. Some weaker soldiers felt like they were facing a cosmic beast. They were scared. Light orbs kept getting used. Luze didn't even have time to digest the power coming into him as they vibrated in his body. Blood seeped out of his body. His spirit-powered armor started to crack under this immense power, revealing his bloodied body. Luze couldn't feel his surroundings at all. His mind stayed conscious under the effects of the purple orb. All his attention was focused on the tornado, remaining steadfast in maintaining the balance. The only good thing was that under such high pressure, his stagnant wind and fire god arts started to improve slowly. But, Luze was in so much pain that he couldn't even laugh. The battlefield remained silent. The battle in the skies stopped and so did the battle on the ground. Everyone looked at the unstable flaming tornado. It looked like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. In fact, it was bordering eruption. In the atmosphere level just before space, Nangongjing, Luo Bingqing, Lin Kuang, and Louisa, as well as Cecilia, and the four blade demon prodigies stopped fighting. The four blade demons were covered in wounds. Nangongjing's left gauntlet cracked, and blood was seeping out of it. Clearly, her arm was broken, but her face and eyes remained sharp and domineering. Blood seeped out of Luo Bingqing's mouth. His face was extremely pale, and his chi was weaker than before. Lin Kuang was the worst. His blood-red spirit-powered armor was cracked, and his body was covered in wounds. Some were deep to the bone. However, his face had a bloodthirsty smile. His chi was evidently weak, but he was still very strong. Only Louisa was unscathed, but her face was pale, and her chi was a bit weaker. The 4 humans and 4 blade demons looked sharply at the flaming tornado. Seeing the tornado spew out flames and wind blades, Cecilia grinned. It's unstable, ha 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 ha. Unstable. Almost. Ha ha ha. Nangong Iron Fist, it seems we still won. Ha 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 ha. The other 3 blade demons grinned. They thought they were really going to lose, but at the last moment, they managed to stop it. Cecilia grinned. Good job, Commander Kukert. I'm going to report his merits to the Demon Palace. The other 3 nodded. This was stopped all due to Commander Kukert's self-destruction. Not every demon had the courage to self-destruct. Nangong Jing's chi rushed again when she was called Nangong Iron Fist. She wanted to beat someone up. But, she knew now wasn't the time. She stared closely at the whirlwind and said to herself, "Kid, if it blows up, I'm going to train you really well when we get back." Luo Bingqing, Lin Kuang, and Louisa also stared at the tornado closely, ignoring the laughter of the blade demons. Everyone was staring closely at the tornado. 2 screens were split. One was on the unstable tornado, and the other was on the pale-faced, bloody Luze. Everyone hoped he could stabilize the tornado. Lu Wen and Merlin looked at this scene with serious faces. Fu Shia's eyes were red due to seeing Luze's wounds. Lu Li clutched her panda plushie tightly as she bit her lips and said nothing. Alice was the same. She clasped her white hands tightly and prayed for Luze. At this moment, silence surrounded the battlefield. Chapter 188, Wind, Fire, and Ruins. All the human and blade demon soldiers stared at the flaming tornado that was constantly spewing flames and wind blades. Other than the howling wind and roaring flames, all other sounds seemed to have disappeared. Luze kept relying on the red and purple light orbs to sustain his already injured body. Subsequently, he absorbed the energy necessary to supplement his power. In the tornado, the wind and fire elements that were supposed to be like 2 close friends weren't too close anymore. Thus, Luze needed to repair their relationship with all his might. During this process, Luze gained a better understanding of the 2 friends. As a result, his wind and fire god arts kept getting stronger. Due to using excessive red orbs, cracks appeared on Luze's body. His blood kept rushing out, turning him into a human fountain. Coupled with the wind and fire god arts, Luze utilized his regeneration god art as well to stay alive. He felt lucky. If he didn't have regeneration god art, could he still survive right now? He didn't have the time to repair his body at present. He just needed to stay alive. Luze would only take the time to happily recover after blowing up the base. Everyone was just waiting for the flaming tornado to explode. If it exploded, they would begin laughing. Meanwhile, the human soldiers frowned and prayed that the tornado wouldn't explode. However, what everyone didn't expect was that in just a few short seconds, that tornado calmed down. As the tornado shifted forward, the spewing stopped. The tornado sped up once again. The blade demon soldiers couldn't resist widening their eyes, especially the 4 blade demon prodigies. At this moment, their bloody eyes flashed as they opened their mouths slightly while watching the tornado slowly recover. After a moment of silence, Cecilia roared. "Impossible!" Then, he released his power, wanting to charge down. 3 seconds. He just needed 3 seconds to turn the tables. But, Nangong Jing clearly wasn't going to let Cecilia leave here. Nangong Jing laughed. "Ha, you can keep watching. Watch the victory that belongs to the human race." Suddenly, a heavy thud could be heard. The huge flaming tornado plowed past the blade demon base, over that few 100-meter tall wall. The originally sturdy alloy city wall became weak like a paper under the tornado with a level of mortal evolution state. The sharp wind blades tore the alloy wall into pieces, and the pieces were melted into a liquid state before they flew out. The tornado shifted into the base arrogantly like this. The sturdy internal structures were also converted into water. No one in the entire base could stop this near-mortal evolution state tornado. It reached deeper and deeper into the base. 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Luze frowned tightly. His mental force had almost reached its limit. This was after he increased his mental force just now. The tornado had penetrated nearly 10 kilometers into the base and more than 20 kilometers from the battlefield. This was more than the 10 kilometers he expected, but he was now at his limit. Luze's eyes went cold as he took back the mental force he used to stabilize the tornado. Immediately, the tornado became unstable. Flames surged and wind blades flew around. This time, it was only the Blade Demon base that was damaged. As the momentum brought it a few kilometers more into the base, this tornado, which had risen to nearly 5 kilometers, emitted red and green colors. Then, boom! It was like the sound of doomsday that rang through thousands of miles. Scorching flames and sharp wind blades flooded the Blade Demon base. The tall structures amidst the torrent of fire were like children's building blocks that would topple over with just a light touch. The pieces were blown up in the air and sliced down even more before getting melted. The entire world was covered in red and green. This was the last scene people saw. Wind and fire bringing Armageddon. The range of the tornado's blast spread out more than dozens of kilometers and even reached the battlefield. Luze narrowed his eyes. Red and green lights flashed in his eyes as he used his last remaining power to draw the wind blades and fire waves away. At least, the human soldiers were protected. The green and red lights flashed for a long while. When the light disappeared, all that the humans and Blade Demons saw was a huge ditch with a range of nearly 10 kilometers, as well as the remaining half of the Blade Demon base ruins. There was not a complete building above the ruins. Only broken walls and melted metals could be found everywhere. The temperature was extremely high that the air was distorted. Small whirlwinds were spinning non-stop, as if cleaning the battlefield. All the soldiers inside the base were gone. Clearly, they were vaporized in the explosion. All the means they had prepared for the human troops were a joke now. The audience watching the war site saw this huge ditch and the ruins. They became speechless. At this moment, the professional and beautiful journalist reacted first. She stared intensely at Luze and said excitedly, "2ND Lieutenant Luze destroyed the entire Blade Demon base all by himself. Victory is at hand for this war. Oh my God! Second Lieutenant Luze, who is only 18 years old, is this powerful. He indeed deserves the title of a young duke." The beautiful journalist let out her emotions like a fangirl as she looked at Luze without blinking. A comment appeared. "Ha ha 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 ha. Senior schoolmate Luze is invincible. I'm senior schoolmate Luze's junior schoolmate. I'm senior schoolmate Luze's junior schoolmate. Me too. I'm a junior schoolmate too. +1. +1. Then, everyone reacted. Joyful sounds came from all over the Federation. Instantly, the screen was covered with comments. Appoint him as young duke. Strongly insist to appoint Second Lieutenant Luze as young duke. 18 years old, annihilated the city. He's even stronger than Iron Fist young duke. I remember Iron Fist young duke was 19 when she annihilated a city. So was City Charming young duke. By the way, what should Second Lieutenant Luze's title be? Windfire young duke. Flaming Tornado young duke. Upside down planting young duke. Are you the devil? I'm not the devil. Did you guys forget that the war isn't over yet? Meanwhile, Merlin slapped his thigh and got up suddenly. Good. Luze did very well this time. With the Spirit Mine and the Blade Demons losing their base, it was a huge advantage for the humans. As long as there was no big wave, the Spirit Metal Mine was pretty much theirs. Then, his mouth spasmed. Oh my! He was too excited. His own leg almost felt numb from his vigorous slapping. Lu Wen grinned. Hee hee, this is my son. This is my son. Lu Wen couldn't resist commenting on the war net. "This is my son." Immediately, he was criticized. "You're my son too. You're so shameless." Thus, Lu Wen's face was green. He didn't say anything wrong. This was his son. Fu Xia didn't look at the explosion scene. She stared closely at Luze's screen. Luze's spirit-powered armor was cracked. Blood kept flowing out. He seems heavily injured. Her eyes were red because of such a scene. Yet, Lu Wen was fighting with people in chat about whether Luze was his son. She was furious. Meanwhile, Lu Li and Alice breathed easy. Their tense bodies relaxed. They just realized their backs were drenched. They knew more about martial artists than Fu Xia. The hardest stage was over. He would be fine. Lu Li saw Fu Xia's eyes were red. "Don't worry mom, brother is fine now. His wounds can be cured." "Really?" Fu Xia's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Li. Lu Li smiled. "Brother has a great physical condition. He will be fine." Alice smiled too. "Don't worry auntie, senior schoolmate has passed the hardest time. He will be fine now." At this moment, Merlin and Lu Wen reacted. Merlin nodded. "Don't worry, Luze's body is very strong. This level of injury wouldn't be hard for him." Then, he looked into the screen. He couldn't help but sigh after observing how quickly Luze improved. Although he used external force, Luze's attack had approached the mortal evolution state. Other than his talent, it was also due to how he didn't fear death. When Luze cultivated, Luze didn't complain about getting beaten up. Merlin even felt this kid had no nerves. However, every time he looked at Luze ending up in that state, he didn't feel sympathetic at all. Instead, he wanted to laugh. Lu Wen smiled too. "He's a man. It's fine if he receives some injuries, pff." Before he finished his words, his head was pressed into the couch by the furious Fu Xia. Chapter 189, Just how many god arts does this guy have? It was quiet on the battlefield. Clearly, the Blade Demon soldiers were still in disbelief. Looking at the ruins, all of them lost their voice. It wasn't that long ago when the base was still standing there well. In the end, all it took was a bang to wipe out the entire base. This kind of heavenly power terrified those low-level soldiers who experienced it. It might as well haunt them for the rest of their lives. In the sky, the Blade Demons' faces looked extremely bad. The destruction of bases could be considered an ordinary spectacle, but this one was a huge loss. This was a humiliation to Blade Demons. On the 25th planet, it would cost them quite heavily to rebuild another base. The worst thing was that there were still spirit metals that weren't dug yet. Without a base, how were they going to do things? On the other hand, the human troops rejoiced. Originally, it would be extremely difficult to locate the spirit metal after entering the base. However, Luze just raised the base to the ground. That way, it would make things much easier for them. The troop morale was practically soaring. "Go Second Lieutenant Luze. That way, our mission would be much easier." "Yeah, it will be easier to find a spirit metal." "Yeah, wait. Spirit metal." All of a sudden, the troops remembered something. The entire base was blown. Were the spirit metals still in there? At this moment, another huge explosion could be heard from somewhere in the ruins. Then, 4 figures flew out. It was a man and woman, as well as 2 Blade Demon warriors. The woman suddenly disappeared in the air. Soon after, a roar came out. "Damned humans! Give the ring back!" Clank! A crisp sword sound rang through the battlefield. Then, a few hundred sharp sword surges turned into a sword formation, trapping the 2 Blade Demons to prevent them from chasing after the woman who disappeared. 1 against 2. The 2 Blade Demons who were trapped had red eyes as they looked murderously at the young cold man with the long sword. Jian Xiaoning, you dare to stop the two of us by yourself? You're seeking death. Their spirit light surged as they charged at Jian Xiaoning. It was originally silent above the ground. The blade demon troops who had low morale and the human troops who were dazed looked at the air. Hearing the conversation, the blade demons had even lower morale. Meanwhile, the human troops gained higher morale. The spirit metal was already in their hands. Their mission was completed. The blade demons in the air heard the roar, and their faces changed. Damn it, the spirit metal! They turned to look at the ground. Two blade demons wanted to break past Jian Xiaoning's defenses and chase after the woman. However, they were stopped by Jian Xiaoning's sword surge and sword formation that seemed to cut even space itself. They could only keep roaring as they attacked Jian Xiaoning. Although Jian Xiaoning kept receiving wounds on his body, he didn't move back one step. He trapped the two blade demons in this place tightly. Seeing this, the four top blade demons felt very bad. The spirit metal was definitely robbed away. Why did things become like this? They were thinking that even if the base was destroyed, they still had their spirit metal. They didn't expect that even the spirit metal they mined was taken away. They were robbers. They should protest to the higher authorities of the human race. But now, they had to take back some things. First, getting back the spirit metal would be difficult. Jiao Xiaoning's power was on par with those two idiots. Even if he just stopped for a while, it would be enough to block them for a period of time. The woman seemed to possess a space type of god art. Second, the flaming tornado was the culprit. It was due to that huge explosion that the entire base was destroyed. That's what caused the current situation. They pretty much guessed who used that fire and wind god art. A flash of killing intent manifested in Cecilia's eyes after remembering the details of that young human. He was only 18, and he already had such power. He would be another tricky figure like Nangang Iron Fist in the future. He must not be kept. From the looks of it, that young human must have received a huge backlash from the flaming tornado. Now was the best time to kill him. Thinking about this, Cecilia roared. Warriors on the ground, find the person who created the flaming tornado. It's him. He destroyed our base. It's him that caused our spirit metal to be robbed. Brave warriors of the blade demon race. Do you want revenge? Now that the human received backlash from his own attack, he can't defend himself. Go kill him, and we would get something back for this war. The person who kills that person will be rewarded heavily. Luze who was weak and bleeding. Who did he mess with? Obviously, he didn't take the spirit metal. If they were capable, they should go after that chick who ran off with the spirit metal instead. Why abuse a noob like him? Wasn't this over the top? Plus, that was unintentional. He just wanted to annihilate an army. At this time, shouldn't those blade demon bosses be trying to get the spirit metal back? The demoralized blade demon troops heard Cecilia's roar and remembered who was the culprit behind this. Indeed, the power from before terrified them. However, their commander just declared that the person is currently experiencing a backlash. If there was no backlash, shouldn't he be cleaning them up instead? This was the perfect opportunity to get revenge. All the eyes of the blade demons became red as they emitted terrifying killing intent. The blade demon soldiers in Luze's area, especially the reinforcement army, saw with their own eyes how Luze was covered in wounds. He looked extremely weak. Immediately, the terror in their eyes was replaced with killing intent, greed, as well as some vigilance. After all, Luze gave them too much shock before. But, Lord Cecilia said there was a heavy reward. If this person was perfectly fine, they wouldn't want to go, even if the reward was doubled. But, the situation now wasn't the same. Since this person was heavily injured, perhaps, they had some chance? Thus, they went around contacting the nearby soldiers while attempting to charge at the human troops that guarded Luze behind them vigilantly. Luze looked at this and frowned. His body was broken while his spirit force and mental force dried up. He felt that he couldn't even stand properly. At this moment, there was a rumble, and the terrifying force turned into heavy winds that blew towards Luze. Thus, Luze was blown over. Luze. He was very speechless. He needed some time to recover his mental force and then use his regeneration god art to have his body recover. Subsequently, he would send all the red-eyed guys to heaven. When Luze fell, a strange scent mixed with blood entered his nose. Luze's eyes lit up, and he felt great. Lin Ling was really good. She caught him, not bad. Now, this would be the warm arms of a young girl, right? Just when Luze thought this, the back of his head started to hurt. It seemed that his head collided with a block of metal. Lin Ling's voice came out. How are you? Are you okay? Luze replied sadly, other than the hardness of your breastplate that made my head hurt, everything else is fine. Lin Ling's mouth spasmed. She almost loosened her hands and dropped this bastard into the sand. What time was it? How come he was still this cheeky? Luze laughed due to her reaction. Don't worry, give me some time, and I can recover. Lin Ling frowned and looked at Luze. She planned to say something when she suddenly saw something inconceivable. Her eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, Luze's cracked body was slowly repairing, and it was speeding up. God art. Lin Ling didn't feel so good. This guy had fire, wind, strength god art, and also a fourth god art. Just how many god arts did this guy have? Chapter 190, Don't Let Him Eat. The situation on the battlefield was even more intense than before. Above the ruins, two blade demons were attacking Jian Xiaoning. Sounds that resembled lightning could be heard constantly. The aftermath of the shockwaves stirred up the winds, sweeping tens of kilometers around. This was an intense battle between high-aperture opening states. In the high altitude, the strongest humans and blade demons were also fighting. Although the blade demons didn't know if the woman used space transmission or stealth god art, they were aware that it would be difficult to retrieve the spirit metal back now. All they could do was prevent these humans from going back to provide support. They must at least get something out of the war. If they could kill a prodigy who was more threatening than Nangongjing, then it wasn't too much of a loss. A prodigy like this would, perhaps, have a higher value than the spirit metals. Meanwhile, the strong human warriors wanted to return and provide support. They stopped the blade demons before, and yet, now it was their turn to be stopped. This turn of events was a bit quick. Nangongjing's face was cold. Golden rays erupted from her body as domineering fist force kept surging. It traversed through the air and attacked Cecilia. She was a bit nervous. She had never expected this situation before she fought. Originally, they just wanted to attract the attention of the strong blade demons and the main forces of the army. The real ones who would go for the spirit metal were Jian Xiaoning and that other fourth-year Federal University student with stealth god art. These two human prodigies were also mobilized here when they received news of spirit metal. The blade demons didn't know they existed. Those who knew of their existence were only them and the higher authorities. Yet, Luze used the environment to his advantage and unleashed a near-mortal evolution state attack. This shocked her. She had to admit that such an attack was extremely beneficial to their plan. She also knew that to unleash such an attack, half of Luze's life was probably gone. If the blade demon troops ganged up against him, the danger would be much higher than before. This was lethal. She just received a message from Uncle Merlin to take care of this kid. If something happened to him, how would she explain to Uncle Merlin? Plus, this kid was her student. Although he was a bit cheeky, she quite liked the way he starts trouble. After all, she liked starting trouble herself. She didn't want anything to happen to her student who was so similar to her. Piss off! Nangongjing burst with golden rays. Cecilia sneered. Ha, Nangang Iron Fist, just watch that prodigy die here. Their power was similar. Just like how he was stopped by Nangang Jing before, he could also stop her. Cecilia's eyes flashed with hideousness. He was very worried too previously. He wanted to put out that tornado so much, but she kept blocking him. Now, she wants to go save someone? No way. He grinned. Meanwhile, Luo Bingqing, Lin Kuang, and Louisa all had a cold face. They weren't familiar with Luze, but Luze was the prodigy of the human race. Although there might be competition between them in the future, they needed to stay on the same team, facing the common foreign enemies. At this moment, of course, they weren't going to watch on the sideline. However, their opponents were also extremely strong blade demon prodigies. They were firmly pinned in place against their wills. On the ground, more and more blade demons moved towards Luze. Although the human soldiers were stopping them, there were too many soldiers on the battlefield. It was implausible to completely stop them. Plus, there were spirit-powered cannons firing from far away. Xavier turned completely black as he glimmered with a metallic color. He stood before Luze. Just then, a far-away blade demon troop fired a spirit-powered cannon over. The dark blue energy shot towards Xavier's spirit-powered shield. Then, it blasted the shield away and slammed against Xavier, pushing him dozens of meters backward. Xavier gasped in pain. Carryable cannons weren't as powerful as stationary ones, but it was mobile. It could still reach destructive force a few levels above one's own state. Xavier's body was mainly utilized for defense. Its defense was higher than Lin Ling's, and thus, it could block attacks easily. Yemu, Ian, and Tianyuan Qinhua, as well as Xianyuki and Jessica, all tightly surrounded Luze while attacking with full power at the same time. They killed those murderous blade demon troops. At this moment, Luze finally had a sliver of power to use his regeneration god art. Although he was still weak, it wouldn't take long to recover now. Lin Ling looked at Luze's body in shock as it slowly recovered. Her voice was shaky. This is another god art. Luze smiled. Yeah, I learned a new god art these few days. It can rapidly increase the body's regeneration. It seems to be working fine. Lin Ling. This wasn't just fine. She was dying of envy. Luze carefully used red orbs in his mental dimension as he spoke with Lin Ling. He couldn't use those red orbs so boldly like before. Before, he had no choice and needed to rapidly gain energy. He took too much energy, and he couldn't completely digest it. That was the reason why his body was collapsing. If he didn't use regeneration god art to stay alive, he would be dead now. Now was time for recovery, so he could only slowly use red orbs and digest the energy inside. At this moment, Luze's body wobbled, and he almost fell over again. Luckily, Lin Ling held him. She looked worriedly at the pale-faced Luze. What's wrong? Luze smiled awkwardly. I've lost too much blood. He almost forgot that he almost turned into a human fountain. The ground was still covered with red blood now. That was all his blood. Other than devouring energy to use regeneration god art, he also needed to replenish the nutrients the body required. In other words, it was time to eat. Thus, under the dazed expression of Lin Ling, he took out an enticing golden yellow beef steak. He couldn't care less if his hands were dirty. He just grabbed it and bit down. An intense aroma spread on his tongue. He almost wanted to cry. He was really pitiful today. This was the first time he was so heavily injured in reality. Only Alice's beautiful food could appease his injured soul. It was really nice. Luze quickly ate it down. His stomach rapidly digested the steak, turning it into the nutrients his body needed. It nourished his body. Luze could feel the slow recovery of his body. He happily took another bite. At this moment, he looked at the dazed Lin Ling and smiled. Do you want some? It's really nice. I have some more here. Although Lin Ling knew this guy was trying to recover, she was still annoyed after seeing his smile. Thus, she glared at Luze and gritted her teeth. No. Hurry up and eat. Oh. Luze kept eating. Alice's food was glimmering with faint spirit light. It emitted an enticing aroma on the battlefield. After the human and blade demon troops smelled such, they felt stunned. What was this smell? God art? What god art would make a person want to eat? At this moment, those bloody-eyed blade demons saw the pale-faced Luze who was covered in blood. Despite such appearance, he ate a huge golden piece of steak with a satisfied smile. This does not seem to be good. Blade demon troops. They even suspected that they were following the wrong script. Why was this demon eating here? Why? They were clearly here to attack him? Their dazed expression slowly turned into disbelief. As this demon ate, his terrifying wounds kept writhing and recovering. Its speed was super fast. All those blade demon troops who noticed this felt cold as their bodies shivered. Why did they dare to come? It was because this demon was heavily injured. Now, it seemed the injury of this demon will soon be healed. If this guy recovered, no, he didn't even need to completely recover, as long as he had some battle power. Those blade demon soldiers didn't feel too good. In turn, they roared loudly, "That demon is eating! Don't let him eat! Don't let him eat! If this continues, he will recover." Chapter 191, He can do what he wants. The blade demon troops, who were engaged in an intense battle with the human soldiers, were utterly dumbfounded after hearing the yells of their fellow soldiers. Don't let him eat food? Eat what food? Weren't they fighting? Why would someone choose to eat food at this moment? Most of the human soldiers didn't understand the blade demon's language. They just heard the roars, but they didn't know what it meant. Seeing how their opponents were distracted and vulnerable, the human soldiers immediately revealed a warm smile. This was very dangerous in battle. Immediately, there were all sorts of pitiful howls that could be heard across the battlefield. Some blade demons were stabbed. Some unlucky ones were killed on the spot. Before they died, they would have never thought that their sudden death was due to being stunned at the words of their fellow troops. Even before they died, they still didn't get what it meant. Meanwhile, Luze looked across and saw this. He was also confused. What happened to them? He heard the roars of the blade demons too, but he couldn't understand their language. Luze had made up his mind that he would study hard once he returned to the university. He would study the universal common language and blade demon language. That way, he wouldn't be in this situation again. He would strive to be an accomplished new era transmigrator. Lin Ling shook her head. I am only familiar with the universal common language. She learned the universal common language by herself. She only knew a little of the blade demon language. She couldn't understand the one before completely. At this moment, the blade demon troops roared again and a string of incomprehensible words came from their mouths. It seemed to be a much longer message than the previous one. After that, the reactions of the blade demons completely changed. Those fighting blade demons blasted their opponents and looked at Luze. Then, their complexion changed. They charged over even more ferociously. Some didn't even care about their injuries. Luze raised a brow at this. They probably concluded that he was about to recover, so they wanted to fight by using all of their power. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was holding Luze, went in front of him. How much time do you still need? I'll defend you. Although there were human soldiers, Yemu and the others were outside. The defense line would be soon broken with how the blade demons attacked by sacrificing themselves. Those blade demons who charged in wouldn't be weak. Lin Ling had to take it seriously. Luze gulped down the meat he was chewing and quickly digested it to recover. He smiled. Almost ready. Perhaps, you don't even need to be involved. As he spoke, Luze felt his slowly recovering mental force and body. A green light flashed in his eyes. Although he only recovered a little, it was enough for a few abstruse martial states, right? Of course, he didn't plan to say this to Lin Ling, or she would definitely explode. She was an abstruse martial state. Luze kept eating and recovering. Grey light surged in his body. Those slightly broken organs and meridians started recovering. When he could digest more energy, his recovery speed accelerated too. A few seconds later, there was a loud bang at the outer line of defense. Xavier, who stood at the front, was smashed tens of meters away. An opening appeared. Immediately, 6 abstruse martial states from level 8 to level 9 came in. When they saw Lin Ling and Luze in the middle, they snarled and charged over. Lin Ling gritted her teeth. There were too many, she couldn't stop them. But despite so, she would give her best to block them. Just when she was planning to fight with her life, a green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and Lin Ling suddenly found herself next to Luze. Then, a faint green wind swept past the battlefield. The snarling blade demon troops felt this invisible yet sharp chi enter their body. Immediately, their internal organs were completely destroyed. The charging blade demon troops' snarls halted as their bodies were swept up by the wind and planted in the ground upside down in 2 rows. Lin Ling. She slowly turned around and looked at Luze eating steak while his eyes were flashing with a green light. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Did this guy want to scare her to death? Luze saw that Lin Ling was a little angry and smiled. Didn't I say it before? I probably won't need your help. It was too close just then, I didn't get to say it. Lin Ling's chest palpitated rapidly. She didn't want to talk. The 2 rows of blade demons were like a bombshell thrown in the hearts of the other blade demon soldiers. Immediately, they all shivered, and their attacks slowed down. Those at the back even began retreating. They felt despair. Just a moment ago, this demon was definitely heavily injured and weak. How long did it take? How come his combat power was restored so quickly? This wasn't right. Yemu and the others, as well as the human soldiers, felt stunned. Their backs were facing Luze, and thus, they didn't know what happened to him. Thai had never thought Luze would recover at a fast rate. Yemu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Wasn't Luze about to sacrifice himself? How did he suddenly stand up? Oh shit! Ze, you're amazing! You're back alive in an instant. Ian and the others also smiled. Xavier was heavily beaten, but he also showed a genuine smile. The human soldiers also rejoiced. Amazing! Second Lieutenant Luze survived. They were worried about Luze before, and yet, he recovered this quickly. Luze. Who thought he was dead just now? Wasn't that too much? He always felt he was alive and well. But seeing how they rejoiced while disregarding their own injuries, Luze also felt touched. If this continued, he was going to tear up. He quickly ate some more steak and bit down on a spirit fruit. This felt better. His broken organs and meridians were pretty much healed. Only some external scary-looking injuries remained. These injuries were not a threat to him. He had received much greater injuries than this in the pocket hunting dimension. He wasn't scared. He must admit, the regeneration god art was this terrifying. Within a short 10 minutes, his broken bones, meridians, and organs completely recovered. And this was because his regeneration god art wasn't strong enough. If it was stronger, he would recover even faster. Even Luze didn't know what state this god art could reach, but he knew that on the battlefield, no one could stop him. He could do what he wanted. Thus, Luze grinned and smiled at the blade demon troops who were slowly retreating. They dared to kill him just now. Did they not know he had brothers? Yemu and the others, as well as the soldiers, protected him very well. He took a step forward. Immediately, violent whines flowed, and the few thousand blade demon soldiers ahead felt a huge pain from inside their body. Then, they lost consciousness and slowly fell to the ground. Thud! Thousands of blade demons fell to the ground in a uniform sound. This was like the bell of death that struck the heart of every blade demon troops. In a single step, a few thousand blade demons died. This was enough to scare all the blade demons. This loud battlefield soon became silent. All the blade demon troops looked at Luze, who was still injured, with terror. It made them feel like they were facing the god of death. One step could lead to the death of 1,000 blade demon soldiers. The remaining blade demons wouldn't be enough for him if he took another few steps. Chapter 192, If no accidents occur. The battlefield remained silent for only a moment. Then, all the blade demon troops turned around to make a run for it. All they wanted to do was stay away from this demon. As far away as possible. Luze's face became cold after watching the blade demons flee. A green light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the wind rushed across the area for several kilometers. The invisible wind infiltrated the bodies of the blade demon soldiers. Once inside, the wind revealed its hideous claws. It became sharp and violent, cutting their internals to pieces. Instantly, all the blade demons fell to the ground in unison as though they were wheat that had been cut through. Thus, only human soldiers remained alive and standing in this region. All the human soldiers looked at each other in silence for a long time. They had been fighting for so long, but such was incomparable to a single attack from 2nd Lieutenant Luze. Although they knew that 2nd Lieutenant Luze was very strong, this comparison still made them feel sour. Yemu and the others looked at the ground littered with blade demon bodies. They chose to keep their mouths shut. They were prodigies in the entire Federation, not just a planet of the solar system. Yet, even they felt powerless. Luze was too strong, so strong that they were about to lose their confidence as prodigies and their courage to catch up to him. But they were still prodigies, so their spirits and wills were not inherently weak. Why did they enter Federal University? It was because Federal University had the best resources, best martial techniques, and divine arts, as well as best teachers. When they enter Federal University, they would also have this skyrocketing period. The fourth-year students of Federal University were pretty much all aperture opening state. If they could reach aperture opening state, then who would say that they wouldn't be able to reach mortal evolution state? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as she clutched her sword tightly and made up her mind. She was still too weak. She didn't want to lose to this retard. In the war site, everyone's heart was pounding ever since Luze was hunted. They were dead silent. Quite some audience were the families of the soldiers. They could see the killing intent and hideousness of their family but also their worry for Luze. After all, if it wasn't for Luze, quite some of them would die in this region. But now, everyone was still well and alive. The soldiers were grateful for Luze and their families were as well. Several of the audiences were Luze's junior schoolmates and even teachers and peers. Luze was the pride of their school. They hoped Luze would be fine too. This was especially the case for Li Liang. There were also quite some hot-blooded youths, journalists, and war researchers. The beat of their hearts quickened when Luze used that fire god art. They didn't want such a prodigy to die young too. Even Merlin felt the same. He used all his self-control to suppress his chi. If Luze died, Alice's source flame would sink into death again. Although her awakening level was higher than before, as long as it didn't fully awaken, it would only prolong her life at best. Alice and Hong Lian would be in danger again. He had never expected this war to get this dangerous. It was just an ordinary entrance test. It might be hard for ordinary people, but that wasn't the case for the prodigies of the elite class of Federal University. For a prodigy of Luze's level, it was completely free military merit and academic credits. If he knew Luze would be this wild, he would follow over there personally and burn all those blade demons to dust. Luze's family was also sick with worry until they saw Luze's body slowly recover. Everyone was shocked. God art. Then, Merlin grinned. His handsome middle-aged face bloomed like a flower. Ha ha ha, recovery type God art. He's safe. With this God art, Luze would definitely be fine. If Luze really died there, he would go to Xiao'er system and kill all the blade demons. Fu Xia wiped her eyes and gritted her teeth. This kid isn't good at all this time. Almost scared me to death. Lu Wen also nodded. Yes, beat him up when he comes back, pfff. Lu Wen felt stunned. He clearly spoke along her lines, so why was he still getting beaten? Lu Li looked at a spot where Luze's spirit-powered armor cracked, and she grinned. Seeing this, Alice's eyes flashed. Li, why are you so happy? Lu Li flicked her long hair and smiled. Brother is fine. Of course, I'll be happy. Then, she pinched the panda toy in her hands. She saw the panda plushie she gave to Luze. It appeared to be stained with blood. She almost missed it if she wasn't familiar with it. It was a good thing she didn't. Lu Li couldn't stop smiling. That guy really did keep it with him. Did the plushie get damaged? If it did, she would replace his with her plushie. But that senior schoolmate next to her brother was the one from the insectoids tide, right? Lu Li narrowed her eyes. When the scene changed to Luze taking out a steak to eat, Lu Li looked at Alice strangely. She smiled. It's a good thing that I prepared food for senior schoolmate. She didn't expect her food was actually useful at such a crucial time. Alice was very happy. Lu Li's body stiffened. She felt like she lost. She didn't want to admit it, but Alice's food was more useful than her toy. At this moment, the blade demons noticed Luze's state and launched kamikaze attacks. Everyone's heart raced again. In a short few minutes, the defense line was broken, and 6 hideous blade demons charged at Luze and Lin Ling. Everyone stared at the screen nervously. When they saw the short-haired young girl stand firmly in front of Luze, they felt complicated. She was a prodigy herself, but clearly, she was no match for the 6 blade demons. Yet, she willingly stood in front of Luze. Lu Li became dazed too. She felt even more complicated. Then, the wind blew and the girl was pulled to the side. The 6 blade demons were instantly dead and planted in 2 rows upside down. It happened so quickly that all the audience felt stunned. Subsequently, Luze took a step forward and a few thousand blade demons died. They planned to run, but the wind blew again. All the blade demons within a 10-kilometer range died together. It happened so quickly that many people couldn't react fast enough. A moment of silence later, the beautiful journalist screamed. 2nd Lieutenant Luze is unstoppable on the battlefield. If no accidents will occur, we're going to win this battle. Let us pray. Let us pray that no accidents will occur. She was too excited. Too many accidents happened in this battle, and most of it was related to this black-haired youth. She hoped nothing more would occur. The audience looked excitedly at the screen. Who didn't want their race to win? The eyes of everyone were fixed on their screens. The process of waiting for the final result was often the most excruciating. Chapter 193, Cheeky people usually don't have bad luck. In the inner part of the Blade Demon base ruins, the air was extremely hot. It was akin to the temperature inside a working oven. Irregular winds continued to sweep through, stirring the air and creating heat waves. Above the ruins were 2 Blade Demon warriors attacking a sword-wielding human youth. Their clash sent shockwaves in all directions. Sharp spirit force and sword chi swept over the entire ruins for tens of kilometers. In a place more than 10 kilometers away from the ruins, the lively Blade Demon troops all fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the human soldiers turned to look at the black-haired youth covered in blood. Their gazes were filled with admiration and excitement. The other blade demons, who were not far away, lost their ferocious force. Instead, they were filled with fear. This person was a demon, right? Just now, more than 10,000 blade demon soldiers died. If this happened a few more times, wouldn't they all die? Instantly, their morale fell to an extremely low level. Meanwhile, the human soldiers' morale skyrocketed. The difference was huge now. Howls of pain could be heard, and fatalities kept occurring amongst the blade demon troops. Several blade demons saw that demon glance over their direction with his evil eyes. All they wanted to do now is to retreat. Of course, they were no match for the human soldiers. Luze looked coldly at the terrified blade demon soldiers. He appeared calm, but he wasn't so confident on the inside. After all, although his injuries recovered a bit and his life wasn't on the border of death. However, his mental force, spirit force, and physical power were far from being restored fully. If those blade demon troops all charged over lifelessly, then he might have to consume the red orbs like before. He only needed to experience that joy once. Luze didn't want to try again. Thus, Luze directly used his full power to send a wave of blade demons to the afterlife. Then, he kept a cool pose. These blade demon soldiers were indeed scared. Luze coldly took a bite into the spirit fruit and used the orbs to recover. He felt great. However, the grades of these spirit fruits were very low. They came from the Telun system and could only supply the nutrients that the body needed. It's said that high-level spirit items can instantly repair all your injuries. That would be similar to the higher-level version of his current regeneration god art. Some spirit items, once used, could bring someone straight to the planetary state. Luze wanted one too. However, it was unknown whether the Federation had those things. Even if they did, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Thinking about this, Luze felt he was very poor. His happy feeling turned into dejection. More freed-up human soldiers joined the distant battlefields, and soon, the blade demons crumbled. Luze kept recovering while supporting human soldiers. Yemu and the others fought more crazily after being motivated by Luze. This was academic points and military merit. It was a resource for them. Their families were quite well off, but Federal University had things that they didn't have. Of course, this change couldn't escape the eyes of the powerful beings in the air. The blade demons even felt that losing some spirit metal for a prodigy who was worse than Nangongjing was a good trade-off. The feeling of greatness surged in their heart when they saw how annoyed the humans were when they were restricted from trying to save people. They even kept attacking them to irritate humans further. Yet, when their troops died collectively, these blade demons became dazed. They looked at this in disbelief. What was this? Why would things be like this? The powerful humans were stunned as well. After all, they thought Luze was probably beyond help. Yet, Luze could still make it and reap another large wave of blade demon soldiers. Looking at the slowly disappearing smile of the blade demon prodigies, all the humans grinned. How did so many demon bastards die? Did I make a mistake? Come, Gugu Bait, those are your soldiers. You need to take a good look. Lin Kuang was covered in wounds and blood. However, the blood didn't drop, and instead, it was reabsorbed to his body. At this moment, he felt the scene was ridiculous. His opponent was looking at the ground in disbelief. Meanwhile, the golden-haired Nangongjing laughed. Ha 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 ha, Lin Kuang is right. Cecilia, quick! Go take a good look. She was so scared that Luze was going to die. Usually, cheeky people had good luck because if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to live this long. As for Luo Bingqing and Louisa, they breathed easy and felt great, but they maintained their composure and didn't start mocking. They just needed to smile now. Cecilia's bloody eyes flashed. This is impossible. That backlash should have rendered that kid heavily injured. Cecilia had expected that his soldiers would kill that prodigy and then he would carry the body to taunt Nangongjing. However, things didn't go according to the script. The blade demons' faces changed. They realized that no one below could stop the attack of this human brat. This wasn't good. If this continued, wouldn't their entire army fall? They thought of the two blade demon prodigies who were stopped by Jian Shaoning. When they turned around and saw the situation there, their mouth spasmed. The two blade demon prodigies kept roaring and attacking the human prodigy. However, the human prodigy's few hundred sword kais formed a sword formation. He was the center of the formation and sword kais came non-stop. The sword chi was mainly for defense. By the looks of this, it would take them an hour to break through. The powerful beings of the blade demon were speechless. This was the difference between enemy reinforcements and our reinforcements. They would report back to the demon palace that these two idiots were a waste of resources. Cecilia and the others looked amongst each other and then said coldly, "We admit defeat this time. Stop the war." Nangongjing and the others were stunned. Then, Lin Kuang laughed. "Ha ha, ha ha ha. Stop the war? You actually said that." Then he raised his lips. "This time, don't think about even having one of your soldiers leave this planet. If they did, then they would come back to fight for spirit metal once again. If that's the case, why let them leave? They must all die." Feeling the constant death of their troops, Cecilia's face turned bleak as he stared deadly at Nangongjing and the others. "You're planning to fight until the end." Chapter 194, Disappointed. Their base was blown up, their spirit metal was robbed, and to top it off, the prodigy brat who was the main culprit wasn't dead. Every single one of these made the blade demons extremely frustrated, but they could still bear it. However, if these few 100,000 blade demon troops all died, then that would be too much for them to handle. That was all the soldiers on this planet. If it was a worthy death, then it was fine. But, if they died being slaughtered like animals by that human brat, then all of their high-level leaders would shoulder a huge insult and might even risk losing their positions. Then, their resources would be diminished to the extreme. Those unlucky ones would even receive greater punishment. Even Cecilia couldn't handle such punishments. If the human race didn't plan to stop now, then they would be really forced to fight until death. Nangongjing and the others narrowed their eyes. They looked at the haggard faces of the blade demons. They felt a little unwilling in their hearts. To be honest, at first, they just thought that they could complete the mission by acquiring the spirit metal. They didn't expect that the current situation will become so good. If this continued, perhaps, only a few powerful blade demons would be left behind. But if they fought to that degree, they would suffer quite some losses too. This wasn't worth it. After all, they had a huge advantage so far. If this progressed further and some on their side died, it wouldn't be worth it. Their only regret was that they didn't prepare for this situation. If they did, perhaps they could keep fighting. At this moment, Old Derry's eyes lit up. He pretended that he was thinking. "It's very hard for us if you want to just stop like that. Look, we paid a heavy price on our side too. Let me think." Cecilia. His black face turned purple after hearing this. This old thing wanted to stall. Every moment stalled would mean the death of thousands of soldiers. Just how many did they have in total? "Tell that brat to stop, or we will fight to the death." Cecilia's chi rose. If more soldiers died, he wouldn't have the face to go back. He might as well fight to the death here. With this, the other blade demon's chi also became unstable. Space itself started to distort. Nangongjing and the others saw this. Their faces changed. If these blade demons really planned to fight to the death, then even if they could survive, the people below would all be dead. They might as well stop now. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Luze finished a spirit fruit and took out another steak. His injuries had pretty much recovered. His power wasn't fully recovered yet, but he could still unleash a power within the primary stage of aperture opening state. No blade demon could stop him on this battlefield. Luze felt he was so invincible that he forgot his own name. A green light flashed in his eyes, and the wind blew past the battlefield, helping the human troops attack the blade demon soldiers. He killed the powerful blade demons and left the weaker ones for the nearby soldiers to get military merits. After all, it didn't really matter to him if he had this little military merit. He felt that with all he did this time, it would not be a problem to get promoted to the rank of first lieutenant. Remembering how he was just a second-grade soldier when he first woke up, Luze was quite excited to almost reach the rank of first lieutenant. Lin Ling saw Luze had recovered, and thus, she charged up to fight an abstruse martial state level 9 like Yemu and the others. More and more blade demon soldiers lost their lives and fell to the ground. Those who were watching the broadcast couldn't resist rejoicing. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for the Eastern Front to kill all the blade demon soldiers. With a victory at one battlefront, it was only a matter of time to attain victory at the other fronts. The freed-up soldiers would join the battle of other fronts. The comments section blew up again. Go Second Lieutenant Luze. 2nd Lieutenant Luze would probably be appointed as a young duke after this war, right? In terms of power, he's still a little off, right? But, this all depends on what the higher authorities think. It doesn't matter what other people say, I think handsome brother Luze is very strong. I'm his fan now. Young dukes need to have mortal evolution state power. Luze's current power isn't there yet. But with what he did in this war, there is a chance to be appointed as a young duke. Young duke wasn't just a title. If you become a young duke, you would receive overflowing resources from the entire Federation. This meant that the Federation was truly preparing you as the future pillar of humanity. Almost every high-level federal official was once a young duke. Young duke-level prodigies might not appear in every year, even for the elite class of Federal University. One can understand just how hard it is. Luze was very talented, but he was too young and not strong enough. Although he gained huge military merit, it's uncertain if he would become a young duke. At this moment, a cold voice came out. All blade demon soldiers stop. Another joyful voice could be heard. All human soldiers stop. We've won this war. Those blade demon troops immediately chose to stop upon hearing this. The human soldiers who were besieging the blade demon troops became dazed. Their eyes harbored killing intent and some confusion. They looked around, and all they saw were blade demon troops. Then, their confusion turned to excitement. We won. They seemed to be asking themselves and their fellow soldiers. Gradually they smiled and roared. We won, we won. Most of their armors were cracked, and their bodies were covered in blood both belonging to them and blade demons. Most were due to protecting 2nd Lieutenant Luze. They didn't regret this at all. Without 2nd Lieutenant Luze, they would have died, perhaps, in the first wave. And, 2nd Lieutenant Luze left them quite some military merit. The troops from the other battlefields also roared. We won. They were excited but felt things weren't fair. Why didn't they have a powerful prodigy? The casualties weren't low, unlike in the Eastern Front. They were envious. Luze, Lin Ling, and the others heard this. They felt dazed for a moment too before becoming excited. The victory was hard-earned. Luze felt uncomfortable. He was constantly on the border of death. He didn't know at all that their side had two powerful beings who would sneak into the blade demon base. He didn't even think about that before. He just wanted to blow up the base and therefore, the traps set for them wouldn't work. But now it was all over. The powerful beings of the humans and blade demons descended from the air and looked at both sides vigilantly. The humans chose to land next to Luze. They knew the blade demons would definitely try to finish Luze if they had the slightest chance. Cecilia and the others eventually chose not to attack. Under everyone's gaze, the soldiers of both sides took the bodies of their fellow soldiers and went towards their bosses. Luze felt it was a pity that the blade demon bodies were taken back. In order to conserve power, he didn't plant them upside down. He was planning to plant them neatly upside down after the war was over. He was disappointed. Chapter 195, What do you want to do? The soldiers from both sides split off and the spaceships that didn't dare to land due to the fight between the powerful beings could finally land. After all, in the Xiao'er system, there were no spaceships that could stop the attacks of the likes of Nangongjing and the others. They could only watch outside the planet. If they were too bored, they would exchange a few blows with the enemy spaceship. A few huge black and red Blade Demon spaceships stopped behind the Blade Demon soldiers. The Blade Demon soldiers started entering the ships in batches. Then, the spaceship flew up. A few more similarly styled spaceships came down. Gradually, the remaining few 100,000 Blade Demon troops were all taken away. The base was destroyed, and the soldiers here needed to leave the planet to rest. Even the mining regions that they had taken over before had to be handed over. Without the supply from a base, it was impossible for a few mining bases to guard the caves. After the Blade Demon troops left, the last ship landed behind the powerful Blade Demons. Cecilia and the others didn't enter the spaceship immediately. They trained their gazes at Luze, who was behind Nangongjing. Their eyes were brimming with killing intent. Seeing their stares, Luze chose to wave at them amicably. He even showed a smile. He really hoped their spaceship would be smashed by an asteroid. The Blade Demons saw that Luze dared to laugh at them, and their faces became hideous. If it wasn't for this human brat, they might not have lost here. How dare he mock them? If they didn't have great self-control, they would have charged over already. Eventually, Cecilia took a deep look at Luze and went in the spaceship. The humans saw the spaceship rapidly ascend and disappear. After moments of silence, Old Derry's voice spread across the entire region. "We've won!" Immediately, all the human troops rejoiced. The cheers shook away the sand. This was the victory of the human race. The beautiful journalist also smiled excitedly. "Victory! We won!" The audience watching on War Site also rejoiced. Although they weren't there at the battlefield, tension occupied their spirits as they watched the entire thing. It was a good thing no accidents occurred. Their prayer was useful. The journalist smiled. "This is a big victory. The headquarter base of the Blade Demons on the 25th planet is destroyed. For a long time, they will have no right to compete with us. At the same time, the missions of our warriors are complete." Then, her smile receded. "Later, the war site will publish the casualty list for this war. There were sacrifices in every war. Such was necessary and couldn't be avoided." While focusing on the Eastern Front due to Luze, it appeared that the casualties were minor. However, in reality, the casualties wouldn't be minor at all. After every war, the casualty list would be published. One was to ensure that the families knew about the situation, and the other was to prevent a situation where the relatives of those martyrs would fail to receive the appropriate death benefits. The reaction of the families of those soldiers differed. Some rejoiced that their family was safe while others prayed that their family would be safe. In Luze's home, Lu Wen and the others closed the broadcast and relaxed. Fu Xia wiped her eye and felt relieved. "My good boy is fine." Lu Li and Alice felt powerless. They were too nervous before. On the battlefield, Old Derry watched the soldiers rejoice and cry. He didn't disturb them. Moments later, he continued. "Bring your dead fellows. We'll return to base first." As soon as he said this, the soldiers fell silent, and they brought the bodies of their dead pals and boarded the ship. Luze felt complicated. Death accompanied all those on the battlefield. Even their survival wasn't guaranteed. There was still a risk of dying. Luze wanted to go on the spaceship with the soldiers but was stopped by Nangongjing. Nangongjing pulled Luze in front of her and analyzed his body carefully. After finding that he only seemed a little weak and had some minor injuries, she breathed a sigh of relief. She promised Uncle Merlin. She felt assured that Luze was fine. This kid accomplished such an amazing feat this time. This made her proud too. She was about to be this kid's teacher. Nangongjing was very excited, and she patted Luze's shoulder and grinned. Not bad, kid. Your merit is very big this time. Your teacher is proud of you. Luze felt his shoulder was slapped by a T-Rex. His body shook with the pats, and his shoulder became numb. He was speechless. Luckily, it was him. If it was Lin Ling, she would be flattened with the pat. At this moment, his spirit-powered armor made a cracking sound. Under Nangongjing's pats, it finally crumbled, showing Luze's bloody body. There was still an article of black clothing on him. The wind blew over, and the several pieces of black cloth on his body swayed a little. The atmosphere became very awkward. Luze. He wanted to eat a spirit fruit to calm himself down. Oh my! What breed was this T-Rex? The powerful beings, Lin Ling and the other squad members, as well as some soldiers, looked over. Their eyes were very penetrating. Luze felt he was getting goosebumps. He felt so embarrassed with so many people looking at him. He took out a set of clothes from his storage ring expressionlessly and put it on. Then, he looked at the stunned Nangongjing, who still had her hand out. Nangongjing seemed a little embarrassed too. She scratched her head. Ah, ha ha ha, this spirit-powered armor is too unstable. You can get a new one. I'll introduce you to a forging master. He will make one for you. Luze's mouth spasmed. His spirit-powered armor was already about to break. Did she not have any clue whether her claw would crush the armor entirely? At this moment, Lin Kuang whistled. Kid, your physique is quite good. Luze immediately looked vigilantly at Lin Kuang. What did this guy want to do? He showed an awkward yet polite smile. He didn't know how to reply. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. Brother, what do you want to do? Lin Kuang's smile stiffened. He laughed awkwardly. I'm just messing with this kid. Then, his eyes lit up. By the way, Luze, how about you come to Prodigy Barrack? Just from your military merit and performance, you should be coming over. Only here can you show your excellence. Nangongjing's black eyes immediately flashed with golden light again. Lin Kuang, do you want to fight? Even Luo Bingqing, who rarely spoke, said something. The academy is fine too. Lin Kuang was planning to argue with Nangongjing, but when Luo Bingqing said this, he immediately glanced at Luo Bingqing unhappily. Wow, you ice block! When we ask you to talk you don't talk, but now you are talking. Just speaking the truth, Luo Bingqing said plainly. Meanwhile, Louisa came up to him and smiled. She spoke gently, Luze, the Prodigy Barrack is actually not bad, do you want to consider it? Luze looked at this pretty girl with a warm smile. His face was embarrassed. Just when he was about to reply, Nangongjing pulled Louisa to the side. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at Louisa in disbelief. I didn't think you were like this, Louisa. Do you want to steal my student? Intolerable. Louisa smiled. Does your left hand still need treatment? Nangongjing's mouth spasmed. Cough, yes. Louisa nodded with a smile. I'll treat you once we get back. Nangongjing opened her mouth but eventually said nothing. It was only now that Luze realized Nangongjing's left hand was drooping. His eyes flashed with shock. Was there such a powerful being amongst the blade demons who could break Nangongjing's arm? He knew very clearly how strong Nangongjing was. She was ranked at the very top even amongst young dukes. Then, he realized that it wasn't just Nangongjing. Even Luo Bingqing's, Lin Kuang's and Louisa's chi seemed weak compared to before. Clearly, they had a heated battle. He looked around at the other powerful beings. They pretty much all had injuries, and some had broken hands. Even if they recover this part of the body with technology, they would need to cultivate that part again. They would need some time before recovering their battle power completely. At this moment, all the troops went into the spaceship. Old Derry smiled. Okay, let's talk about Second Lieutenant Luze after we get back to the base. Let's go back first. Everyone nodded. They were tired after that battle. What they need right now is rest. Everyone got on the spaceship, and the spaceship took off towards the base. Chapter 196, How dare they go for his waist? Returning to base, Old Derry asked the soldiers to strengthen the defense. He then began to organize the logistics in order to conduct casualty reports and deal with the bodies. The troops were arranged to receive treatment. Nangongjing and the powerful bunch were heavily injured as well. Thus, they were sent to receive treatment too. Inside the base, the post-battle activities were on full swing. After the victory, everyone was filled with energy with what they had accomplished. Soon, it got dark. Luze went back to the dorm alone. Lin Ling and the rest sustained some injuries on the battlefield, especially Xavier. Thus, Louisa kept them to recover with Nangongjing and the others. Luze just used too much energy. Thus, he went back first to rest. His eyes were full of fatigue. He took a shower and cleaned the blood from his body before lying on the bed. This time, he was going to sleep for an entire day and night. Luze had made up his mind. He just wanted to rest well. He was so tired. Luze closed his eyes, and his consciousness sunk into darkness. At this time, a light breeze blew past, and the smell of grass mixed with soil entered his nostrils. He slowly opened his eyes. The sky was clear blue, and the warm sunlight shone on his face. However, he didn't feel any warmth at all. His face became sullen. At this moment, he didn't feel well. He had almost forgotten that he would enter the pocket hunting dimension every night. Luze wanted to cry. After his excruciating experience on the battlefield, all he wanted to do was sleep. However, rather than getting the opportunity to rest, he was sent to the pocket hunting dimension instead, to get beaten up by big bosses? Luze became speechless. That horned warhorse used lightning god art to kill. That might be a painful death. That lizard and black tiger boss used claws to slap people. That would be painful too. Thinking about this, Luze realized that only the blue bird boss had a rather good attitude towards a prey. It was just one wind blade. That seemed to be the best choice. Should he go find the blue bird boss and seek death? He just needed to close his eyes, and he would be able to leave the pocket hunting dimension and enjoy a good sleep. At this moment, he suddenly felt a burst of chi appear. It was slowly becoming stronger. Luze. Oh ho! This feeling, it's the chi of a newly born boss. Luze was immediately energetic. He didn't even want to die now. How could he pass up the opportunity of a newly born boss? Luze felt he grew stronger due to the recent battle. Uncle Merlin told him that there were 810 apertures in the human body. 360 of them were the main apertures. If you opened up these, you will have the chance to reach the mortal evolution state. Every 120 apertures were divided into the following: primary stage, middle stage, and tertiary stage. If you opened more than 360 apertures, then your aperture level would be beyond those 3 levels. It would be considered the peak stage. Uncle Merlin also provided that every young duke had opened more than 800 apertures when they broke through. Only this would give them the perfect spirit body. Their future would then be boundless. Luze wasn't the same. Before reaching the aperture opening state, he was already a spirit body, and it was a perfect one. The alcoholic girl was the same. Luze's spirit force cultivation level was only at abstruse martial state level 5, but his combat power rose mainly through his body and god art. His current power should be around an aperture opening state who opened around 5 to 6 apertures. This was still extremely weak compared to others who had reached aperture opening state. However, a few days ago, his power had only just reached the aperture opening state. Having this power in just a matter of a few days was very amazing. This newly born boss wasn't even at aperture opening state yet. If he fought this boss head-on, Luze felt he would become invincible. But, there was a problem. He didn't know what type of boss was being born. However, from the terrifying wind barrier that the blue bird had, newly born bosses probably had the same protection measures. If that was the case, he would have to hide and pick up the leftover god art shards. Thinking about this, Luze rapidly moved towards the chi of the big boss. Soon, Luze was near the place. At this time, the wind element became active again. The green grass kept waving. He was indeed a wind-like man. He was that fated to be with the blue bird boss? 3 times in a row, he managed to encounter newly born blue bird bosses. But, why did the blue bird boss kept getting born? Was there no need for the other bosses to be born? Or were they born in different ways? Luze didn't understand. Since there was a newly born blue bird boss, then he would take all the god art and divine art rune shards. Being alive was really good. Soon, a green light flashed and the 10-meter tall grass was blown down. A powerful chi swept across, silencing the surrounding. Luze felt the violent chi, which the boss could not control yet due to being a newborn. He didn't dare to move at all. Even when it was first born, a boss was still a boss. Luze still didn't understand how strong it was despite getting stronger himself. Luze felt disappointed. Were there no weaker bosses? He thought that the black tiger was quite weak, but it was actually stronger than the blue bird. If things went down like this, when would he be able to kill these bosses? Luze felt uncomfortable. He could only sustain his life by killing core martial state beasts. Watching the blue bird walk and stretch its neck, Luze thought how good it would be if he could catch this blue bird as a pet. It was very good looking at least. Other than some extreme species, most species of the pocket hunting dimension were extremely good looking. If he could catch this blue bird as a pet, he would be invincible on the grass plain. The blue bird chirped, and it started flying for the first time in its life. Eyeing the boss off, the surrounding beasts howled. They immediately charged towards where the boss was born. Luze looked at the chaotic beast tide and gasped. Don't even try. Only a powerful person deserved the treasure left behind by the blue bird boss. That's right, it was him. Luze flew towards the birthing grounds, but at this moment, a sharp wind blade appeared next to Luze, slicing toward his waist. Screech! Sensing the danger, Luze immediately used all his god art and accessed full power mode. He punched the wind blade. Rumble! A terrifying sound erupted. Sharp wind blades and heat waves spread out. A large number of innocent beasts were sliced by the wind. Some of them got roasted. Luze stopped mid-air with a cold face. Who was this bastard that dared to attack his waist? Luze's eyes flashed. He scanned around with his mental force. At this moment, Luze felt a blue figure appear next to him. Roar! Suddenly, 4 small whirlwinds appeared next to Luze. It rotated rapidly, making sharp howling sounds. Thousands of small wind blades shot out from the whirlwind in all directions. The beasts within a few 100-meter range were sliced by a large number of wind blades. They wailed as they fell to the ground. Their blood painted the nearby grass red. Luze, who was surrounded by the 4 whirlwinds, naturally received extra attention. Chapter 197, He was an ambitious youth. Watching the overwhelming number of whizzing wind blades, Luze grinned. Ha, naive. He was a handsome youth who can use wind god art. This level of wind god art, well, it was a little stronger than him. But he was a man who possessed 4 god arts. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and all the wind blades flickered. Their power instantly dropped. Then, he used his fire god art to form a fire barrier, blocking the wind blades out. Then, a huge blue figure appeared next to Luze. Luze glanced at it. It was a feline beast with blue fur. Luze had seen this kind of beast before. Their furs were usually black or yellow while their powers had only reached core martial state. This was clearly a beast that devoured a god art shard. It was clearly a big cat, but it roared like a tiger. Its sharp claws slapped down toward Luze's head. With 4 mobile cannon stands shooting out wind blades, Luze felt some pressure. This blue cat was a boss indeed. He had to take this seriously. Luze used his wind god art to the fullest extent. The 4 whirlwinds paused for a moment. Their rotational speed slowed down, and the wind blades that shot at him were also much weaker. Then, he used all his power and disappeared from the spot. He dodged the attack of the blue cat and appeared next to a whirlwind. Wind and fire surrounded his right fist as he smashed the whirlwind. Rumble! The whirlwind exploded. Wind blades and fire waves shot in all directions, sweeping the nearby grass. This also made the other 3 whirlwinds unstable. At this moment, a terrifying explosion occurred in the distance. Lightning and spirit force surged. The shockwave can be felt even on his side. Roar! Screech! Luze! Oh my! Wasn't it just a god art shard? Why do plenty of bosses need to fight over it then? Luze felt another 2 Kais appear. They couldn't compare with the blue bird boss, but clearly, they were some aperture opening state beasts that had devoured god art shards. A sharp chi once again came at his back. Luze raised a brow. This big cat was really annoying. At this moment, Luze's eyes lit up. He had an interesting idea. He used his hand to block the wind blades and then used the force to fly backward. At the same time, he used it as an opportunity to punch the big cat. The big cat originally planned to fight for the god art shard after fending off Luze. But, when it sensed Luze's attack again, its temper couldn't handle it anymore. It roared and charged at Luze. Those 3 whirlwinds didn't follow. They slowly dissipated after the big cat left. Luze raised his lips. He blocked the attacks while flying to a location where the 2 big bosses were fighting. Wouldn't it be more fun if we were all together? Soon, Luze led the big blue cat near the other 2 bosses. Only then did Luze see what the other 2 bosses looked like. One was a black-scaled leopard, who was flashing with lightning, and the other was an anaconda with grey mist. The 2 beasts were attacking each other while inching towards the birthplace of the blue bird boss. Clearly, they both wanted the god art that would be left behind. When they saw Luze bring a roaring big cat over, they fought while watching the 2 vigilantly. The 2 had sensed them when Luze fought the big cat, but they were quite far before. So, the beasts wanted to go into that area first and get the treasure. However, these 2 beasts ran over to them. At this moment, the big cat spewed out a few meters long flashing wind blades at Luze. Luze grinned. He dodged the wind blades and used his wind god art to change the direction of the wind blade a little. It sliced toward the anaconda. HSS. Grey mist surged, and the anaconda slapped the wind blade with its tail. Rumble. Grey and green lights flashed while the anaconda was shocked for a moment. How could the leopard miss such an opportunity? It flashed with lightning as it spat out a thick lightning pillar. It shot lightning toward the anaconda rapidly, creating a purple arc in the air. The anaconda was immobilized due to the attack of the wind blades. It could only roar again as its grey color turned into a defense barrier. It attempted to block the incoming lightning pillar. Rumble. The barrier shattered. Only a trace of lightning pillar struck its body, blasting a bloody hole on its body. The lightning flickered as it numbed the anaconda's body. Blood kept flowing out. HSS. The anaconda roared. A grey light flashed, and its wound writhed and slowly recovered. Meanwhile, it shot a cold glance at the cat and Luze. Seeing his plan work, Luze showed a joyful smile. The anaconda had regeneration god art, the black leopard had lightning god art, and the blue cat had wind god art. If he killed them all, it would be amazing. Luze wasn't satisfied with just the blue bird boss god art shards. He wanted it all now. Thinking about this, Luze forgot about the fatigue from the war. How could he want to commit suicide? That was not him. He was an ambitious youth. The blue cat was furious, seeing that the anaconda seemed to have remembered it. Thus, it stopped using ranged attacks. It charged at Luze, wanting to claw Luze's face. Luze punched out, and his fist clashed with the cat's claw. Rumble! Wind blades and fire waves shot out again. Other than the anaconda and leopard, the dumb nearby animals were killed while the smarter ones went around and kept heading for the birthplace of the blue bird boss. The seduction of the god art shard was too great. If they devoured it, they would become the same as these three aperture opening state beasts. By then, land, food, reproduction rights. They would have everything. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and a sharp wind blade formed as it sliced toward the black-scaled leopard. Luze's actions were hidden. The anaconda was injured and distraught. The leopard was counter-attacking with full force. Both of them couldn't care about the situation over here. Thus, wind blades sliced toward the waist of that leopard. Before the leopard could catch its breath after a clash with the anaconda, sharp wind blades clashed against its spirit force barrier. Then, the barrier was broken, and the wind blades left a huge mark on its body. Its scales were broken, and blood rushed out. Black-scaled leopard. The pain made it more ferocious and violent. It roared and pushed back the anaconda that wanted to take advantage of this. Then, it glared furiously at the big cat. He thought this beast was an ally, but it was actually a bastard. When the leopard glared at it, the cat's fur shot up. At this moment, Luze grinned and used several god arts, which included strength, wind, and fire, 5 times. Rumble! The powerful force made the big blue cat wary. It used all of its power too. A green light flashed, and a few meters long wind spear appeared before it. The tip was sharp and spinning. An intense wind suddenly rose within a few kilometers. Chapter 198, This blue cat seems to be suffering from depression. Roar! The big cat roared, and a spear was shot out. It was heading toward Luze. Luze watched the spear coldly as he punched out a fist force shrouded in wind and fire. The wind spear and fist force clashed. Rumble! The terrifying shock wave swept the surrounding few kilometers. Wind blades, fire wave, and spirit force plowed the black earth out of the ground and into the sky. Even those beasts that wanted to break open the wind barrier, which was left behind by the blue bird boss, shivered. They wondered if they should leave instead. However, the enticement of land and reproduction rights made them stay. The anaconda and black-scaled leopard retreated a few steps away to avoid getting caught. When the motion calmed down, Luze and the cat was pushed away by the force. A space of a few hundred meters was present between them. Luze grinned and suddenly flew back. He flew in the direction that was opposite to the birthplace of the blue bird boss. This stunned the cat, leopard, and anaconda. From their perspective, this two-legged beast finally decided to give up. This was great. The happiest was the blue cat. He has been fighting with the two-legged animal. However, at this moment, that animal chose to run away, so no one can stop him now. Those weaklings ahead wouldn't be able to stop it either. The two on the side were its opponent, right? The blue cat happily turned around and wanted to fly toward where the blue bird was born. At this moment, a lightning pillar and grey energy ball shot at it. Two beasts of equal power attacked it. Its fur blew up as it flashed with blue light and disappeared. The purple lightning and grey energy ball pierced where the blue cat was but didn't strike it. Seeing this, the leopard and anaconda also discharged the spirit force and chased the big cat. This beast gave them a wind blade each. They didn't forget that. And they planned to fight this blue cat first before fighting over the god art shard. In a short while, 3 shocking roars came from the birthplace of the blue bird. At the same time, mourning wails coming from several beasts could also be heard. Quite some beasts flocked away in terror, but after reaching the outskirts, they didn't leave immediately. They stayed there, gazing greedily at the direction of the birthplace of the bluebird. They hoped there would be some chance for them. At this moment, a light wind blew, and all the waiting animals fell to the ground. Their bodies slowly turned to dust and were blown into the air. Only a bunch of red and purple orbs remained on the ground. Luze flew back from a distance secretly and happily collected the orbs. Then, he looked up at the terrifying battle scene and narrowed his eyes. He was going to let the bosses fight first, and then he would join. For now, he would just watch the show. He could see the anaconda and leopard chasing the blue cat. Because the wind element was very active here, the blue cat could barely hold out a few strikes from the 2 beasts. But soon, the cat was struck in the back by lightning. Its soft blue fur turned black, and there was a huge hole. Blood trickled out. Riao! Luze saw this from afar and grinned. He felt great, seeing the cat howl in pain. At the same time, another grey spirit force orb struck at it. It bore the intense pain and dodged the spirit force light with full power. He felt very wronged. Even if they were to fight, shouldn't it be a battle royale? Why did they just focus on it? When the 2 charged up again, the blue cat finally got scared. It roared with dissatisfaction and left. If this continued, it would really die. Seeing this, the 2 didn't plan to chase. In their limited knowledge, there was no such thing as pretending to lose and then coming back. Finally, the 2 glared at each other. They roared and started attacking each other again while moving toward the wind barrier. Although they had no wind god art, the wind barrier had limited effects on them. Luze secretly hid in the bush in the distance and watched. When he saw the blue cat leave, he immediately chased after it. Because it was injured and no beast was chasing it, the cat didn't fly fast. Luze caught up to it very quickly. It was covered in injuries and flew weakly ahead. It seemed quite disappointed. Luze followed until it was far enough from the bluebird boss birthplace to avoid being noticed by the other 2. Then, he smiled. This cat seems to be suffering from depression. Why not send it to the afterlife? He used his full power and accessed all his god art. Then, Luze dashed off the ground. Rumble! A thunderous explosion occurred, and a huge shallow ditch appeared. Luze instantly appeared next to the blue cat. Wind and fire shrouded his fist. Everywhere the fist force went, the air distorted. The blue cat sensed a lethal threat, and its fur exploded. Roar! It had tasted this attack before, but it was no longer at its prime. A blue light flashed and 12 vibrant wind blades appeared next to it. They sliced toward the fist force. Rumble! 12 consecutive explosions could be heard. The nearby land was plowed once again. Luze was a little shocked that his fist force was blocked. He had used full power before. He thought this cat couldn't handle it anymore. Yet, its desire to live was this strong. Regardless, Luze wasn't going to let it live. The cat's chi was even weaker. The huge hole on its back started oozing massive amounts of blood. Luze once again appeared above the cat and punched toward the hole on its back. Luze felt he was more like an antagonist now. The cat looked very cute, but he abused it like this. However, Luze didn't stop at all. Roar! The cat roared, but this roar sounded weak. Just when it planned to attack again, Luze's fist force already penetrated its spirit force defense. Wind, fire, and spirit force surged into its body. The cat was smashed into the ground heavily, creating a deep ditch. Inside, the cat lost its life and started to turn to dust. Luze looked away and saw the two bosses were still fighting. He felt relieved. It wouldn't be good if he was caught. As for now, Luze landed in the ditch and saw the floating blue crystal ball and grinned. Wind God Art crystal ball collected. It also had red and purple orbs that had an aperture opening state level. These were good. Luze happily collected these things and then cast his evil glance to the birthplace of the blue bird boss. Chapter 199, This two-legged animal is very evil. After sending off the depressed big blue cat, Luze returned to the location where he watched the two fight. The big black leopard, who was a few meters tall, floated in the air while staring at its opponent, a 100-meter-long anaconda. The anaconda flew in the air like a dragon while emitting grey mist. Its body was half obscured. Luze looked at this and reminisced the time when he was still a noob hunter. Back then, he saw the lightning warhorse and grey lizard fighting. Those were the real bosses that had lightning and regeneration god art. The fight between the two god arts got him very excited. He even got extremely lucky and got the orbs of the red lions that he couldn't beat. He thought about it. Was he fated to have these two god arts? It seemed he was going to have a big harvest again. Moreover, he didn't have lightning god art yet. He wanted it. He watched the distant battlefield silently. The leopard used powerful lightning pillars and lightning spears from time to time. On the other hand, the anaconda had shocking defenses, and with regeneration god art, although it would still receive some injuries, they quickly recovered. The two beasts fought with all their strength. The wind barrier rippled after the shockwave collided into it. If one of the two wanted to enter the wind barrier, it would be attacked by the other. Thus, the two kept drawing the battle closer and closer to the wind barrier, wanting to go in at the same time. Seeing this, Luze frowned. If the two went inside, he wouldn't be able to see them from outside. He didn't understand at all how the beasts devoured god art shards. If they just ate it and then left, it would be over. This wouldn't do. Luze felt his chin and thought about it. Moments later, the two were beginning to enter the whirlwind. Even if they fought while entering, it wouldn't take them long to go in. At this moment, Luze had a bold idea. Although this idea might make him lose a little, it would benefit him quite a lot, if it worked. Of course, if it failed, then he would probably have to go up and fight. If those two bosses treated him like the blue cat, then he would probably have to run. Every bold idea needed action to prove its plausibility. Now, let him see. Luze disappeared from his original spot. After the sounds of several breaths, Luze appeared only a few hundred meters away from the wind barrier. The sharp wind blades shot in all directions. However, if they approached him, he would change its direction. He wasn't in the same direction as the two bosses, but the distance wasn't far. They would probably notice him. But it didn't matter, he could run. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes as he used wind god art to speed up the whirlwind barriers. The two bosses were inside. If he increased the power of the whirlwind now, would they feel great inside? Luze was very curious about this. Of course, there were side effects to this. This barrier was left behind by the blue bird after all. He was worried that if he couldn't slow it down, then he probably wouldn't be able to go in as well. It was very easy to speed it up. He just needed to insert a wind element inside. Soon, the sound of the whirlwind grew sharper and showed a powerful pulling force while shooting out wind blades that were several times stronger than before. Luze dodged the wind blades while speeding the whirlwind up. Even he didn't want to test the wind blades now. Roar! Hiss! The leopard and anaconda noticed the change in the whirlwind. They also felt Luze's chi and immediately roared furiously. That two-legged animal is very evil. He actually came back to ambush them? The two soon made an agreement to come out of the whirlwind and take care of this two-legged animal first. However, the pulling force kept increasing and they were greatly slowed. More importantly, the sharp wind blades sliced at them, making them feel a strong sense of danger. The two beasts roared again as spirit light scattered everywhere. They blocked the wind blades while desperately trying to get out. Luze could feel the nefarious intent from the two beasts, but he didn't care. He sped the wind up to a degree that even he couldn't control. If he could control it, the threat to the beasts would only be so-so. At least, with the current wind blades that Luze made, the beasts had to keep dodging. When such a blade sliced into the ground, ravines ended up deeply cut. At this moment, the leopard and anaconda escaped from the whirlwind. The wind blades came after them. They didn't have wind god art like Luze. Under the pull of the wind, their speed was heavily decreased, and they couldn't dodge such wind blades at all. Thus, the two tensed up and took the wind blades head-on while running. If they were any slower, they felt they would be cut into pieces. Screech! The two beasts unleashed their full power and finally charged out of the range of the strongest pulling force. They could move again, but they were still dripping with blood. The wind blades tore open their spirit force defenses and left deep and long marks on their tough body. Blood sprayed out and was pulled inside the wind. They floated in the air feebly while gasping for breath. Their eyes became blood red as they stared at Luze. Luze scratched his head in embarrassment. He was embarrassed being stared at like this. He smiled, sensing their weakened chi. His plan worked. Although he wouldn't be able to enter if the wind didn't slow down, there was just a god art shard and at most a divine art shard inside. Divine art shard was useless to him now. As for god art shard, 2 god art crystal ball was better than 1 god art shard. These 2 god art crystal balls were lightning god art and regeneration god art. He didn't even have lightning god art. It would definitely be strong. Thus, Luze immediately entered his strongest state. The 2 bosses were injured. He couldn't give them time to recover. Of course, that anaconda could definitely recover. However, using god art would use spirit force, physical and mental force. He didn't believe the anaconda could last that long after fighting for a while. Roar! Hiss! Seeing Luze's attack, they roared fiercely in acknowledgement. Luze appeared next to the leopard. The power of the 2 beasts was similar to his. They might be a little stronger, but their strengths were quite limited. In this situation, clearly Luze was stronger. As for stronger survivability, it would definitely be the anaconda, so he went to attack the leopard first. Then, he would take care of the anaconda slowly. Luze punched at the waist of the leopard. The leopard roared after sensing the danger. Its whole body flashed with thunder. Then, it disappeared. Subsequently, it spat out a half-meter-long purple lightning ball. The anaconda used its thick tail as a whip and attacked Luze too. Luze dodged the lightning ball with wind god art and then stepped on the tail. Rumble! Luze's foot clashed with the anaconda's tail. Rumble! Another sound could be heard as the lightning ball landed 10 kilometers away. Purple light filled the area as the world flashed with lightning arcs. Another huge ditch appeared. Even those who were just at the primary stage of the aperture opening state possessed an extremely great destructive power. Chapter 200, How Does a Flying Dragon Lose? It seemed like doomsday on the ground and sky, but for powerful beings who were at the level of Luze and these 2 beasts, it was nothing. Luze used the repulsion force from the clash with the anaconda to chase after the black-scaled leopard. Yet due to the shock, the recovering wounds on the anaconda ruptured again. It hissed in pain. Seeing Luze charge over, the leopard roared, and then, its body turned to lightning and rushed toward Luze too. Luze grinned. He was scared this leopard would run now. If it ran, he could only chase one of them, but now, he could take both. The 2 beasts were very wild, and they became frenzied after Luze attacked. Although they were weaker, there were two of them. Hence, it should be an easy kill with a 2 versus 1 situation. Thus, the two beasts hoped Luze wouldn't run. Luze clashed with the leopard once again. Shockwaves shot out in all directions. The two split. Luze charged up again. The black leopard was bleeding non-stop, but it didn't choose to dodge. At this moment, a grey spirit ball shot at Luze. The terrifying energy made Luze tense and stop as he aimed his punch toward the energy ball. Rumble. Waves shot out, and violent winds blew Luze's hair. Before the shockwaves were gone, the leopard appeared behind Luze and scratched toward Luze's back. Luze used wind god art and appeared on the side of the leopard again. Wind and fire shrouded his right leg as the power ripples distorted the air. Die! The wind and fire on his right leg turned into a scythe of death. It sliced toward the leopard's stomach. The leopard roared and disappeared in a flash of lightning. The power from Luze's leg shot out, turning into a red-green energy slash across the ground. It created a few kilometers long and deep marks. After the leopard disappeared, Luze glanced at the anaconda that was recovering while interfering with him using long-ranged attacks. What a smart beast! He didn't expect the two beasts to be this difficult to deal with even though they were heavily injured. Why couldn't they be like that blue cat and just die on the spot? With a wave of his right hand, a few meter-high flaming tornado headed toward the anaconda. He wasn't going to let it recover and interfere. This was really unfair. Luze disappeared again and another explosion and roar occurred in the air. Before the flaming tornado approached the anaconda, it was blasted by its spirit force ball. In the air, Luze used his full power and engaged in close combat with the leopard. He was fighting injury for injury. After all, he had regeneration god art and would last longer than the leopard. If he stuck close to the leopard, then even if the anaconda attacked, both of them would be attacked. In a short few seconds, tens of clashes could be heard. The ground was completely ruined. After another clash, the leopard wailed as its blood splattered across the air. The anaconda couldn't resist anymore. Although it had only recovered a bit, it charged out. It felt it was quite strong in melee battles. Luze had quite some wounds too. Some were blood marks, and some were burnt black marks caused by lightning. However, Luze didn't care. What a joke! What sort of injuries he didn't suffer through. He had already experienced dozens of ways to die. He was die every day, ze. This injury was a joke to him. It was painful, but this level of pain couldn't even move his heart at all. Luze grinned after seeing the leopard cough out some blood. He leaned forward and attacked wave after wave, not giving it any chance to recover. At this moment, Luze felt a gust of wind rushing toward his side. He quickly tensed and left using the wind god art. The anaconda's thick tail missed again. It hissed at Luze and charged over for the second time. Piss off! Luze was shrouded in wind. Fire surged, and he appeared above the head of the anaconda and stepped down. The anaconda shot out a grey energy ball, blocking Luze's foot. Rumble! The two were enveloped in red, green, and grey lights. Then, Luze charged out of the light and dashed toward the black leopard. In terms of agility, how could the anaconda compare with a man like the wind? The leopard clearly didn't expect Luze to come out so quickly. Its chi instantly exploded again as lightning flickered. Just when Luze thought it was going to attack first, this leopard actually flew off. This guy wanted to run. Luze felt dazed. He didn't expect this leopard to run. It was pretty timid too. Then, Luze laughed. It didn't choose to run before, but now, it was running. It was this heavily injured, how could he let it escape? Then, Luze chased after it. The anaconda also chased Luze. In a few short seconds, Luze appeared next to the leopard. He let out a punch. Roar! The panting leopard saw this and greeted Luze with its claw that flashed with lightning. Then, a grey pillar shot at Luze from behind him. Luze felt the terrifying chi of that pillar, but he used the wind and fire to create a barrier. The fist force didn't stop at all, however. He was going to be tough and kill this leopard. Rumble. The three forces collided together. Flames burned in the air, and the wild winds raged. The spirit force waves were unstoppable like the tide. Roar. A pitiful roar sounded, and the huge black figure was smashed into the ground. Then, Luze rushed over with a cold face and stepped on the struggling leopard. There was the sound of bones cracking. The black leopard coughed out large amounts of blood, painting the ditch red. In a short instant, it lost its life. Before Luze could relax, a grey pillar shot at him. Luze bit his lips and punched out again. The fist force and pillar clashed in mid-air, causing an explosion. Luze spat a mouthful of blood from the shockwave. He was bleeding and wounded right now. His left arm drooped powerlessly, and his face was pale. That clash was very painful. He almost thought he would die first. His body was enveloped in a faint grey hue as the hideous wounds started to repair. His left arm made cracking sounds as his bones healed. However, Luze felt weak due to losing quite some blood. Luze looked at the descending anaconda. He didn't believe it was in a better state than him. He didn't choose to dodge. He was waiting for the leopard's body to disappear. Piss off! Luze flew out of the ditch and punched again. The two clashed, and both were sent back. Luze glanced and saw the light orbs had appeared. One of them was a lightning crystal ball. It looked very pretty. He quickly went into the ditch and collected the orbs before breathing a sigh of relief. He got the lightning god art crystal ball. Now! Luze threw his evil glance at the anaconda. This was the only one remaining. Although both of them had regeneration god art, the one that anaconda had seemed stronger than his. However, its injuries were also more serious. Luze felt he could last longer. He couldn't lose. Just when Luze planned to attack, a stone-piercing shriek sounded in the distant sky. Luze and the anaconda stiffened at the same time. They both planned to run. Oh my! The boss is back! Run, run! He didn't need god arts anymore. Before they could run, they were immersed in the flurry of wind blades. Then, his eyes went black, and he reappeared in the dorm again. The pain made Luze shake like a fish on the chopping block. Out of all the bosses he knew, the Bluebird boss liked to bully the noobs the most. And regeneration god art. He could have gotten another god art crystal ball. He was going to remember this.